Hello, everybody, and happy Father's Day to all of you fathers, or maybe even sons out there that didn't remember, or daughters, I suppose. Make sure you wish your fathers happy Father's Day. We've got a full slate of day when it comes to Call of Duty Challengers. We're in the 4th Open tournament, and a lot is starting to really build up on the line for a number of our final teams, not just here in Europe, but of course, across all of the regions, which we'll be covering. I'm iHoldShift. With me, I've got Visions and Infinity as normal. Boys, I hope that you guys had some time to spend some time with your fathers and wish, spend some, maybe cook a breakfast or make some coffee or something. Austin, how are you doing? How is your dad doing?
He's doing good. He's really happy. Actually, he asked me for breakfast this morning, and I was supposed to make it for him, and I'm not gonna lie, I was running a little late because I had to make the cast, so I'm gonna have to make up for it later on and make dinner for him. That's the plan. That's how I'm gonna have to fix the situation. Either way, though, we had some hugs, we had a good time, and I'm also here for a good time. Another Challengers Open where we're gonna see, how these teams are gonna be able to fare through this tournament format. So I'm very hyped to see how the results pan out for us today.
And another Challengers Open means another crazy shirt from Brody.
Yes.
That much we know for sure. I cannot believe your dad let you sign onto a broadcast looking like that. Although I will say, I am feeling the tropical vibes. Brody, how are you, bud?
Yeah, like I said, I'm feeling pretty good. I always do. Like I said, every time with these shirts, I see one in the shop and I know that you're gonna like it. And I'm actually embracing my inner dad here on Father's Day with this shirt. So we're feeling pretty good. And just as Austin said, we've got some challenges to cast. I'm ready to do it.
You really are. That's a very dad-esque shirt. Like, I feel like you're about to take a trip to the Bahamas and you've got like a big sun hat or something. I don't know. I'm ready to see it happen. Speaking of ready to see things happen, though, of course, as we always do for the Opens, we'll be starting things off in Europe. Now, currently, Europe actually finds themselves still dug into a very entrenched, I believe, map 3 for the lower finals, where Elevate and Orglis are going to be playing up against one another. Los Pepes, though, the squad that's awaiting the winner in grand finals. And Brody, I'm going to come to you first and foremost, because Los Pepes was a team that in stage 4 of the Elite really surprised us. We weren't really sure what to expect from those guys. They did very, very well throughout the group stage and also throughout kind of the post-stage season, if you want to call it. But they've gone through a number of changes, and it looks like it's done pretty well for them as they make themselves a grand finalist, and they actually had to get through Elevate to do it.
Yeah, I will say this much about sort of these kind of open events. There is a lot of money on the line. There's a lot to these events, maybe more so than your Challengers Cups, right? So they kind of mean more when performances like these come out of the fray. And for Los Pepes, a roster that didn't do maybe so well in stage 4. I think they got 5th in the end with that roster, even though they somewhat impressed us. To make a change like this, bringing in Zappi and Rencor to the roster, two of what I would describe as the most promising players coming out of Spain in the last few years.
Sure.
I got to cast over these. Basically, Zappi and Rencor are 2 players that I've got to cast over for the entirety of my casting career, really. And this new Los Pepes roster, they look much, much better off the back of it. They beat Elevate in the winners final. Something has obviously gone right. Can they do it again, though? That's the question, right? Because I don't think either Elevate or August will let them get away with it easily.
Well, small update, actually, as we were in the middle of the discussion, Map 3 has come to an end based on our reports, and Orglis has actually found a 3-0 win versus Elevate. At Visions, I mean, whenever we do Europe, we're always talking about Elevate and Orglis, because it feels like no matter what the circumstances, no matter what the tournament or venue, they always find themselves playing up against each other, probably one of the more storied rivals throughout the year. This time it seems as Orglis has gotten the better of them.
Yeah, I have to wonder if they're sick of it at this point, Sam, because they play against each other so much. But that really is always the story when it comes down to EU and how they're going to be able to do and fare. And I think overall, I was looking for Elevate to come in towards this one and really prove, hey, we can put another chip up before we get in towards some of these later Challengers Elites, or whether that's the next Open that's coming up next month, whatever it is. I was looking for a win before we get towards Challengers Finals for them, because they've been getting a lot of second places, right? They've just been near the top. It's just inching over that hump and actually being able to come away with a win, and that's been the difficulty, icing up and clutching up in these finals. So very difficult for them overall. But Orglis, I mean, you can't say enough good things about these guys. These guys have been pretty elite ever since picking up Harry, and from that point on, it really feels like everything is clicked. It's just a matter of, are they going to show up on the day or not? And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
It's really funny. I'm glad you had mentioned that, because I think when you look at average placements throughout the entirety of the year in Europe, Orglis as a collective group actually hold the best average placements, but not the most amount of championships won, because they keep finding themselves in grand finals, but they usually come up a bit short. Speaking of grand finals, of course, you guys have both mentioned the prize pool. Very big here for these open tournaments. A lot on the line when it comes to some financial stability. And we'll take a look at how that prize pool is broken down here in Europe. First place, $15,000. Second place, nearly just a bit over half of that at $8,000. Third, we'll find $6,000. Fourth with $4K, and then the fifth and sixth and seventh and eighth just behind that, listed at 25 and a cool grand, $40,000 in total. That will actually be replicated as well for North America. Of course, we'll talk about that at a later point. But the thing about, these Challengers Opens, Brody, is the fact that, I know a lot of people have been having their focus on what's been going on with this new league stage with the Elite, but these Challenger Open Cups really do mean a lot, because let's be honest, this is the most replicated format to what we kind of came to know in Call of Duty, with long tournaments on Saturday and then a grueling double elimination bracket on Sunday. So the fact that Orglis continue to find themselves in the top 4 conversation at worst, that's great news when it comes down to how these players have really been able to reputate and how their year has really gone.
Yeah, I will say the one thing with August is, and for people who have followed Challengers over the course of, the last 2 years, August are effectively the spiritual successor to last season's Team War, right? I mean, when this roster first came to the fray at the very beginning of the season, it contained basically the entirety of last season's War roster, for the most part, at least players from whatever variation of that War roster was. And something that War did really well last season was their ability to change their roster when they needed to. And it wasn't, that they could be content with second places or third places. They just felt like, well, look, we need to get first. We need to change our roster to do that, to fit whatever meta comes in. We saw that at the very start of last season with Moose being removed from the roster to meta changes and such like that. And that ability to change your roster and do well with your brand new team, it's helped out so much. You talk about Harry joining the roster, right, at the start of Stage 2. What a massive change that made to the August team. And it's happened again here as well, because Gizmo has just joined this roster, of course. Josh took a step back from competitive Call of Duty for a couple of weeks or so, allowed August the space to breathe for Stage 4. And hey, since they've come together, they haven't lost a single tournament. August are a beast. And, now they're in yet another grand final. So they're looking to rival that statistic that I came up, or that's kind of there for Elevate since they formed, where they got to the grand final for like 6 tournaments straight. They're already doing pretty well on that path. So we'll see how they get on today.
Now, before we send things to just a brief break, again, Austin, the challengers here, well, I guess I shouldn't say that, the grand finals awaiters here in Los Pepes, they've been a surprise roster, maybe a little bit of this, recency, like Brody had mentioned, the fact that you've got 2 of the most upcoming players through Spain now a part of this roster, kind of almost once again, it feels like they're going to be a tough team to beat, and they proved that even with the different roster last stage.
I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because I don't think anyone would have came into today and said, listen, Los Pepes are going to actually run all the way through the upper bracket and make it towards the grand final. And if you did, well, props to you, because I just don't see how you would ever really guess that, especially with a roster change coming through with half the team. So it's one of those moments where, you look at this roster and think, all right, like they're in this honeymoon phase. They're grooving. They showed a lot of highs, with half of the team throughout the last Elite. It's just a matter of, fixing up some of those mistakes, filling some of those holes. And as Brody said, very nicely at the beginning, like 2 players like Rencor as well as Zappy, like might be able to fill those shoes and do exactly what you need to take down some of these high caliber squads in European Challengers. So yeah, I'm very excited to see them. And overall, I think you can't sleep on them. If you're Orglis coming in towards this, you have to win 2 best of 5s, right? So you have to be in it for the long haul. And if you sleep on Los Pepes, then they could definitely take you in the first set.
One of the things that Los Pepes very good at the hard point, but Orglis probably one of the more consistent teams. We framed that up enough, and the timing of us going live a bit strange, but we've got to let the teams do their picks and bans process. So we're going to send things just to a brief break. When we come back, we'll have the map 5 list out as far as what this first best of 5 will look like, and we'll jump into the action. Stick with us. We've got Challengers Open number 4 starting up right for this. Hello and welcome back. Sorry for the delay, but we should be just about ready to go as we're jumping into Challengers Open number 4, specifically focusing on the European region to start. Grand Finals is set for us here, boys. We spent some time talking about it just briefly. Los Pepes is going to be going up against Orglis, but it was Los Pepes to come through the winner's bracket off recent roster changes. And I think that's kind of the big storyline going through, because their run through that open or the upper side of the open bracket was by no means easy whatsoever, having to go through Elevate, which Visions, they beat them 3-0.
They beat them 3-0, and I think that's surprising because we know that this team is struggling with Search and Destroy. So that means that throughout anything that's happened, which hasn't been a long time since the last Elite, they've actually been able to improve some of their other game modes, because we know this squad to be super strong in Hardpoint. That's where they were getting in the majority of their wins. They were actually taking down the top teams in Hardpoint. So it was about fixing their Search and Destroy and their control. And while obviously they did some of that work coming in towards this event, because they come away with the Search, they come away with the control, they get a hot 3-0 going in towards that grand final. So it sets them up in a really good situation against Orglis, I think, overall, where the squad is typically good in the respawns as well.
Well, it's going to be a checkmate hardpoint to start things off for map number 1. It will have to be 2 best-of-5s for Orglis, or just 3 maps for Los Pepes to get the job done. Infinity and Visions, I'll let you guys jump on in. Well, actually, maybe not, because they're going to drop the game here very quickly. So naturally, we try to set things up, and it's feeling smooth and buttery, but we're going to have to delay, which actually is pretty okay, because Brody could speak a little bit about this Orglis team. I think a lot of the eyes goes towards a player like Gizmo. You know, him and Afro, beginning of the year, duoed up. They were looking great on House Tarth, and then all of a sudden they weren't able to replicate those results. So kind of thoughts about maybe how Gizmo was able to fit into this Orglis roster and maybe why they've been so good.
Yeah, I think for this season, really, and before that as well, Gizmo is one of the hottest prospects to come out of European Call of Duty for quite some time, right? And I don't think that's really disagreeable. I think that's just a fact. Everyone in Europe kind of knows it. And, you know, for him this season, it hasn't actually been the best season, really, for him. Like you say, you know, he had some fortune in preseason with House Tarth and Search, to Singularity also. But really, since then, it's kind of been a bit of a tough one for him, really, to crack and find his feet again. This is finally the roster, I think, now that he's an Orglis to do that. So I'm very excited to see whether or not Gizmo can really continue to be a beast for this Orglis roster, because it is a weapon and a half to have on your team.
Should be good looks. I think we're ready to load in now for us. So hopefully we're able to get in, Brody, get a good look at how this is going to pan out for us. I mean, we talk about CDL Hardpoint now with Checkmate. I think it's been interesting to see how this one's now developed in towards what your subs are doing on the map compared to your ARs at the beginning of the year, now that routes have been figured out, and how positions can kind of play a pretty important factor when we're looking at rotations and setups. So should be a good look. And again, this is, I think, what we're going to be coming in towards this series with. You know, are Los Pepes still as good as their very last showing in the Elite with their hard points? You know, has their Search and Destroy drastically improved? These are the questions we're wondering. It looks like we're maybe not going to find out as soon as we're hoping, but either way, it should be interesting to see how they're coming along with all 3 of their game modes.
And maybe we'll have a chance to take a look at the map set here before we jump into map number 1 overall, because I think the big question mark on the table going into this Open, after especially the results from Stage 4, was, would Los Pepes be able to do better in the more objective-centric game modes? So, I mean, and that was the thing. You know, they came off of the first week looking solid, and a lot of it was based on the fact that they were able to essentially dominate hardpoints and then sneak through either a control or a Search and Destroy, typically winning 3-1 a lot of those tournaments, rather opening matches. So it's 2 checkmates in the first 3 maps, Moscow for the Search and Destroy in the middle. Any thoughts in particular from you, Visions, when it comes down to maybe why you go to a map like Moscow? Or I guess for the Search and Destroy, we can also talk about what Standoff could potentially provide, because with Rencor and Zappy in the mix, you know, they do provide some experience playing through the Elite, but I don't know. I mean, that Pushing Gaming squad was also a little bit shaky when it came to how they were playing in their Search. Yeah,
I think the interesting thing about Moscow and Standoff is that you can set up hard counters like on the defensive or even on the offensive, essentially, when you're looking to make plays. But the way that the map plays out is typically through like a lot of rotation. So I think that these maps actually favor some of the weaker Search and Destroy teams when they're talking about their offensives. Like if you're struggling to kind of lock things down or find setups, get the bomb down, actually create man advantages, then I think these are the maps that do so, because of the way that the offense can work through mid, especially Standoff being added in towards the rotation very, very recently, you might be able to surprise your opponents with some different plays. So I think I like the idea of what they're coming in with overall with the Moscow standoff. It's just, you know, Orgulus is also a really solid squad when it comes to setups and making sure that they're learning the maps as they come through here for us. So I think it might be really important that we don't get to the map 5 in this first set and that we still do see Las Pepes, I think, hold on towards their respawn wins.
And just beyond that, I mean, you get your first 3 maps. I think we could probably all lean towards watching over what the ARs are going to bring to the table here. And for Los Pepes, obviously, you know, the whole situation over the last week and a half, 2 weeks of getting Invidian out of the coaching role from Team War and using them as part of the roster, that has already changed. Are you at all nervous, maybe, Brody, here when it comes down to can these ARs line up, find their coordination early, because they need to find ways to allow those SMGs to get some space to work with on these opening 3 maps?
Yeah, I mean, I will say this about Los Pepes. Beforehand, I would say they had 2 rock-solid AR players in Abuser and Torres, right? I think definitely more AR-heavy as a flex player was Abuser than SMG. For this new roster with Zappy and Rencor, much more SMG-orientated players. So I don't really know how they'll get on in the AR department. I guess we're about to find out, though, Austin. I mean, touch wood here, we might finally drop in a map number 1.
Yeah, it looks like we should be okay. Fingers crossed, no one's leaving the game, so I think we are okay, Brody. And I think we have to highlight Taurus coming in towards this one. We talked about, you know, having some AR presence, how that's going to be a factor. Rencor right beside him here going to be running that second AR too, so we'll see how things kind of come on through for us, as it's just a fast route in from behind. I like this, and Gizmo's actually just going to get caught off guard a little bit, hops up, and Taurus comes away with 2 as he pulls out the 74 and just makes some early plays, and that's going to clear a lot of space on towards B1.
By the way, Torres is playing at the moment. He's playing on some high sensitivity. He is sipping all over the option, but hey, that's not bad at all. He picks up number 4. He won't do it as Vortex going to take him down, playing under the moniker of Stevo for both Stage 4 and now, of course, for Open number 4 in this Challenger season. But Los Pepes, for the moment, they're going to be on the worst side of the situation for that inevitable rotation over towards the next spawns. Orgulus going to be in a better position off the back of that as well. And really, if you're a Los Pepes here in this situation, Austin, I think the worst thing that you could possibly do is let the ball get rolling in Orgulus's favor.
Yeah, the timing of that was actually pretty important here for Orgulus, because they were able to push out a lot of the Las Pepe members from that P1 hill, but they don't win the gunfights immediately after. So the break comes through, and there is a chance to break in the back, but Las Pepes need to come out with some clutch gunfights, and they're playing this one pretty slow at the moment. Front tube is going to be a few of the members, as Gizmo's responsible for watching the side push from the hill. Long-range shots, and well, it's all blue. Fusion might have gotten through, but how much damage can one man really do? It looks like right now, able to come away with a couple, but it does not influence the spawns, and Las Pepes are looking to try and break on through here one more time.
Yeah, realistically, one more hit coming out of Los Pepes here. Can they get it done? Rencor wants to slice the action, slides through. Now going to have to call the Fusion to do something. Wow. He's able to pick up 2. Semtex will take him down low, and Orgulus regain control of the hill for what will be effectively all of that time. A nice rotation coming in from them. Los Pepes just not able to get it done off the 2 hits they pulled together. So now we turn our attention over towards the rotation, and Los Pepes, they've got some players over here, but no plane control just yet.
No plane control, but Taurus now with that Krieg 6 finds the big win, and that's just perfect timing. Las Pepes, they find 3 on this transition. Player 8 here, Harry, is going to be in from behind, so he has a chance to be able to break this setup as all 3 members from Orgulus push from the front. Taurus finds another one that puts him on 3. Somehow finds the shot for 4. Oh, if he found Nasty, I'm screaming pretty loud, but not the case. Still, work has been done. Zappy now going to start to catch them off as they make this rotation, and it's just been really nice job here from Las Pepes in and around this hill that we typically don't see a whole lot of time come from.
Yeah, Orgulus just can't find these players. I mean, that's the big problem here. They're able to get a couple of kills, but never able to wipe the squad away from the hard point. Los Pepes have done a great job at holding on to this time. A lot of that has been down to the AR pressure coming in from Torres early on. Now, there's 15 seconds left here. Orgulus will want a slice of that scrap time, but if they can't get it, they will focus on this rotation towards the new hard point. And all they need to do is take down Torres to get some form of control. Unfortunately for them, there are still players in the vicinity. It all falls on the shoulders of Fusion. Let's see what he can do. Unfortunately, only able to get 1 kill. So Orgulus will get control of the rotation now. And they're trading here once again, maybe, but Torres comes through with 2 rotational gunfights. And Los Pepes, they want to flip the script early on.
Torres, man, he's really coming to play for us, Brody. Another big moment, just being able to break on through, because look at what this does to the map. You now have to try and break this from the front or worry about this rotation, and Torres is still forcing the gunfights, able to get one. A trade was there, but Orglis desperately just trying to get any time they can, and now we're about halfway through this hill, which means that Los Pepes, they're in position to win this rotation. You have Zappy, who's actually pushed all the way up here and has great positioning inside the plane, so this is going to give you a lot of options, but as we say that, Brody, that will be 4 down, and this is a chance for Nasty to try to fight for this rotation in towards P5.
This is a really hard one to break, generally speaking, to get in from behind on concrete and flip these spawns out early on. But if August can do it, hey, they'll be in the money, or at least the money hill. Nasty trying to cause problems inside tools. Looking for the kill. He will get yet another one. And now, look at the spawns coming in here from August.
Yeah.
They should be spawning in the back line. There's the final couple of kills to cement it. Harry and Gizmo combined for 3. And what a flip there from August.
Truly, what a flip, because look at what this does again. Like, you're spawning so far away, and now it's the exact opposite position flipped here for Los Pepes to try and come through and break. And they are going to flood all their numbers in towards the back, but they're already giving away a good 30 seconds here, so these gunfights going to have to happen pretty quickly.
There you go. They happen just very quickly, don't they? Fusion's the last player left alive. Los Pepes sent right back to their spawn point. And Auglis, Harry on a 7 spree will pick up that artillery strike. One more kill. Not going to get it. There will be a denial coming in from Zappy, so no missile for you, but still that artillery will provide some very important information later down the line, and of course could potentially take some players out of the hard point if they use it correctly. It's pretty hard to use those streaks on a map such as this, but hey, Harry can get it done.
Yeah, there's a few moments, few hills that you can really actually get value out of it, but we'll see if that ends up playing a factor for us as we go back to P1. And on the reset, looking good for Steve-O. He opens up with two difficult gunfights to win inside the plane, but making it look easy. Won't be able to find the third. Zappy looking for a second for himself, because it is just chaos inside P1. Neither team really collecting a whole lot of time, and we're 25 seconds in. Nasty finally clears enough space to be able to allow his teammates to press forward. Torres is just going to be waiting for some kind of a challenge at the moment, but it's a tight setup for Orglis. They're going to start the wall bangs off, and they're in firm control now of P1.
If they can get the remainder of this time, Los Pepes might find themselves in a spot above her, but Torres comes in from behind. He's able to pick up 2. That will cause damage to the hopes and dreams for August to hold on to this one. And, well, there it is. Los Pepes now in a really strong position. They look to get this scrap time, but more importantly here, Austin, they have control of the spawns for Nu. So August going to need to go on an adventure to make their way over towards P2. And the way that Los Pepes have themselves set up, they're ready for it.
Torres. That's not a player that I would want to find on the map right now with all the work he's been doing. And that's a big one for Fusion in the back, but still could break this. Harry has a bit of assistance. Needs to find Zappy. Zappy goes down. Fusion in the back here. Just need to find one more kill, but it's a double for Fusion. Just finds the timing to push in from behind. This is going to set up maybe a bit of a pinch on top of the hill, but it's Torres locking it down. Los Pepes get the job done. The original roster, Fusion and Torres, just get everything they need to make sure they hold on the time and now swing that lead in their favor.
That's really smart, actually, from Harry there, just wasting time so that Vortex can come on through the other side and break in for the time. That's really well played from that duo there of Auglis. Some shots coming actually through the container. Vortex is going to have to duck his head down a little bit to make sure he neos his way out of that one. And Los Pepes here in a very close game with Auglis. This roster is looking pretty good here, Austin. And as we turn our attention over towards the break, we'll have 2 players looking to make their way over there. It's Torres, it's Fusion, players from the old Los Pepes roster who are able to put together some kills.
It's important to note right now that Orglis are mainly going negative. We're talking about the KDs, but they're actually in this game and they're ahead of them by a couple of points. And it's off plays like this where Harry, of course, is just clearing out one lane and making it easy for his subs to press on in. But it's also just the fact that they're focusing the objective. They're controlling a lot more of the important spawns, and that's now played a factor for as far as the scoreboard. But Los Pepes, they come out with a lot of time on that last hill, and we look for the last 20 seconds in and around P3. And it looks like it might just end up going towards Orglis. Just a matter of Fusion. Does he want to come back down? He does. He says hello, finds Steve-O, and he'll make sure that time does not go over for free.
Turn our attention over towards the rotation in just a moment. Important gunfights going down. Nasty going to lose his diffusion, but Harry does take down Torres. There is a trade coming in. So Los Pepes at least have initial control of this rotation for the moment. Vortex they're going to get some control of the plane. And now the power positions are in favor of Los Pepes. August have to do something to upset this power balance if they don't want the time to go the way of Los Pepes. But look at the kill feed at the moment here. All in favor of Los Pepes. Is it about to change though? August, they seem to have got players in from behind. It's Vortex, picks up 2. Gizmo with 2 of his own. And August wipe Los Pepes away from the hard point, send them back to concrete.
Another big moment. These timings that are coming through on these full wipes have been beautiful, but they still need to fight all the gunfights in the back because Los Pepes spawn in. And now it's, do you want to give this 20 seconds over? They might not have the choice net as Harry deciding to just really take matters into his own hands, finds another big double. There's one more player in the back. It's going to be Rancor here, but he's inside of Wood, and there is just members from Orglis closing in and around as Stevo just barely slips out with his life.
Do they know Rancor's here? Are they aware of it? I don't think they are. Rancor with a lovely Semtex, though. Look at that play from Los Pepes. Now a streak coming in from Harry. How effective is it? Well, not very effective, as Augus's streaks goes to waste. Los Pepes now in for what was a great flip, and this is a lot of time to give away. Los Pepes, they cannot win it here no matter what, but still, this is just not time you want to give away if you're August, so you got to keep on going at this.
You gotta find a break, and it starts with taking down Rancor, but that's a lot easier said than done. As the kill comes through, Gizmo falls. Fusion is just pressing inside the plane. The spawns are pretty far. You mentioned it though, Brody. Not gonna be able to win, but they will get very damn close if they come away with every single second. Now, player 5, Gizmo, does get a spawn in the back. This could be your opportunity to break this as Fusion can't land the shots up close. There is the break. Orglis just barely sneak into the hill for the last 15.
Now, this is important. Los Pepes, they're going to spawn out over towards concrete. Auglis, they can zone this correctly as long as they keep on identifying where these players are coming from. Gizmo is in the position to do exactly that. Keep on calling it out to his teammates. Unfortunately, though, Torres takes him down, and that's going to be enabling Los Pepes to make this push. Fusion in for a 2, and Auglis now have to fight here tooth and nail to hold on the hard point.
Oh, man, it's just always a contest fest when we're talking about P1. Who will make that first move? Who will find the opening right now? It is going to be Orglis holding on to the favorite side as Rancor forced to respond. He's able to wall bang for 1. His teammates with him on this push as they go for the break. Harry wins the one-on-one versus Rancor, and now Taurus and Zappy have to get the job done. Sivo comes from the side, gets the pinch, and doubles up. And now Orglis in a great position to not only get time here, but maybe even win the rotation. However, Fusion, he has none of it, and he finds the double, and now you got to press through if you're Los Pepes.
What is it with these two pieces? It's constant Fusion with 3, and Los Pepes back in for this time. They can't finish it here, though, Austin. We're going to that next hard point, and it's Orglis on the rotation. They're set up for this initial push from Los Pepes, and realistically speaking, depending on how they approach this, they've got 1 hit in them before this is game over. So we're about to see it come through. They're readying themselves for it, Austin.
Have to win all these battles, and they're already going down, but Rancor able to find 1, predicts Nasty, but it doesn't come through, and now the final seconds are good for Orglis as they will hold on, they maintain the rotation, they lock down the setup, and they will take map 1, 250 to 244.
What a close game there, and especially that battle towards the end in P1. What is that, 2-piece after 2-piece coming out from these guys? It was Josh versus Fusion there, effectively in the last closing moments, or sorry, Vortex versus Fusion. Josh doesn't play for this team anymore, by the way. Yeah, crazy game there between those two. It comes down to the wire, and it is going to be Orglis edging out their Spanish, I guess, antagonists here in game number 1. What a thriller to kick us off here for Challengers Open number 4. I'd tell you, if the rest of the games are like that one, Austin, we're in for a good day.
Yeah, we'll take that for sure. I mean, just a lot of back and forth, like a lot of lead changes, you know, going over towards Los Pepes and then back to Orglis. But when we're talking about it, it comes down to a lot of those rotation, and it comes down to that play that was made inside of Wood to actually get that flip out in towards the end that actually converted to a lot of time at the very end of this map. But we start to take a look at, you know, all of the highlights and all of the replays, and you would see it, like everything was neck and neck the whole way through there for us. There was one point in time where Orglis pulled away a bit, but Los Pepes at least able to bring things back enough to keep Orglis on their toes throughout the entirety of the map.
Man, there were just so many moments in that game, so many key gunfights being won, really by either side, right? Because I think there was one moment here, and you see it actually just beforehand where Augulus, they had an opportunity to go up to get that rotation in tow, but Los Pepes are able to break it and really tie the game up at 160 to 160. Just such a close hard point overall, and performances were great all around also between Los Pepes and Augulus. Again, I cannot wait for the rest of this series, Austin, if that is anything to go by. This Los Pepes roster as well, just to talk about it, this is a new team effectively. This is yet another variation of this roster, yeah, they look really good. This is our first impression of the new look Los Pepes roster, and they're looking pretty good.
They are looking good, man, and it's always nice to see these new squads. I say new squads, even though like these players, of course, have been competing this entire year. It's just they form at the end after we've already seen a lot of gameplay, and I think that's what was really interesting, because it feels like for the most part throughout this year there's your established North American players, your established European players, and these are kind of your top teams that you have out of that mix. And then we somehow find a way to get in towards what is stage 5 coming on up, and we're getting some of these players that maybe might not be as known, but are still putting in the work, still looking really, really solid here. But I think that is a really big takeaway, because this is our first look for as far as gameplay for Los Pepes since the Elite. We know them to be a strong hardpoint team. Well, they dropped the very first hardpoint. So now, Brody, we turn our attention towards what will be a map 2 on Moscow Search and Destroy, and we'll see if they've made any improvements for as far as Search and Destroy.
Right.
Did you bring in Rancor and Zappy for this exact reason? Are things clicking a little bit better? That's what we're about to find out here, and I think that's what I'm most intrigued to see from this Los Pepes lineup.
I think the one thing I will say about this new Los Pepes lineup is if you look at the roster they had before, I think they had Abuser, who I believe is a Belgian player, and they had, of course, Traudy, who is an English player. Playing with an all-Spanish lineup is just going to make all your communication, everything just so much tighter as a roster. Your chemistry is just going to be better. That's just how it works, right? And, the Spanish players and really the Spanish community are so tight-knit that they all pretty much get along with one another for the most part. There's rarely any beef between these guys. They get on really well. And for a gamer like Search and Destroy, that is very, very important, especially against this August roster, all of which are just extremely talented at this S&D game mode. But that is the question, right? For Search and Destroy for Los Pepes in stage 4, it was their kryptonite. They were pretty terrible at it. It was a notable weakness. It's something that everybody basically were able to exploit. August should win this here, but it is going to be interesting to see whether or not Los Pepes have improved their Search and Destroy. One thing I will note, we talk about sort of that addition of Zappy and Rancor to the roster. Specifically looking at Rancor, he is a player that can really turn a game on its head all by himself. He can one-man army this if he really needs to. He definitely has the talent to do so, and that's what August needs to be wary of. If you can shut down Rancor in a game such as this one, it should make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, I imagine it would. I mean, when you're talking just like about some of these players, right? Like, we don't know how they're going to be able to perform, especially like in a grand final. Like, it's a different setting. Yeah, you're in this honeymoon phase. Yeah, you've just been picked up. So like, you have to imagine like vibes and scrims have probably been going pretty well. But this is where, you kind of meet some of that adversity where it's like, okay, you're down 0-1. You just came off of a hot 3-0 versus Elevate. You're probably, riding that high for a very long time, but now you've been kind of sitting stale for a little bit, waiting for these matches to catch up in that lower bracket. That first map hits, it's super close. You end up falling just a tad short because the rotation was on lock and Orglitz. And this is where, you ask that question, how do they bounce back? They know in the back of their minds that, okay, if we lose the first best of 5, we still have a safe haven going in towards the second best of 5 here. So there's still an opportunity for us to bring things back, but you never want to get to that second best of 5, Brody, right? You want to get things done and at least show us that you can bounce back, I think, coming in towards this S&D. So that is the most important thing. But on the other hand, Orglitz is really good at being able to come away with the lead and then snowball that, right? Once they find some of the mistakes that you're making pretty commonly, they're able to exploit those quite well. And that's how they create that snowball effect in a lot of the series that we've seen for them. We've seen it in grand finals versus Elevate, right? In towards some of the elites that we've had play out for us over the season. So this is something I feel like you really do need to come back with and make sure that Orglitz is not going 2-0 up here in the first set.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing as well. I think people very often forget just how proficient August are in these situations. They have many times come from the losers bracket and won 2 best of 5s in a grand final. It's happened countless times. And whether that's sort of, you look at the Modern Warfare season when these guys were playing under war, at least a few of them were playing under war, it was literally a characteristic of their roster. It attached to LAN, it attached to online. Either one, they were able to do it. And as such, for Los Pepes, you do not want to let them win this first best of 5 because it would send this August roster on a path that they do not want to see. Now, I will say as well, you know, just to sort of dispel any potential bias, accusations from any fans of Los Pepes, Los Pepes do have this secret weapon on their side where August know very little about this roster. And despite how sort of talented the coaching team on August are with Roper and Looty, you know, you're not going to be able to veto against this team because they're a new team. You know, you don't know what maps they're going to be good at. You don't know what maps is sort of, you know, you want to take out of the veto process. And that is, I guess, the strength that Los Pepes have, is that August just aren't going to know their strats. And that's something that we know August value very heavily is that strategy book of theirs. So yeah, I guess that's the strength that Los Pepes have coming into this series. If they can maybe come out and make some wacky plays, I don't know, some secret weapon against August, that'll be interesting for sure. But we've still got 4 more maps in this series potentially, Austin, and then of course another one. So we've got a long way to go if it does go the distance, of course. Who knows?
I actually love that point that you brought up about like there not really being like a whole lot of information on the squad for, you know, what maps they're good at. And it's not even like you can go back to the Elite and watch over their S&Ds because they were so poor at actually winning a lot of their S&Ds, right? So you're not going to go back and spend the time to watch what they were doing wrong. So it can be difficult, I think, to prepare going up against a squad that you know hasn't really traditionally been too strong in this game mode. Sure, they had a couple players in, but how much does that really change? And it comes back to the point that Alan even brought up, where it's like, okay, we're playing Moscow, we're playing Standoff, where maps that are actually, you know, kind of flexible and also kind of rewarding in the sense where if you don't fully commit to something and you're still able to play, you know, through one side of the map on the offense, you don't have to, you know, fully dedicate a push towards A just because that's where you set up the push. You can still fall back and kind of backtrack a little bit to see exactly where you want to find yourself here. And I think that really does benefit a team that hasn't really been too strong in Search and Destroy. So this is up to Orgulus, I think, to find the mid-game adaptation. If they, you know, end up falling a little bit short here in these first couple of rounds, how are you going to be able to fix those mistakes very quickly? Because you mentioned it here, Brody, you know this Orgulus squad is capable of being able to make these crazy, insane plays from that first set going in towards that second set here. So you want to get things done in the first set. Do not allow Orgulus to go to a second best of 5. And as we get in towards this map 2, we'll see if there has been any improvements for Los Pepes up against Orgulus here on Moscow Search.
That's the question. Orgulus, they're a dangerous roster in their current form. 3 first-place finishes in a row between 2 Challengers Cups. And, of course, that all-important Stage 4 playoffs. Los Pepes, therefore, the challengers, really, in this matchup. We'll see how they get on. I believe right off the gate here, we're seeing Los Pepes coming out of a really crazy spot. I believe off the back of it, they did actually spot Vortex inside this window.
Well, no hesitation, right into B. They've cleared at least inside the building. However, out back, kills are coming through, and that's going to really hinder this push. Zappy and Fusion, they would have to come out with a 2 versus 4. Zappy's going to get shrugged off inside the closet. Gizmo just challenges in a very clean retake for Orgulus as they will get that first round.
That's a retake. Yeah, that was a very fast retake coming in from Orgulus there. Los Pepes, I mean, they got the control of the site pretty quickly, but I like Orgulus there just backing away. We actually had Vortex who did have control of the window. The fact that he managed to effectively back off, regroup his team for that retake is a pretty good play coming out from Orgulus.
See it again here from Steve-O, and just I think it's the patience. When we're seeing a lot of teams try and make something happen on this site from the offensive perspective, it's usually getting your AR pushed up in the street, finding that pick, and then backing away and playing a little bit more of the defensive setup when you have that man advantage. But, you know, as soon as you lose those first couple of players and you're in a 2 versus 4 and your subs are stuck inside, you know the flood's about to come on through. And Orgulus, they play that patience game beautifully, strike when they have to, grab that first round, and now it's time for Orgulus to try their very first attempt at an offensive round here on map 2.
We'll see how they get on at the moment. They don't seem to be attaching themselves to either bomb particularly. They just want to sort of survey the terrain. And, well, that's one way to survey it, isn't it? If you're a Vortex, is you pick up Torres early on in this one, a player that gets overzealous over towards Globe. There's a trade, though, coming in from Rencourt. Now on a 3 versus 3. Orgulus haven't made much progression at all with this bomb just yet.
Well, up through the middle, Orgulus, they want to break this site open. And they're going to have to get through quite a few members. Fusion, first one. He will knock him down. Steve-O out of the picture. No trades, no one slides out. So very aggressive play with no one really making anything happen. Nasty will get pushed, so the trade is there. Number still for Los Pepes as Harry is left alone in a 1 versus 2.
And they know where Harry is as well because he's taken those shots. So really for Los Pepes, this is just kind of gambling as to where he has gone. Harry, does he slip the net? Okay, he does. Fusion didn't see him. But there should be a pinch coming in from behind. Last player takes him down. That's unfortunate there for Harry, just trying to outplay him. But just one of those 50-50s. Unfortunately, that particular coin toss does not go his way.
It's not. This is a big play from Fusion, right? Just finds the first kill, tucks himself away. Nasty caught someone over peeking, able to get one back, and then Fusion just, hey, I got the comms. Nasty's low. Let's push. Boom. Takes him out and gets the double, and then plays his life and doesn't challenge Harry there to potentially give away his life, as a lot of players might have been looking for the clip with the 3-piece there in the end. Not the case, and that is going to be both teams striking first on defense.
August took a little bit too long there to solidify themselves on the offense. Los Pepes, of course, working off the back of that. We'll see now how Los Pepes get on with yet another offensive round of their own. Bomb hurtling towards B. Vortex should spot this one out, will back away, and hey, it's a play that we've seen before here, Austin. August going to regroup for what will be a retake.
Yeah, the question is, how patient is Orgless going to play this time around? Are they going to try to do what they did last time? Play a little different? It looks like Los Pepes have not got nearly as aggressive, but Harry's holding this angle. His teammates also with them. There's the first engagement. It goes over towards Los Pepes, but Gizmo gets there in the nick of time to trade one back, and now 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds left.
And Torres is just waiting. He's waiting for Gizmo to make this first move. Hasn't even moved at all to check this bomb. It was a risky play, but he doesn't need to. There's the information given, and he just needs to shoulder peek this effectively to make sure nobody jumps on this bomb. Torres going to go for it, wins the one. That leaves Harry in a horrendous position, but he might be able to come in behind. They don't know he's dead. Harry, no way. He goes down. Oh my goodness me. Harry was about to eat good.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I guess in your head, if you're Los Pepes, you're like, oh, last player left alive is Harry. He's got an AR. He's going to challenge us head on. Oh, wait, no, he's not. He's flanking. And if you think if there is a different weapon here, like a 74U, Harry maybe comes up with both of them there. He got pretty damn close, but not going to matter. Los Pepes, they play their post-plant setup a little bit different in and around B, and they'll find their very first offensive round of the back end of some clutch trades. In a very clutch situation at the end that they come out with here. So nice job, Los Pepes, certainly showing some improvement in search, and now we'll see if they can lock things down over by the A site like they did last time.
Los Pepes, they want to lock this bomb site down early on in this round. They've sent quite a bit of pressure over here. They're even sending Rencor on a very long flanking from behind, so we'll keep an eye on that as the round progresses, but the fight's going down. Fusion going to get involved. Torres trades things out. Now a 2 versus 2 as Nasty takes down Zappy, and this should be a good pinch coming in from Los Pepes if the timing works out in their favor. Rencor is coming in from behind. While this is going on, Nasty and Harry, they've pushed through. And that one win there from Nasty taking down Torres opens up this rotation towards B, and Rencor left on his lonesome.
That's so unfortunate. Renkor's flank just means absolutely nothing, and they have a good idea on where he is, so that means that Orgless just go right over to B. And now Rencor needs to find 2 and a bomb defuse to come out with the round. He's going to start peeking in around the back. It's going to be a quick check there. Nasty going to take a look inside. Doesn't find too much. Harry playing very defensive. Watching over lobby, but they finally spot him. The double chow is in. Orgless, they will respond right back and tie things up at 2.
You got to feel somewhat there for Los Pepes, right? Because the timing just didn't work out in their favor. The last 2 players for Orgless effectively managed to saunter through lobby. Problem 3. And it's going to be around there for Orgless. There's not much to separate these 2 teams at the moment, not only in this series, but now in the Search and Destroy also. A reminder for you folks at home who may be just joining us on this stream, of course, from the wonderful major that's ongoing. It was a very close hard point. I believe 4 points the difference in the end. Los Pepes made it close, but Orgless came out with that one. Now we're in the Search and Destroy, and hey, would you look at this setup from Orgless? It's pretty good.
Yeah, they're ready for this, and they actually forced Los Pepes out, and this information is so good because all 4 players are here for Orgless, so they can just rotate in the back as they need. However, they don't expect Zappy to already be on the site, which means that the bomb is going to go down. Orgless are going to be just slightly behind on this retake.
Orgless taking their time with this one. You might want to quicken the pace up here a little bit as Los Pepes, they have the element of surprise onto this Orgless roster. Orgless going to be checking every single corner they can. Vortex puts the first 2 shots in. There's the trades now coming in, but Fusion in from behind. Can he get it done? No! He chuckles the play. And now it's a 3 versus 2. Los Pepes. Can they get this done? Harry's going to jump on the bomb. All Rencor needs to do is get that kill, get away. But hey, Renkor's going to get both kills anyway.
Oh man, Fusion's gonna be buying Rencor dinner after that one because he bails this round out here for Los Pepes. You go back to it and Nasty finds that first one, and then Fusion comes around this wall and just needs to trade Harry. If he can get the trade and then Nasty gets him right after, that's fine, but it is really just the clutch that ends up happening as Taurus goes down. Rencor plays the little angle and pops out when he needs to take him off the bomb. Very well done, but very close at that. And still seeing Los Pepes, though, kind of lead the charge for us, Brody, where they have been in the lead. It's just about trying to find yourself a bit more of an advantage. Coming away with a couple of rounds here would be obviously ideal, and Rencor, who's now found himself on a bit of a streak, could look to play maybe more defensive this time around and work towards some streaks as well.
Look at this from Los Pepes. They've sent Zappy all the way up here. He could potentially do something. Unfortunately for him, though, Vortex takes him down. August are ready for such a play. And now you need to see something from Los Pepes here where they actually want to stop August from getting into the site at all. Unfortunately, though, August get control regardless. All the kills boil down to just Fusion left on his own. He's going to try and come in from behind to B. But little does he know, Austin, this bomb is just not here.
Yeah, this is just, I think, done so much on Moscow. It's like, all right, we cleared out one site. All right, let's immediately rotate. It's a 1v2. Don't give him a chance at being able to beat us to the punch. And Fusion, really good in these moments. If he can just get himself inside a lobby, he's got the mechanics to finesse and come out with a couple of kills. But the difficulty is closing the distance. And now information is here. Stevo and Gizmo just going to play their side. Look to hold on the best they possibly can. In Fusion, he's got to make a play. He's going to isolate Gizmo here. The chow is in. Gizmo takes it head on. The pinch was in from behind, so likely good for the trade either way. Orglis able to come right back and make sure that things do not get out of hand and tie it up.
That's just unfortunate there for Fusion, and realistically as well, a good play, not to take anything away from Vortex and Gizmo there, because it was a good play. Rotating out like that, you take away what is effectively a crucial 10 to 15 seconds from Fusion in that little 1 versus 2 there. That's 10 to 15 seconds where it just forces you to make some snap decisions, maybe some irrational ones that Fusion does end up doing. So August, working off the back of that, able to tie things up once again in what has been an extremely close search and destroy between these two rosters. And Los Pepes, back to the offense they go. Fusion in the window at the moment, wants to draw that first blood, knows that at least somebody from August is around the corner with that stun check. Vortex hasn't fallen just yet, though, and instead, Vortex gonna get that first blood on the Rencor.
Stevo has been so aggressive. He's opened up the last 2 rounds with first bloods. And you're going to get this bomb down, sure, but, man, holding on towards this with just 2 players at the moment, that is a lot to cover. And that push is already coming through lobby, middle of the map. Taurus does find the angle to at least find one. No trades have come through just yet, and that actually evens us up. And Taurus finds a second. Gizmo challenges, and Zappy finds it. This is just an unbelievable round, and it's all left to Nasty in a 1 versus 3.
What a round from Los Pepes there. Taurus and Fusion in the mid-map, they played that so well towards the end. They get this bomb down. They transition over to mid-map, knowing that Harry and Vortex are going to be rotating over from Globe. And then, of course, I mean, there's a little bit of Call of Duty timing involved with Torres getting away from that first kill, but Vortex had absolutely zero idea where Torres went. But still, perfectly executed there from Los Pepes on the play. A 3 versus 4 that's done very well. And well, now they take the lead once again. But so far in the Search and Destroy, this has been the case, right? It's been one team just poking their nose out in the lead and, well, trade right back from August. So we'll see whether or not that happens here once again.
Yeah, and if you're Orglis, you really need that to keep on happening for you, because 5-3 and 4-4, totally different story for how things could play out. But I like this. Orglis again, they've been taken away the middle of the map the last couple of offenses. It was Stevo who found the first blood just a few rounds ago. And they might have actually just found an opening to go all the way through, but Rencor, good timing here, is going to back them up, forcing them to at least go back to the middle of the map or over towards B. And I think the information is here. Everyone from Los Pepes is now in their spawn, and Taurus, he finds a crucial first blood on Nasty as they'll now play for the retake.
And this is effectively a 2 versus 3 on the site, right? Because you've got Harry, who I believe actually might have been spotted out by Zappy, so this information is there for Los Pepes. And as Vortex falls as well, realistically speaking, you're going to need Gizmo to make some hell of a play. Harry goes down. It's all on Gizmo. Los Pepes, they get it done. And Auglis just find themselves there in such an awkward spot.
I am very impressed with how Lost Pepes has been playing Search and Destroy. Like, this is obviously a totally different team from what we had in the Elite with, half of the roster being changed up. But the fact that, they're playing this well is really going to bring a smile, I think, to a lot of people who are looking for these underdog squads like Lost Pepes to come through and take out these big top teams right now in European Challengers. And they're doing it just so well off the back end of just making sure they're not getting overconfident. They're playing things, to a very patient level in the back where they know challenges are going to come through when they create man advantage. So this has been really clean Search and Destroy here thus far. And as we touched on in the last round here, Brody, do not want to go down 5-3 where Orgulus now find them in the situation where they have to come away with 3 rounds in a row.
And Orgulus once again getting aggressive here. It's going to be a double blind hit from both of these two teams. There's only one player on each squad that's not part of this engagement. That's going to be a separate fight that goes down towards the mid-map. But as for this fight over towards A, someone has to blink first, and Gizmo is that man who takes down Torres. And that's going to effectively force Los Pepes to rethink this entire situation. They know there's no way they're getting control of A in any timeline. So they make their way over towards B, where Vortex is waiting with open arms.
I think Steve-O hears something too. Might have heard a Mantle, but doesn't actually check his back. And Fusion might get the freest kill ever. I think Steve-O now realizes, all right, guys, they're in our spawn. Steve-O waits, finds Zappy. And now it's going to be a 2 versus 4. Rancor and Fusion, they have a lot of work to do with only 30 seconds left. Not looking ideal. It's all to Fusion, but he does come away with a snappy 2-piece. Now just 20 seconds left to try and make a 1v4 happen.
I was about to set that up. Fusion 1 versus 4. Wouldn't that be nice for a way to finish this Search and Destroy? But it just isn't to be. And Josh makes the play here. Realistically speaking, we're going to see Fusion in the final kill cam. Of course he will, because he got a 2-piece inside Laundry. But nonetheless, it was Josh there. He made the call, got the kill, and really unsettled Los Pepes in the play. And from that moment onwards, instability, they fell down, and the round falls with them as Orgulus have another round on the board. They're not out of this Search and Destroy just yet. Now they're going to have to take an offensive round to push this one to around 11. And I'm really intrigued to see what Los Pepes do here on the defense, because so far we've seen teams set up heavy towards A on the defense. That's not happening here. There's presence in the mid-map, but Zappy's got to deal with some 3 players from Orgulus.
Yeah, they've done this the last 2 rounds, right? They've just pushed through mid. They are not willing to take the gunfights inside of cutout or, in towards this kind of statue area. So they're gifted the area every single round. It's just a matter of what can they do with it. And are they going to expect Zappy to be waiting right here? The double jump through the coordination, just too damn good for Orgulus, and that is going to open up the first kill, and now a chance to maybe even drop the bomb.
This bomb is going to go down. It's really about the reaction from Los Pepes here. They've got a player coming on the long flank. Can Torres and Rancor hold out until that play comes through? The answer seems to be yes. There's Fusion, but he might have just come in a little bit premature. He picks up that first kill. That's going to alert Nasty to his location, but it doesn't matter. Fusion picks it up regardless. And now the numbers skewed in favor of Los Pepes. What can Vortex and Gizmo do about this? Somebody's on the bomb. Is the cover there? Yes, it is. This bomb's getting defused no matter what Gizmo does. And Los Pepes coming out with a win in the Search and Destroy.
Oh, they get the Search and Destroy win, and we get a look at what just won them the game. It's Fusion's flank, and I mean, it was just another one of those moments where you're communicating, hey, listen, I'm hitting a pitch, don't die, don't die. That's exactly what you're calming in that situation, and everyone for the side of Los Pepes just simply hangs back, waits, holds a pre-aim, and just allows that play to happen. Once it does, Fusion opens up, breaks that setup, and it obviously is just chaos from there on out as you're just forced to press forward since you're just being pinched from multiple different angles, and there was no one holding on towards the middle of the map to kind of stop that play from happening. They did not assume Fusion would come through or anyone else, and it ends up costing them there. So a very nice Search and Destroy. I wanted to see Los Pepes, in that game mode, and I gotta say again, quite impressed with how they've made a lot of adjustments. They look like they have a lot more confidence when they're playing in these offensive, defensive rounds, and the adjustments were also there. So good job here to time the series for us, bro.
Yeah, I got some questions for Rancor, man. Who are you and what have you done with Los Pepes? Because their Search and Destroy game looked on point there in game number 2. And that's not to say they walked away with it easily. That's not at all the case. Orgulus definitely made them work for it in a couple of situations. But there were just moments there where that looked like a completely different Los Pepes roster from what we saw in stage number 4. And technically speaking, it is, of course. Zappy and Rancor joined the roster. But we actually just saw a play there just a few moments ago where they managed to collapse on in on Orgulus us a 3 versus 4. Very rarely do you see teams just make the call to get the bomb down, despite the fact that you don't have the numbers in the situation. You always kind of see teams say, look, we're in a 3 versus 4. We're not going to get this bomb down unless we know we can do it safely. But, you know, they throw caution to the wind, they get it done, and then, of course, just perfect execution off the back of it as well, with those players transitioning from B to A. And, well, Austin, we have ourselves a series here because now it's tied up at 1-1.
Tied up 1-1, a very fun series of that. And I mean, if you missed the very first game, 250 to 244 on Checkmate Hardpoint, and we just got a 6-4, and now we're going back to another Checkmate, of course, for Control. This will be the big swing map between both of these squads here for us. And I mean, just with the way that some of these players have been, you know, on top of rotations, on top of, you know, these little situations that they've been coming out of, I think this is going to make for an excellent map, because we're out now at that point where Checkmate, you know, isn't the same as it was when we were watching over in Stage 1, Brody, where it's just like, all right, let's see what happens round 5. Who gets round 5, right? That was kind of always the big conversation, where it's just very similar to, you know, what kind of happened in Black Ops 4. Once we got far enough in towards the game, they started to figure out the map combinations a little better, and now we actually tend to see a lot of these offensive rounds go over. And if you find one good wipe, I think teams are just a lot better at being able to really take away a lot of the important parts of the map and make sure you don't have an easy rotation back on the defense, which is the same thing that ends up happening on the offense when you get spawn trapped here. So this should be a good look. Again, the swing map to decide who ends up going up 2-1, and Orgulus having to battle through 2 best-of-5s. You feel like this would be an important one for them to take to kind of lead this first set.
I will say, if anything, you know, you kind of discussed the point there about sort of what Control looks like at the moment in comparison to sort of how it was at the start of the season. And I absolutely agree with you. I think, you know, 100% teams have got much better at offensive rounds. That's why we, you know, often you see a map like sort of Garrison in the conversation, where offensive rounds are actually a lot easier than they were right. At the start of the season. That much is for sure. But, you know, with Checkmate Control, you know, specifically, I still think certain teams struggle to seize the moment when it's upon them, to jump on a point. And that's what I'd like to see out of both Los Pepes and Orgulus here. If you get 4 down, jump on a point, make tick progression, because it matters in the long run. That is what I need to see from both of these rosters. You know, there are questions about whether or not Los Pepes are going to do that, because this Orgulus roster, I think, you know, they fill to the brim with talent, not only new blood, but of course old veteran talent in the form of sort of Vortex and really Nasty. I think at this point you could probably describe Nasty as a veteran player, who are going to know, look, you know, guys, we're going to have to jump on that point and get that capture done when the moment comes. Whether or not Los Pepes will do that, that's going to be a different conversation altogether. I mean, that being said, I really don't know anything about this Los Pepes roster anymore, to be honest, because you know, they were rubbish at Search and Destroy in Stage 4. This all-new Los Pepes reboot looks much better at that game mode, so hey, they might as well be Control Wizards as well.
I just think it's really interesting to see how fast they look in sync, like with very little time. Like, I think that's like one of the most difficult things to come away with, and I think you really hit on it. You know, saying like, listen, like now, you know, all 4 players are actually, you know, speaking the same language, where it's not like you got one player from UK, another player from here. It's just going to help overall, and you feel like at least watching over them and what they've been able to do and how they've made these, you know, improvements from the elite. Yeah, it really is noticeable, and there's a reason they're in this grand final. So improvements are absolutely phenomenal here for them. This will be our first look at how they're going to be able to play a Control. And you bring up the veteran factor here of having some big voices on this lineup for Orgulus that very well could determine how you're able to come out with a map, especially when you get down to some of those crunch times in those round 4s, those round 5s, when it comes down to just 30 seconds left. We're on offense. We have to make something happen, and it has to be perfect. If not, it's going to cost us the map here. So those are some of those situations where you have to feel like you maybe do favor Orgulus, but also could be a good look at how Los Pepes is going to be able to step up to the plate if those situations do happen to arise as we get ourselves in towards this one. Brody, Orgulus versus Los Pepes. It's been a banger series thus far, but someone is about to take the lead, and it's going to be a big first round here for Orgulus as they come in towards this one.
And very quickly, as we get into this match, quick shout out to our observers, Shane Ed and Kyle Lakes, of course. Our observer team, as I've said previously, they don't get enough love, so go follow them on Twitter. They are a wonderful bunch of folks, and they do some wonderful work here for both the CDL and for Call of Duty Challengers, observing this matchup. But getting right back into it here, Austin, Orgulus versus Los Pepes right off the bat. Seems like Los Pepes, they have a hold on these spawns.
They do have a hold. Now Fusion, how many does he come away with? Just able to get one. Steve-O, crucial trade, but still half the team pinned in the back of the spawn, and are they going to read Torres just sitting inside the crate? Stefo will not. He deals with one spawn trapper, but can't seem to deal with the second. And well, Zappy immediately presses up as he sees Torres in the back getting some work done. 2 in a row for him. Snaps onto Stevo again. He was just struggling to even get out on the map here, bro. I don't think he's really gotten to take a look at Checkmate a whole lot throughout this one so far. And now there's only 30 seconds left. You got to make some kind of offensive pressure happen.
Douglas trying to make the move, and well, that's certainly going to help, isn't it? As Nasty picks up 2, Harry with number 3, just one more player to take down in the form of Fusion on the A point itself, and August get control, tick progression now coming in. And I'm really interested to see what the momentum swing looks like here. I don't know if Los Pepes have lost this point just yet. I think they're going to go for it just one more attack at the very least now. I think, yeah, they've decided just going for the push over towards B. Make sure we don't lose it with the momentum. I don't know whether or not they actually have a voice in that conversation, though, to be honest with you, because the way that August are playing, the kills going in their favor, they've already got pressure in on these spawns.
Oh, I would have loved to see Harry go first there. Gizmo was on a 4, but I guess Harry is also on a streak of his own. However, I don't think he's going to be living for too much longer as the push comes through. Collapse is good. Los Pepes, they clear out all the members in their spawn, but they got to now turn their focus back over to the control zone where it's just been 2 clean ticks of progress that have actually just come on through. We still got over a minute to play with. We do finally get some White that floods into that feed, but right back is Nasty, who's holding on to the plane. Zappy will backtrack, finds him, takes him down, and now it's back to step 1 here for Orglis.
And, you know, to be honest with you, this position for Orglis is not terrible. It's far from terrible. You only need 1 tick of progression, as you say. You have a life advantage, and you have a fair bit of time on the clock. This is at least 2 pushes in from Orglis. If they put them together properly, which, of course, they will, Vortex is going to be the proponent to make this one happen. He picks up the first kill, looking for the second. Yes, he'll get it. Rencor now inside Wood, but the job really is a good one for Orglis. They're on the point, and this is going to force Los Pepes to just push for it. Out of position. Are they out of time? Yes, of course they are, as Orglis get control of round 1.
I hit on this in the map when we were watching Checkmate Hardpoint. I'm going to hit on it again. The objective control and the objective kills that come through here for Orglis have absolutely been a level higher than what we've seen from Los Pepes. Just about like every single kill that came through for Orglis, and you'll see on the scoreboard when it comes up here for you, has actually just about been on in and around the objective. You can just see the differential. Like whenever these guys are finding kills, it's because they're on the zone. It's because they're clearing someone off the zone, and then once they find those kills, they pounce and they make sure that they're making something out of it. So you really do have to credit this Orglis squad for coming away with what is an offensive round, coming right into this 3rd map for us and bouncing back from a tough loss there on the Search and Destroy.
Well, that's a hell of a start from Orglis. Now the question is, can they get control of the defensive round? Zappy wants to say no, at least off the break here. The newest addition to this Los Pepes lineup will end up picking 2, and we know in the past just how important control of the plane can be for control of the overall map. Zappy will be a problem for Orglis as they look to put a spawn tower up once again. Nasty able to filter on through. Los Pepes, however, they're pretty content with this situation. They've effectively flipped the map in their favor. They've got Fusion all the way inside their opposition spawn. Los Pepes have players in all kinds of nooks and crannies, and while all this is going on, they're making progress at A.
Yeah, Zappy's just toying with them. He's just like, all right, I know where they're spawning, guys. They're not going to be able to get here in time. We can stack the zone, and Zappy just turns, gets a little sound cure or something there on Nasty to come away with what was 4 in a row, working towards the streak, but Harry will shut that streak down. And Steve also responds with one of the sub players, and that's going to loosen up a lot of the pressure on the map here. So the zone does go over. There's about 2 minutes to play with, but Los Pepes need to make sure they're getting together as they make this next team push happen.
Good news for Orglis, they have some map control, they've got players inside the plane, and as the couple of kills do go their way, it's not the worst position in the world to be in, is it? Now Vortex really looking to screw this one down. Unfortunately, we'll get taken down before he can get past that 25-yard line, and Los Pepes will be offered an opportunity here to get back into this one. Looking to get control of the plane is Zappy and Fusion. Torres outside Tetris also will end up picking up a gunfight. And Vortex picks up 2 inside the plane. Maybe looking for number 3. He will get it. And Orglis off the back of Vortex here with 3 in a row. Regain map control. And the question is, can Los Pepes put themselves together? Because that really looked like a disjointed push from them.
Yeah, that was just a big moment, I think, from Steve-O, where he should not be able to find 3, but a couple players were tagged, and it just allowed him to make that crucial play. And now it's one that comes from Zappy, though, right? He slows down the defense for the side of Orglis, and the ARs are just pushed over towards the side lanes, and this is going to give Zappy another big opportunity. He just found all 4. That puts him on a 5. Streaks now absolutely in the conversation. The zone is being stacked. Orglis need to break on through. Nasty gets the touch, and he lines up 3, and Nasty gets a 4th! Back-to-back 4 pieces come away from both sub players. Brody, what is going on?
I am mind blown. Austin, I am absolutely mind blown. Nasty just shouldn't be allowed to do that. That's the bottom line. That's the tick point right there from Los Pepes. Awareness at level 0, apparently. No idea that Nasty was there. And now Orglis. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Los Pepes will finish the round in their favor anyway, but... Ooh, Nasty almost did it. If we're going to see it again in the best play, Nasty just lines up for him.
I mean, I know it has to be said, like, we've seen that before, Brody. We've absolutely seen a lineup before. Maybe not on this map, maybe not in that spot, but holy, lineups in Cold Wars, when they happen and you just lay down on the trigger, the kills just come flooding through. I just don't even have the words. Zappy gets a 4-piece. Nasty responds with it. Ultimately, the 4-piece from Nasty does look great, maybe something to throw up on Twitter, but it does not equal the round win. So it means that both teams have actually come out with successful offenses, and now it's about tightening up on defense a bit more as we get in towards the round 3.
Trading around so far, we'll see whether or not things stabilize, whether or not the defensive side in Los Pepes will end up winning this round. Or Zappy, off the back of his earlier spree, will actually have an artillery strike to work with. That's going to be very crucial, even with a map like this. Could force Orglis into some unfavorable positions. We'll see whether or not that does happen later on down the line. For the moment, though, Orglis, they seem like they want to get some control on this B point. Nasty could well be the playmaker to get it done. Unfortunately, only able to pick up 1 before falling. Orglis now trying to hunt down Fusion. They know that he kind of penetrated their backline. And now Orglis in for some tick progression potentially. They've got control of the plane. Get rid of Zappy, and now you can make some.
Oh, look at this. The team kills just came through from Rancor and Taurus onto each other. I don't know if they just stuck each other or what happened, but it's going to cost them the zone because of it. But we do actually see the streak invested from Zappy, so he's able to find 1. There's still numbers for the side of Orglis, and I do believe that will still mean the A zone, unless Rancor can make something happen, as it's a 1v1, and Rancor saves it! Oh, it's just multi-kills throughout this entire map for us. A 3-piece for Rancor actually stops that last tick from coming through just in the nick of time, and now Orglis, they're falling apart in their spawn.
What is happening? What is happening in this game? I'm losing my mind here. Los Pepes and Orglis just trading out, and Rancor... I mean, he pushes forward. This round is done. Orglis, they got very close to capturing a Rancor with a clutch moment, though. But Los Pepes, I mean, if they were in a LAN setting right now, if they were there, they'd be patting each other's backs, because that was a play and a half.
Wow. I mean, Rancor's 3-piece doesn't make it, so what did Fusion do? That's what I want to see.
What did Fusion do?
That's just like another 3-piece for him, so... Wow, just, I don't know what it is. It's something about multi-kills that have just been coming through. We've seen now 2 4-pieces, some 3-pieces. I mean, it really is wild out here. But in the end, Los Pepes, they do get there because of Rancor's play. He finds that 3-piece. He clears the entire A zone. And then the trap happens in the back of the spawn here on towards Orglis. So that means that you now need 2 rounds in a row. You have to lock down a defense. And with the way Los Pepes have been playing, they're so explosive. You can't give them any room. And Taurus already opens up with 2. Fusion kills himself, it looks like. And still means that Taurus finds everyone as he comes into this, starts it off with all 4, and gets on the zone.
Austin, oh my goodness me. You may as well rename the Call of Duty esports to multi-kill esports at this point. Los Pepes and Orglis just trading blows. Big blows as well, we'll say that much. Los Pepes have captured this point. Orglis ain't doing anything about it. Nasty and Vortex may well follow up with a couple of kills of their own, but Torres is still on this spree. Now has the artillery strike to work with. Just one more kill and he'll get the missile. It doesn't happen, unfortunately. Gizmo with a nicely placed Semtex will take him down before that second streak can be earned. I believe that's actually 2 streaks, though, here for Los Pepes. So now both Torres and Zappy have one to work with, and that puts Los Pepes in a really great position here.
Oh, does it ever? I mean, you could look to use them in this round. You could save one just for late game insurance as Gizmo lays on the trigger in the middle of the map. Does actually collect a couple kills. Trophy system will be taken out. Fusion just going to hold the line, try and wait for his teammates to come off spawn here. And this is a lot of time that's actually been taken away from the clock as Gizmo puts himself on a streak, 4 in a row for him. Just waiting for the next push, and Los Pepes playing very patient at the moment.
I do like this somewhat from Los Pepes. You might want to check your corners, though, if you're Los Pepes here, because unfortunately, Gizmo, he's sitting in them. Now surely they know, right, where Gizmo is situated, or maybe just not having the opportunity to deal with. I mean, this trophy system is Gizmo's best friend at the moment. All that utility being thrown his way, none of it connecting. And Los Pepes, in all of this, really, they just have lost such a large amount of time to get this one done. However, progression has now been made. They're inside the plane, they're on the point, and they're making this progress.
First pick, it's good. Torres, he's trying to lock down mid-map, but it's not happening too easily, and his teammates drop on the zone, but at least you get away with one. Won't be able to find much more than that as Gizmo rips his head off the top of the wing. And now coming down to 45 seconds. 1 tick is in. Zappy finds the first one. The double push from Orglis, looking to retake plane control. Gotta get through Zappy. You gotta get through Zappy, and they do. Nasty gets the trade, but Rancor's here to try and answer back for himself. The tags are in. The streaks, I think, are maybe going to come out. Was just a ping, I do believe, that just came through here as Harry's able to find one more for us, and it is still great defense for Orglis.
There's only 1 tick progression made over towards B as well, right? So, Los Pepes here, they will need to keep on going as they are, but Orglis. 6 versus 6 now between these guys. Zappy and Fusion able to find their way through. Orglis have been pushed off the point, and now it's just Zappy and Fusion on this point looking to capture it. If you're Orglis, you gotta go.
3 lives. Don't have a whole lot to go, but Fusion, you got Fusion in the point. Is it enough? Looking like it might be a no. 3 versus 2 in favor of Orglis. As you'll see, Torres pull out the 74 you just to get here in time. 7 seconds on that clock. You gotta touch. Rancor would have to find all 3. And I don't think he can even get to the zone as Stevo challenges on out. Orglis, they will lock down their defense. And Brody, we will see a round 5.
That we will. I'm not actually sure who's got more progression between the last few rounds. It's been a bit of manic for both of these 2 rosters. But round 5, the way that this series has gone thus far, I wouldn't have it any other way, Austin.
Hell no. It's just a banger matchup. Like 2 squads, 250, 244, 6-4, round 5. Really is a treat right now, isn't it?
I'm not complaining. That much is for sure, and I'm sure the audience at home aren't either. What a day for Call of Duty as Orglis and Los Pepes going head-to-head in the grand final of the European region. Orglis now making their way over towards A to kick things off, but Los Pepes with control of the plane, with control of the power positions.
Nasty, a little surprised he's not meeting any challenges early with the sub, so he presses up, able to find one. Tags in the back, and I think the key takeaway right now for Orglis is that they haven't been able to get on towards the zone very early and towards a lot of their offensive rounds. It's typically come in the last 30 seconds that they finally make a successful push happen. We'll see if that's the case. As Stevo does cut through mid, doesn't read Zappy down low, and Zappy actually finds a crucial double up that slows things down and allows the defenses now for Los Pepes to move back up on the map.
Los Pepes just in such a strong position here, and time very quickly is going to run out for Orglis if they don't get something going in their favor. Effectively now, there is some trades. Gizmo with a shot punch onto Zappy, but trades in favor of Los Pepes. It is just up to Gizmo, the newbie.
Gizmo!
Orglis! He gets it done with a Diamante, picks up 2, and now Orglis, they have an opening.
Oh, do they ever? It's just still a lot of clutch gunfights need to come through. You don't have the setup, and Nasty, he's waiting to see where the red dots are popping up. Where are the callouts? Because he's fighting them. He's battling them. Nasty almost snapped for all 3, but Fusion slides in, clears out the zone, and that is now going to force Stevo to come over towards this B point to see if he can at least stop the clock.
This is do or die, effectively, right now. You don't have the time to mess about here. Orglis, they need to get it done. And now it falls on the shoulders of Nasty. He picks up 1. Can he get it done? But from the top ropes, Fusion puts the bullets in. Rancor with the finish. Orglis need to touch, and they can't do it as Los Pepes here gonna get it done with that last 2-piece from Rencor. An incredibly close control. Los Pepes, they had a fight tooth and nail, but they get it done in the end.
They get it done in the end, and, well, we just got to see so many highlight plays. Like, I feel like you could just probably make a montage alone of what happened in this map. Not even the entire set or the series. There was just a lot of big ones that happened, but in the end, Los Pepes just good for that round 5 defense, and they really just did, I think, a good job of making sure that Orgulus weren't finding any early ticks of progress, weren't stopping that clock, weren't chipping down at the lives overall. So it made it very easy for them to kind of just transition in towards the later parts of those rounds, lock down a setup, make sure that no one is touching. If they are, it's out of desperation when they don't have the numbers. So really, really good job, I think, overall. We wanted to see how they were going to fare in these game modes, and right now, Los Pepes actually look solid in every single one here for us, Brody.
That they absolutely do, right? And, you know, they're going toe-to-toe with the Orgulus roster that, again, Statline for you folks at home, they've won every single tournament since they brought Gizmo onto the lineup. First place, every single one. It's only 3, mind you, but still, I'd say that's a pretty impressive stat line. We'll see whether or not they're able to continue it, but you know, going back to what we said here, and you guys can see it in the highlight reel, just multi-kill after multi-kill in that game, especially in the first few rounds where it was just clutch after clutch from these guys. It's just incredible masterclass from both Orgulus and Los Pepes.
Yeah, making for one hell of a series, that is for sure. And just going back over some of these moments, I mean, yeah, there was really so much to clip from. I actually kind of feel bad for, you know, our replay guy for this one, Brody, because he probably had to leave some of the multi-kills out because there were so many of them having to pick and choose. But yeah, that was a good map overall coming on through for us. And it also allows Los Pepes to go up 2-1, where we keep bringing up this factor where, remember, Orgulus need to win 2 best-of-5s if they're going to claim this open number 4. Yep. So you have to win the next 2 maps and then another set, where Los Pepes, they're like, all right, we brought things back. We ended up choking a little bit there in the map number 1 because we didn't, you know, win the rotation or get ourselves established first, and they're able to bounce back quite nicely through these last 2 maps, and now leading the charge, heading in towards what will be another hard point for us.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Orgulus, they have their backs against the wall now. And what a victory this would be, I will say as well, just to be clear about Los Pepes, right? You know, this is a roster that, again, you know, with their previous team, with Abuser and Traudy on the roster, or Q, if you will, on that, you know, they placed 5th in stage 4, and you know, I'd say that's a pretty good entry into Challengers Elite. But you know, you're offered up the opportunity to change your roster, of course, going into stage number 5, going into qualifiers, which of course are next weekend, and they take that opportunity, and you know, that's such a massive confidence boost to end up winning the Open if it does come to pass. Not only is it a nice pay packet, to be fair, you get a quite nice sum for first place, but you know, it's a massive confidence boost going into that qualifier where you're like, you know, hey, look, we can do this. Yeah, we just beat Orgulus in the grand final. We can absolutely do this. So it would be huge if they get it done. And of course, I know the Spanish fans at home will love it as well.
Oh, yes, they will. I mean, it's the fact that they actually beat Elevate, and then if they end up coming out with this series and they beat Orgulus, so they beat 2 of the top teams. And I mean, yeah, that does do wonders for you when you're talking about coming in to that next elite here for yourself with a chance to be able to kind of maybe even take it all, you know, have a total new squad rise on up here for us. A lot of players that are obviously extremely talented based off what we've seen today, but just players that I don't think you would really expect to be in a grand final. However, just proving everyone wrong, just running with this new lineup, showing us that, hey, we're not just a one-trick pony anymore. We don't just win our hard points, to actually can win out on some other game modes here, which is got to be pretty alarming for teams like Orgulus and Elevate, but specifically in this case, Orgulus, as they have to win this next hard point. And well, the last one was a 6-point differential there on the checkmate. This one a little bit different. We just saw it's going to be Garrison. The subs have already been frying here for us, Brody, so I can only imagine what we're going to get heading in towards this map number 4 in Garrison.
Oh yeah, for sure. The subs are going to be the key here on Garrison Hardpoint. You really do love to see it from these teams. You know, looking at August, this sort of sub duo of Vortex and Nasty. It's been a problem for teams this season. As a matter of fact, you know, Vortex and Nasty has actually been the only 2 players from the original August roster still here, and there is a reason for that. Of course, these 2 guys are pretty talented at what they do, but they do face some interesting competition on the Los Pepes side. You know, we were talking beforehand about how Traudy was actually a pretty good sub for this roster. I think actually was pretty underrated for this roster before. Now you bring Zappy as sort of the replacement for that. Of course, Fusion's still there. And Los Pepes subs, they're nothing to kind of, you know, sniff your nose up at all. They're a pretty good roster.
I think they're pretty solid. I mean, I was just most impressed with what Zappy was doing, I think, in the search and destroy with the sub, like how he was able to break in towards a lot of those sites, be the aggressive one. While carrying the bomb, I think he was carrying it there for Los Pepes in that map number 2 here. So I think he's already been pretty impressive himself coming in towards this. But this is, I think, that true test where you're coming in towards, okay, it's a Garrison hardpoint. A lot of gunfights are going to be head on here for yourself. So you do have to win a lot of those, battles and engagements. You don't always have the opportunity to come around and finesse and look for these pinches on a map like Garrison that is mainly just one lane. It can be really difficult to set up a lot of plays and breaks that way. So yeah, a lot of things you have to be head on here. So we'll see if he can maybe step up as he's been doing so far in this series. I mean, even looking over like the checkmate control there for us, like the plane control, generally speaking, from offense and defense was actually pretty solid here for them. So yeah, I agree with you, Brody. I think that they do have the ability to step up and prove and say, hey, listen, there's some other top subs here in Europe as well. So make sure you're not overlooking us. However, it is still difficult to break through someone like Nasty, who had a couple of big moments himself in towards that checkmate. It's just a matter of, I think, again, are you going to be able to bounce back if you're Orgulus now, where you're on the back foot, you're forced to win this map and the next one, and then you have to mentally prepare for a second best of 5. So I really do think there's a lot of pressure on Orgulus coming into this, and we talked about their veteranship and everything along those lines. This is where we get to really put it to the test in one of these moments where you've been playing long days yesterday and today, and you have to come up with a big win here in a do or die match.
Yeah, for sure, right? And that's the big thing for this Orgulus roster is, we've spoken at length about how this Orgulus team, more than capable of winning back-to-back best of 5s. When they've done that in the past, generally speaking, the first best of 5 is a 3-0.
That's true, actually.
That has been very often the case with this Orgulus roster, of course. Again, this does kind of technically include when they were War last season, because 3 of the players played for War last season, at least variations of War points through the season. But nonetheless, yeah, that second best of 5 doesn't really happen that often if they don't 3-0 in the first. That's not to say it's not going to happen here. Right, we don't want to count out Orgulus ever. That's a lesson that we've learned the tough way here on the casting desk, Austin. You never count out Orgulus in any given situation. They can push this to a game 5. They can push this to a second best of 5 still, absolutely on the cards. But just the way that this Los Pepes roster are playing at the moment, they're a totally different beast. Again, this roster change has been nothing but crazy fortune for this roster. It really has just done wonders for them, and it's not all that surprising, right? Again, going back to what I said at the top of the broadcast, with Zappy and Rencor, 2 of the players that I've had the chance to cast over basically for the entirety of my career, really. And, I've seen them go from strength to strength. And it's, specifically relating to Zappy as well, because I think Rencor has received quite a bit of the spotlight over the last few years. Zappy is just such a talent for this team that, realistically speaking, it's nice to see him sort of get the spotlight for the first time.
Unfortunately, we're not getting back into this one. Looks like someone did not load in for us, so the anticipation just building on up to see if we're getting to a map 5 or if Los Pepes have it in them to close things out on the Garrison hardpoint. Will we find out? Who knows? But back in towards, I think, some of the narratives, and you mentioned, casting over these players, and I imagine some of that's maybe even taking place on land. So, like, Brody, when you're looking at 2 of these players that have been able to almost break through, but haven't done it with, like, their traditional best rosters, like your Team Wars, like these Orgulus squads that we have here, where it's like a mix of all the top players, even the old Singularity lineup that kind of ended up splitting off a little bit. Do you look at these guys and really do think, like, wow, like, you guys had to kind of break on through, like, do everything you could in towards the pit, and now find yourself in this situation? Like, did you expect this, I guess, coming into this year, is more or less what I'm asking, when you've watched these players for such a long time?
For these 2 rosters, I think, I have always said there is a subset of players in my head, right? And this is coming from having casted sort of amateur league Call of Duties for many years now. There is a list of players in my head that I say, this player is going to make it. Ironically enough, actually, and this is, I'm not bragging, guys, okay? Ironically enough, Kleenex is one of those players. Insight was another one of those players that was on my sort of my mental list. All the way back in sort of World War II, we're talking about here. Those kind of players are just insane at what they do. And obviously, you guys get to see them. Cammy is another player like that, who I got to cast over survivor early on my career, and you know, he is obviously insane now, doing wonderful things over on his new team. But yeah, you know, there are players like these on these rosters that I would consider, I think, honestly, you know, given the opportunity, they would do wonders. Afro is another one of those players, right? After last season, now doing wonders with his new team. And yeah, speaking about players in this lobby, you know, I think Nasty is destined for big things. He is an incredible player. And, you know, given the opportunity, I think he'd be able to bring that talent to any given CDL team. But one player I really want to focus on particularly is Rencor. You know, I know I said, you know, Rencor has been given quite a lot of spotlight already, but he has impressed me so much over the course of his career. He used to play with a team way back in like World War II, where effectively the team just played around him because he was that insane. And yeah, it really just does go to show just how good of a player he absolutely is. So we'll see going forward, but all of these players are extremely talented. And again, some of them, they're on that mental list I have of players that are destined for big things.
I think that's the interesting thing with European challenges right now when we talk about it as a whole. I mean, if we didn't get anything out of that, I mean, the one thing you should take away is that there's a lot of talent right now, is what Brody's saying, in European challengers.
Oh, yeah.
Some of that has been picked up in the CDL, some of that has not, and we're just waiting to see, you know, what opportunities might arise. But I mean, you mentioned the Kleenexes, you mentioned the Insights, the Camis, who have all been able to build themselves up and now find themselves on Toronto Ultra, playing with one another. And you mentioned these players, you know, like Rencor, who might be able to kind of rise on up and do that exact same thing. When you put in a spotlight, when you've been able to break through a bracket like this, take out a team like Elevate, who has some stacked members on it overall, and then also find yourself in a winning situation where you're up 2-1 over Orgless, like, yeah, you're going to pull some attention. You're going to have some, you know, turned eyes looking your way to figure out, okay, like, what's going on over here? Like, who are these guys? And that's how it starts to kind of become a thing overall. So I think that's really the interesting topic as we're waiting to get in towards this one of, you know, what challenger players are really going to be taken away from the European scene and brought in towards the CDL next year, because it really does feel like we just have a long list of players just waiting, and we want to see a CDL team like, hey, like, who do you think we should pick up? And Brody's sitting here with his list of like 20 names, like, well, I'll give you a breakdown on all of them here. Like, what are you looking for, right?
August and Elevate, 100%. Right, to answer your question here,
sure.
This is a topic in itself, right, Austin? August and Elevator, like the teams, and let's not take away anybody else, like Los Pepes, of course, have made their way to the grand finals. Every single player on August and Elevate could play in the CDL. If they were offered that opportunity, they could play and they would rock it. And there's just so many players, man. It's not just European Call of Duty as well. You know, I'm a little bit biased. True. Being European myself, I am a little bit biased in the players that maybe I look at towards, you know, these guys would be really good in the CDL. But Challengers generally is just so rich in talent. And you look at the players that have been able to make their way up to the CDL this season, it really is just, you know, there are some serious gems down here, some diamonds in the rough. And hey, well, maybe if you're able to carve them out, it will provide some great talent for those CDL rosters that are maybe struggling. But we're back here. We're finally getting ready to go. Austin and I can stop talking absolute rubbish as we get into Garrison Halfway.
Yeah, will it be done here? That's what we're going to find out. Los Pepe is leading the series 2-1, but Orgless, you can't count them out, and they're going to find themselves right on the hill. A couple of big gunfights go their way, as that's going to allow now the subs to even start fanning out through the middle of the map, start catching some of the Los Pepe players off of their spawn. Patience from Steve-O, waits for the dark push, finds the first one. Trade needs to come through, and it does, but numbers still looking pretty solid overall for Orgless. At least it was, and so we finally get some white in the feed, so that means that everyone here are going to have to backtrack a bit for Orgless, make sure that they hold on and lock down the rotation for P2.
Well, Nasty has quite a bit to do here in terms of that rotation over towards P2 for Orgless. There's 10 seconds left on P1, so that rotation is inevitable at this point. And Orgless are kind of backed away all the way to the back spawns. They feel like Los Pepes is going to try and make their way through bricks. Have Los Pepes recognized that? I think they might have done. So Nasty has quite a lot on his plate. Is he able to get it done? Only one kill before Los Pepes able to find their way on in. Rencor, Torres, Fusion, everybody gets an opportunity here for a kill. And Los Pepes, they're in.
Oh, this is really tough. Torres just laying down. If he can get away with one, that would be pretty big. He presses and almost slips inside of bricks as well to keep his life. That does actually buy a lot of time for Los Pepes to come off that bad spawn, but this pinch is just gonna break the setup. Orgless finally able to start coming away with some real time here. This would be a big 30 seconds, and Los Pepes are in that spot where it's like, well, there's 30 seconds left. We can't really afford to hit and give up the rotation, so we're just gonna try and hold our ground. But hey, player one, he does spawn out.
Orgless in for this time at the moment. Los Pepes, as you say, one player is going to spawn out. So this rotation, they look to get it down, and hey, Zappy's a big part of that on a free spree. Will at least initiate some kills in favor of Los Pepes on this rotation. So August going to have to fight for this one, despite getting them a lot of time off the back of P2. Gizmo has to deal with Fusion just outside Caution. Unfortunately, doesn't spot him out as Fusion takes him down. Rencor elsewhere going to get 2 kills in the backline. Harry has managed to break through, but there's just only so much you can do there where you're all only lonesome as Los Pepes in for the early time.
I'll say it's really good recovery for Los Pepes to make sure that they don't lose this rotation, and they've actually gotten a good chunk of time overall for it. But Gizmo wants to say hello, tries to break through, and it's Fusion who has to turn and snap, and does come out with a kill there on towards Harry. 20 seconds remaining, and we'll certainly see Orglis throw a few more bodies at this, but now they're starting to make the call. All right, let's zone set up for the new hill. Zappy's already been able to push out the front of Caution, and this could actually collab from Dark and maybe come through with a flurry of kills, but it does not happen. So Los Pepes still caught in their spawn, but they got themselves a nice lead just a couple hills in.
Los Pepes in a great position here in this game. If they could break this early on, this would really blow this last game, or what it would be a potentially last game, wide open. Auglis get this time for the moment. Do they anticipate Rencor coming from behind? The answer is no. Fortunately for Auglis, Rencor isn't actually able to do all that much. Gonna have to go for a new angle. Gizmo deals with it though, takes down both players, and Auglis will hold on at least for the initial. Los Pepes though, just gonna continue to spawn in this backline towards generators.
Steve-O, bit of a slow start, but a chance to heat up here. Only there for one. Fusion big trade. And we'll see Gizmo try and pick that up. He puts himself on 3 in a row, and that's gonna read Zappy down low just a tad bit late. So can't get the pre-aim up, can't win the battle. This does leave an opening for Steve-O to push all the way through, but the setup holding strong for Los Pepes, but they don't account for Gizmo, who actually does end up dropping as soon as he finds that first engagement. So a lot of time goes over to the way of Orglis off that last hill, but the early setup here again for Los Pepes, just a matter of how much time they come away with, and so far Orglis is able to break through with a couple of kills on the point.
Los Pepes, they're here though. Torres, or more accurately, it's here. Okay, I thought it was about to turn around those boxes and get the kill with the Diamati. Unfortunately, we'll have to settle for just one as the second is denied, and Auglis will at least continue to apply pressure over towards Brown. Harry gonna soak up this time while Fusion has control of the office. Do some paperwork while you're in there, Fusion. You may as well. He's gonna pick up a kill. Now for the time, Fusion in for 2, looking for number 3, will be denied, but Torres once again there, ready to finish up his food. Los Pepes will get this scrap time, but that's not the worst thing in the world for Auglis, is it realistically, as they've already made their way over towards the next hardpoint.
Oh, but the good news is that Los Pepes do still hold the favorite side of the map when we go towards P2. So if they can keep P1 scrappy, the chance for Los Pepes to actually pull ahead a bit. Now, we will see 50-50 spawns come on through there, so it is maybe a move for Fusion to realize, wait, something's not going right as we're spawning on out. I'll try to make the play, but it doesn't happen. And Orglis, they're able to recover. Now they control the spawns. They're in the hill. Gizmo is able to keep his life. So a very good situation turned on its head now in favor of Orglis as they're on the time and they're in position.
Los Pepes hit, filtering through Dark. Unfortunately, they get filtered right through the AK-74U of Harry, who very quickly dispatches with them. And now you're in an awkward position if you're Los Pepes here, right? Because there's 20 seconds left on this hill. You need to keep on button heads against this particular wall because you're spawning out for that P2 rotation. So Los Pepes got to find their way through somehow, and they might have just done it just like that. Auglis, they put a little bit too much emphasis on the back line, and Los Pepes make this rotation work.
You called it beautifully. They did not put enough emphasis inside of the point. They did not play tight, but they are playing patient, and if these kills and challenges come through for Los Pepes, they might be able to push on through. We'll see what ends up happening here. Torres just waiting for an angle, hasn't exactly been able to find one, has some support up top, but it's not looking reliable, so Torres has to win kills inside of the hill, and Zappy found 2 heads, and he's still low, but goes for the challenge. It sets it up for Rencor to come flying through along with Fusion, and we'll see Los Pepes somehow battling this hill from the front.
Los Pepes, they've still got one player in from behind. It's going to be Rencor who's there. Harry may well pick up 2, but there's the trades from Los Pepes. Again, it is this Spanish side who are having the final say. August, you got to battle through here. Well, there's 20 seconds left. You can't really afford to let this time go, but at the same time, emphasis on spawns will be at the back of your mind, and there it is. The last couple of kills come through. August will pick them up, but look again at this rotation. It feels like time and time again at the moment here, Austin, Los Pepes are having the first go at this hard point.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Whoa, Nasty. Okay, just deal with a couple of players casually. Doesn't even think twice of it. Gets the regen. Trophy system not going to go down here, so it'll be quite vulnerable up front as they'll try to break into this one. Torres looking for that challenge, but there's still a trophy inside the point, struggling to break this. But if you can keep them off of it, that's really best case scenario. Nasty holding his life, waits for another challenge. Torres will finally put him down as there's 30 seconds remaining. Orgulous have struggled to break this setup, and if Los Pepes come away with the next 30, that's going to put them well over 200 and a good opportunity to maybe even close this out in this rotation of hills.
Well, there's a wave of gunfights that does go Augus's way, and hey, this last 20 seconds will also go their way. Now, Los Pepes here, spawning out over the other side of the map. They do get a rogue spawn as well. Quickly dealt with, though, is Zappy, who spawns over by Tools, and August now in a position here where they could chain together that scrap time and the rotation towards Nu. They just need to win some gunfights. My God, I make it sound so easy, don't I? As Nasty trying to make his way onto the bridge. It doesn't happen. And now here, Austin, Los Pepes, they're in for this time.
Steve-O's trying to make a route. Comes through the vent system. Might have found that opening, but the timing, not great for him. Luckily, Nasty, Gizmo, and Harry, they find kills. And now it's a 1v1, and Nasty wins it on the point. A massive 1v1 to come away with some crucial time. 35 seconds remaining. Fusion now the player to make a route. Alongside Zappy, they'll pinch. 2 players go down. They are putting in work for Los Pepes, and it sets up the subs as Torres off screen finds all 3, says, I got it, guys. Don't worry. We'll break inside of the point. We'll look to fight for the scrap time, where there's 20 seconds remaining, and Orgulous, they somehow need to flood into this scrap time and then push for Nu.
And look at those kills coming in from Los Pepes. August just cannot find their way through. Torres picks up number 5 in a row here, Austin. And this is the danger zone for August. Los Pepes in for the scrap time. Los Pepes in for the rotation. August, no handle on map control whatsoever, and just 15 points away from victory.
Oh, big win right there. Harry's going to have to find a few more of those. Steve-O in from the back. What do you have for us? There needs to be a break. Infusion, not going to make it easy, but the unfortunate mantle will cost him his life. Torres next up, not going to matter. Nasty, here for 2. The game might not be done and dusted just yet. The spawns are in the back. Orgulous in a spot to maybe even set up a spawn trap, as everyone needs to slow down for Los Pepes. But Fusion, has he found the angle? He breaks in for 2, 3, go down. Almost another one, but it's still not time going over, as we'll have to see Orgulous try and break with the final seconds. It could be done right on this hill. There is the break. Nasty and Steve-O, they might have just saved the game as they open up with 3. And Brody, it looks like we're going to at least one more hill.
That we are. Los Pepes just need 4 points, 1 break. August on this rotation. Vortex, he can get a couple of kills a little bit far out. That will certainly help his squad alleviate the pressure on the hard point itself. He's just playing with Torres and Zappy, at least for the moment. August are inside, but now have lost control of green.
Oh, you need to break in. Orgulous, they could still send this to one more hill. They can't win it here, but Los Pepes, they could fight for scrap time, and Zappy wants to end it. It's all to Nasty. Nasty with 2. Fusion doesn't hit the pinch just yet. He waits for Torres, and the teamwork is beautiful. The setup is in Los Pepes. They will close things out in the first best of 5. They will get it done with 3 maps in a row.
Ooh, well, that was one hell of a grand final between these 2 teams. We know that Alan enjoyed that grand final. Did you enjoy that grand final, Alan?
Yeah, I know. It's funny. We got a little voice program going on, and I had unmuted my mic on accident. I just got one of the biggest. Oh my God! It's like this team is unbelievable, man. It's just throughout all of that Garrison. I mean, that you could take as much as you want. I think just from that one map, the spawn manipulation, the rotational control. This Los Pepes team is no joke. I mean, there were maybe some instances throughout stage 4 where we were looking at, now what is just 2/4 of what that team was, and we were sitting there saying, are they just finding some favor comes to having a couple of special timings on the hard points? Is that why they're winning hard point over and over again? No, they've gotten a lot better, not just on making sure they're controlling time and space, but beyond that also objective play, as the search and destroy was really nice, and then even the round 5 control, really good stuff. But here is exactly how it all lines out. It was a 3-0 initially for Los Pepes on the winners finals against Elevate. And, well, without Bravery second, getting to that first map that we could have seen maybe another 3-0 here for Los Pepes was map 2, 3, and 4 were very good from them as well. So, I mean, Brody, first reactions, I started the show off asking you about what you might think about this Los Pepes new roster. And now that you've got some instances to look at them, what are your takes?
They're a lot better. They're a hell of a lot better. And, I've got to say, I think a lot of it is down to comfortableness with this roster. We brought it up, right? Hybrid rosters, they are generally harder to make work than when you've got a roster filled with all teams from one nationality. They make it work here. This Spanish team looks so good. Dappy and Rencor have made an incredible additions to this new roster, just in terms of the pace that they're setting as well. I think that's something that does really go sort of unnoticed quite often, just the ability to sort of, fasten up the pace as a roster. And, we talked about that. We said the fact that they're less AR-orientated players. Yes, Renkor's a flex, so he can use the Krig 6 if he needs to. But, when it comes to sort of the SMG presence, this roster, they have it in spades. And, hey, they look scary. In Search and Destroy as well, by the way.
Yes.
That was the key. That was the kryptonite for this roster in Stage 4. They couldn't play Search and Destroy. They hated it was there. And now I think they'll be pretty content.
Other side of things, just quickly before we send things to a break and turn our focus to Australia. Orglis, another grand finals, second place finish. You guys had talked at one point in time about how this Orglis team, they love to be able to prepare for their opponents. That's why they're so good throughout the elite stage. Anything that you kind of maybe noticed there in the mix? Because Harry had a great fourth map. I mean, realistically, you could look at different moments from a number of Orglis players and say they're still looking good, but they weren't able to get over this hurdle here, Austin.
Yeah, I actually think the big difference, at least in this particular matchup, was just the teamwork. I think the teamwork was just better for Los Pepes when it was coming down to a lot of these crunch time moments. I think that's the thing that I'm most impressed was just how they were able to slow things down and actually show, hey, listen, we don't have to push this. So that was really important to see the discipline from them. And I think Orglis was just getting ahead of themselves in some of those situations where it feels like, all right, we need to force, and they're making it happen just maybe a little bit sooner before having all of their teammates kind of with them and making these plays. I also felt like, they didn't catch on to how Los Pepes was leading the charge in that search and destroy, and that then allowed them to come away with a lot of rounds in a row. So overall, I think those were the big takeaways. And I mean, I'm still not counting Orglis out. It's a defeat, sure, but I'm sure these guys will be back stronger than ever when we get in towards the next elite here for Stage 5.
Well, it's $15,000 now won here for Los Pepes on the day with their first place championship. Orglis with $8,000. Of course, we saw Elevate finished in third, so they're going to be walking away with a pretty decent penny, but I'm sure some, grudge match that they're going to want to try to reprise too, as those were not great losses for them on the day to both Los Pepes and as well that Orglis squad. But that concludes Europe. Coming up next, we've got the Australian Pacific region, and there's a lot of interesting drama to talk about with the last two rosters that are in the grand finals. A little bit of you take him, we'll take yours, and we'll be good to go. We'll see. We've got grand finals of APAC coming up right after this break. Welcome back, everybody. We're digging in now to the APAC region grand finals coming up. I'm iHoldShift with Visions and Infinity. And while we've continually said time and time again that this APAC region has maybe showcased some of the most competitive nature that we've seen out of the region, maybe ever. And well, we're going to get a really good look at two solid teams that have actually, since the last time we looked into the APAC region, have gone through some changes. So we'll talk about these here in just a moment. But first and foremost, here are the two teams ahead of us. We've got Vertex Gaming going up against the Chiefs Esports Club. And for Vertex, they were formerly known as Void last time we had a chance to see them. They were actually the champions from Open number 3, and I would say largely everybody really impressed us a lot, Visions.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just like this squad because of the players that are on here. We got to take a look at them like very early on at the beginning of the Cold War season. I was watching someone like Mido, and I was watching, Man of Chicken, and I was like, dude, these guys are like actually frying. Like, they look really, really good, but it always feels like an APAC that, we just have like this top team that's matched by the second team, and like that's it. But it feels like this year some more players have been able to kind of, actually chip away at that and come away with, some decent runs. So I think this is a squad that you just can't underestimate. And when they catch fire, like they actually just run over you sometimes. So I think that is one of the biggest keys. But overall, this is a squad I think that a lot of people are coming in here with the idea that, hey, like they can absolutely take this again, and we'll see if they're able to do it.
And the reason why I framed that up as we take a look into this best of 5 map series set is the simple fact that there has been roster changes for both of these moves. In fact, they just kind of went player for player. Well, I won't say it's a trade, but it's going to feel a little bit like that. Crimsa, who had been playing with Chiefs, will actually be playing with Vertex, where on the other side, Restalling, who was playing for recently Void, now Vertex, will actually be playing for Chiefs. So, Brody, looking at this map set overall, I think those have to be the two players that we specifically keep our eye on as we go into this Garrison Hardpoint first off.
Absolutely, you do. Crimsa is an incredible player as well. He was a standout player for me during the Modern Warfare season over the very few times that we did get to see APAC back then. Of course, playing with that Renegades roster, right? He's now left his former teammates to go to this new roster. Albeit I really don't blame him, to be honest, because Chiefs have been, I would describe it as a rather disappointing roster this season. I think for the amount of talent they have on the lineup, they just haven't done as well as you might think, right? I mean, you look at the pre-placements before the roster change coming in, 5th through 6th at Open 3, 9th through 16th in Cup number 13. It's not good placements for that roster. So I think a change is actually going to benefit Chiefs Esports Club, and it will benefit Crimsa. And that's going to make this upcoming grand final very interesting here between Vertex and Chiefs. Of course, I think the other thing, sort of the elephant in the room here, of course, is that actually the two top seeds of this season, Renegades and Mindfreak, aren't here. So this is going to be a really interesting grand final.
Yeah, I mean, Renegades, we'll spend more time talking about them, maybe later on into the broadcast, because like you mentioned, a number of these players that we're going to see for Chiefs and also now Crimsa were a part of that roster that went flawless throughout last year in Modern Warfare. But just to kind of frame things up as far as how we got to this grand finals, Vertex has already beaten Chiefs once. That was in the winners finals. So it's going to have to be 2 best of 5s for Chiefs. I believe we are ready to go on into map number 1. So we'll see if we can just get things kicking and see if maybe Vertex can just keep their pressure on. Maybe they figured something out here with this new roster. And well, I mean, if you were able to go back to back in the cups, or these opens rather, I should say, that's great news, because there really hasn't been anybody to do that outside of Renegades who were able to take the first and the second open. So maybe now an opportunity, Brody, as we jump on in to see if this Void Vertex team can go from open 3 to open 4 and maybe do the exact same thing.
Absolutely. That's going to be the question, is how good are this new Vertex Gaming roster going to look? Of course, you already mentioned the fact that they won in open number 3, but a change following this. It's going to be interesting to see how this does go forward, as we're going to be kicking things off here with Vertex Gaming in purple, looking to make their way forward onto the hard point. Chiefs, however, looking to find their way in. Restalling picks up 2.
Yeah, and again, that's the real big player that I think we need to keep our eye on, just to do him some due diligence, simply due to the fact that, he was a big surprise, I think, early on into the APAC region, and provided, one of those quote-unquote Cinderella stories to really come into the mix. So it'll be really interesting, I think, just to see if he can keep it up now on the other side, where Chiefs Esports Club, as we continue to mention, we're struggling. Maybe this is the spark that they need. On the other front, though, just, talking about this Vertex Gaming roster, Crimsa was very, very, very much so vocal about how he was not happy about the fact that he wasn't able to kind of complete the storyline that he started to build last year, kind of felt a resurgence and said, I need to get right back into this thing and make sure that people actually remember what I can do on the map. So it'll be really interesting, I think, just to see what those two players have to offer as we get early on in. And, well, even as we get to the second hard point, good start here as Vertex actually find themselves in control of the Sat Truck and find their first lead.
Indeed they do. Kills coming in here for Chiefs as for Vertex, sorry, as they now get control of the hard point now, looking to get some time. And for Chiefs here with 20 seconds left, you kind of find yourself in this awkward position right here, Shift, where you don't really want to push this time because you'll end up losing the rotation.
Yeah, this is the smart play. We actually saw this exactly come through for Los Pepes, where it's like, okay, we are not going to be able to contest this scrap time. Let's just make sure we're playing for some good exits. And, Dev is another one of those guys. You feel like he's going to be one of those catalysts for success. And actually, on that elimination, as Vertex push forward, they actually force a couple of members from Chiefs to spawn out behind the second hard point. So maybe an opportunity for them to break. It's going to largely come to the middle of the map, but it might be taking a little bit too much time because Swifty on the back already coming through to pinch things up, and the Chiefs have dealt with the first push.
Well, they have for the moment. Still a little bit more pressure to be done with. Xeppaa picks up 2, and that's huge gunfights in for Chiefs as they now look to get the remainder of this time. Vertex, however, will not want to give this one up just yet. 30 seconds of time is quite a lot of time to give away, realistically, isn't it? And Chiefs doing a splendid job of holding onto it for the moment with that final gunfight. I think Daredevil still wants to go at this, to be fair. I don't really blame him. At the very least, just zone Chiefs into this hard point. He is not done just yet.
Oh, not at all. And now he's on a couple in a row. Opportunity to maybe even allow some of his teammates to consider finessing for some of this old time. But it looks like the concession of this back scrap time for the third hill will be the eventual call. A couple of trades on the exit. But largely speaking, this has been pretty much pre-established for Vertex, saying, okay, let's just get a little bit forward, make Chiefs feel pressure onto their spawn, and then we just open up this fourth hard point favorably, which is exactly the case. But the thing they may not account for is the fact that you actually have Chiefs with a split spawn situation, 2 from the top ropes, 2 from the front, and oh boy, Vertex did not seem to appear to really be aware of that whatsoever, and Chiefs will actually get a very early break on the fourth hill.
Well, Chiefs will be in for this time. What a neck-and-neck game thus far as Vertex will end up coming back just like that with a wave of kills here, Alan. It's going to be Vertex in for this time. Setsi wants to get a piece of the action with 25 seconds left, but unfortunately he is going to fall. So this is going to have to be all the players coming through ammo. Restalling isn't going to get that much of a go at the hard point. Now just going to be on Swifty, who's able to pick up 2. Looking to slide through. He can't get it done. And now Vertex Gaming here will be happy to just, give this last bit of time away and rotate over towards the next hard point.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting just to see how Chiefs want to rotate. And I was going to say the more difficult angle will be just to try to run through the middle of the map, which is actually what kind of Restalling does initially. Swifty's able to find 1 trade in response, but it's not going to be enough to actually break onto this 5th hard point. And even beyond that, Vertex have been essentially done their job. They clear up the back middle of the map. They can try to focus on this, spawn trap from the front, and the kills are coming in nicely. They even pick up Setsu, who was a random spawn out moment, and Vertex, a great start here onto the hard point. They find themselves at 115 to 88, and Chiefs, they're going to be very much so still trapped in the backside of this little train yard.
And Limax is close to streaks as well. So he's on a 5 spree at the moment, now looking for some more. If he can get these gunfights, there is 1. There should be more on the way soon. Kronos couldn't take yet another one away from him. So Limax just 1 more kill away from earning the artillery strike, and that could really blow this game wide open, both figuratively and, of course, literally with that streak. And now Vertex looking for some control of this hardpoint. Setsi and Swifty going to move on through bricks. Limax, there it is. There's the 7th kill. Now can he get the cruise missile as well?
And I'm pretty sure, just to kind of add on the player storylines here, Limax and Restalling have been essentially duoed up since last year when they were actually playing for Chiefs Esports Club, found themselves a 2nd place finish, obviously at the behance of Renegades, but now they find themselves at amends with one another as they find them, on the opposite side of the scoreboard from one another. And so far, Limax has by far been the superior as he's been absolutely in takeover mode, over 20 kills throughout the first rotation of Hills. And that's the thing that we said a lot throughout last year during Modern Warfare is like, man, this Limax kid, where did he come from? He joined into the scene halfway through the year and really stole our attention. And, well, he maybe, again, was a little bit quiet throughout the first half of this season, but this has been a great kind of outshowing for him as we get to about 100-point lead for Vertex all over this, and Chiefs really not finding any ground to stand on, let alone set up for a hit anywhere.
Yeah, Chiefs are getting mollywopped at the moment. Something just clearly isn't going right for this roster. And maybe an opportunity here to get back into this game. They've got control of P2. This is, of course, a pretty hard hill to break overall. But Vertex, just how proficient they've been, don't be surprised if they're able to slip their way on in. No problem at all. And the hit is being prepared for. Players inside green, ready to go. And here comes the streak from Limax. How much damage is he realistically be able to do? Well, he just pushes Chiefs inside bricks. The opportunity is there. The opening has been made. And now you really need to stamp your fist down as Chiefs pushed out of a hard point. Vertex, they're in. Setsi can't do anything about it. And now if you're Vertex, well, you're just in a fine and dandy position.
That's perfect. It's actually a perfect execution on how you use the streaks. Like you mentioned, it forces Chiefs onto the inside. You even saw Vertex as they started to come out of top green. They tried to throw some nades just to try to confirm some kills. Fortunately for Chiefs, there was a trophy, but the problem was they couldn't push through. There was at least some damage confirmed, and as soon as Vertex get the angle from top green, there really is no opportunity for Chiefs to work their way back into the second hard point. So not only do they have to concede the scrap time, they have to be convincing on this rotation through Dart to get over to the third hill. And, well, a couple of members get close trying to break on through, but they will be unsuccessful as Chronos able to find another shot through the woodwork for another kind of wall-bang headshot, and that'll mean that Vertex will open up this third hard point favorably, and that comes after converting on a lot of time from the scrap time of the second. They are within win condition by far onto this hill.
Wow, what a game this has been from Vertex. Of course, that's only one streak used earlier on as well. I believe the artillery strike came down, so Vertex could potentially just slap this down if they lose it, spawn up at the back and get right back in. Chiefs, Swifty, you got to find your way on in right now. And to be fair to Zephyr and Swifty, they are able to pick up a couple of kills. Unfortunately, restalling does actually take out Zephyr in what is effectively the final dagger here in this game number one. What an opening slaughter from Vertex Gaming there. Chiefs, well, hey, they had a change and they don't really look much better, at least off map number one.
I mean, I'll be really interested, I think, just generally to see how well rehearsed these squads are. I think generally speaking, you are still looking at 75% of the team staying together, so you really can't say that there should be too much love lost when it comes down to figuring out how to get that fourth player in the mix, especially considering that the fourth players for both teams played for your opponent. So there actually should be maybe a little bit more information kind of being passed around than you would normally assume with a new fourth coming into the mix. But that rehearsal still is very important, especially when you're looking at a player like Restalling that I would say largely for what was Void Esports was one of the guys to look at. Just specifically, you know, he was the guy that was kind of the X factor. Now that you don't have that anymore, you're kind of looking at, well, can Crims actually fill in that role? And I think our answer was, yeah, he did just fine, but it was Limax who actually stepped up. I love to see that, where you got someone who runs a very similar role, fulfilling the shoes that a previous player was having, and it gets you into a really controlling spot, mostly on rotation. It was really, really clean stuff all the way throughout from the side of Vertex.
Yeah, a lot of talent here in APAC. I think that's the bottom line for me, right? And you know, we kind of touch upon this very often. Limax going off there. He is not a player that I would have had on my tongue at all last season. You know, just incredible player here coming into map number one, really pulling out all the stops for this roster and what is going to be a grudge match and a half. I think coming into this one again. You know, you already kind of touched upon it that there's not that much love lost between these guys. Realistically speaking, you know, these changes are necessary to improve rosters and such. And you know, whoever kind of because we don't actually know the specific situation how these roster changes came about, right?
No idea.
So whoever kind of had to make a roster change through sort of no choice of their own, I don't think they'll mind too much realistically. For me, at least, I honestly think this switch between Crimson and Restalling should improve both rosters. I know I say that as you know, we saw this Vertex gaming roster again, formerly Void Collective, end up winning open number 3, but nonetheless, I still think, you know, that the big, I guess, objective for these guys is to beat Renegades and to a lesser extent Mindfreak, right? And you know, hey, maybe these roster changes are sort of the way to do that.
Oh, and Buzzo's back too. You got to keep that in mind.
Buzzo's
I think that's
back.
really, really important. You know, I mean, he's been playing the last couple of weeks, but when you name a team after yourself, you have to know that he's coming in demon mode for sure. So, I mean, the competition across APAC absolutely demands, you know, the attention that I think we're trying to give. And beyond that, it is just the simple fact that on paper, we looked at that Renegades team. You've got 2 former CDL pros now joining into one of the best up-and-coming players that we kind of have ever seen through APAC, with Fida, one of the more experienced players through APAC's history. the fact that they finished top 6 this week goes to show that there are a number of teams that can give them a test. And both of these squads on our screen have absolutely done that in the past and continue to do that here throughout another major tournament here with this Open number 4. The big question is who is going to be able to establish themselves as being the top dog as we kind of close out the season, because we got to start talking postseason at a certain point here. Yeah, we've got another stage of Elite plus another Open Cup before we really get to that point, but that's where a lot of the attention will be thrown around. You know, hopefully we have a chance to watch more than just grand finals when it comes to APAC, because the players that are out there definitely deserve the narratives that they've been able to put together throughout the year. And I don't think it's going to be what we said at the beginning of the year, that Renegades were great last year and on paper they only got better, so they should extra dominate this year. No, that's not the case. There's a lot of fresh faces coming through APAC, and we're seeing a number of them here in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Liban Vertex. That's who I think is going to come out and win the entire season.
I'm here for it, dude. I'm Japanese God.
Yeah, I love it. Those guys are passionate as hell. I want to see them win champs at the end of the season. What a turnaround that would be. But no, you know, I think you kind of hit the point there, right, where it's like, you know, coming into the season, Renegades, everybody kind of thought, yeah, this is just going to be another season of Renegades dominance. And, you know, to be fair to them, it's not like that hasn't been the case, right? You know, statistically speaking, they are still the best team in APAC. You know, they still won the last 2 tournaments. And despite a top 6 placement this time around, yeah, I still think they are the most consistent team. We could say the most consistent team in APAC, right? Consistently at the top. I mean, outside of this weekend, Alan, they place top 4 every single event.
That's true.
It's just, it's hard to take that away from them.
I don't know.
Overall point here, right? There are so many rosters that could come and challenge them. Like, it is not out of the question for this Renegades roster to turn up to champs and lose. That's the point.
I'm not sold on any team being the favorite in the region, just because the results have been all over the place, right? I mean, there have been so many different champions in APAC, and it's not just by brand, it's also by roster. There have been a couple of roster swap-ups that have happened to the point where I don't know. I have a hard time picking a favorite when it comes down to APAC. The one thing that we do know for sure is that we have a pretty clear-cut top 4, maybe top 6. And then after that point, it really is just down to who shows up on the day, it feels like. Because let's be honest, you know, this Chiefs Esports Club team, we mentioned that, yeah, the results have not really been incredible, you know, across the year, but this roster can surprise people in any given moment in time, including here, I think, in this grand finals, even though they did come out with a very kind of lopsided loss there, the 250 to 102. But now we get into an express search and destroy, and kind of to segue on the point, this is really, I think, where we're going to see how the roster changes have impacted these squads. Because at one point in time, that Void Collective roster, I think, was kind of hailed as the best search and destroy team in APAC. That conversation has turned away from it, at least marginally, over the last couple of months. So I'll be really curious to see if this Vertex squad could come out and reprove themselves as being, you know, a favorite when it comes to the search and destroy game mode. Or is this roster change getting Restalling onto Chiefs going to make sure that, you know, the white and blue here of Chiefs Esports Club can actually start to throw their weight around the rink in these objective modes?
That's the question, isn't it? You know, there is, I think, you know, a lot of unknowns with these two teams at the moment, right? And, you know, we've seen a little bit of them. I think for a lot of fans at home, right, you guys only really get to see the APAC region every few weeks or so, right? Because we get coverage of the open events, but there is no Challengers Elite in the Asia Pacific region. So there's kind of this period of time where, you know, every so often, these guys have sort of development periods where, hey, you know, we didn't do so well on the Open 3, let's see what we can do to improve ourselves in the following couple of Challengers Cups. So for all we know, Vertex Gaming and Chiefs could have absolutely improved their game tenfold since we last saw them in Open number 3. Of course, I don't know if that's true, because Vertex Gaming, last time we saw them in Open number 3, did end up winning the entire thing. But, you know, again, the big thing here for these guys is just going to be down to how much of a change these roster changes make to the overall team. Although Vertex, I mean, quite clearly it's done pretty good for them, because they just trounced Chiefs in map number 1. So.
Yeah, and they beat them in the winners finals. I think that is something that we need to continue to keep in the back of our minds. It's the fact that, you know, these two teams have already squared off against one another. I don't know the official results of how it went, but outside of the winner, obviously. But, you know, we are starting to see that there are some favorites starting to pop up in some way. And, you know, I'm really interested, I think, to see, you know, what Buzzo was able to do with his new team. He's playing with Alcazar, who's a guy that, again, I thought was really solid throughout last year. And then you've even got teams like Team Gallium who've got Imagine and Staka together. And that Staka player, you know, we talked about him a lot last year, because he was kind of like, him and Limax both were like the new guys on the block, where it was like, not only are they good, they're recently turned 18, and they're playing alongside some of the best players traditionally over the last couple of years in APAC, and are outshining them in a way. So there are a lot of contenders that are out there. That's really, I think, the biggest takeaway overall. We are just waiting to get into the search and destroy here for the Express, but these two teams specifically, and I think just looking at this Vertex squad with how consistent that they've been, just in. So we'll see how things unfold as we get ready to go with the search and destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. We will hit as again, search and destroy. I mean, I hope that Chiefs search and destroy are better than the hardpoint. I will say that much. Look, I will say this, and this isn't me just sort of dragging down Chiefs for the entirety of the cast. Vertex played that hardpoint excellently. Like, it wasn't like Chiefs were playing terribly. They weren't hitting rotations or anything like that. Like, Vertex were making sure they were hitting rotations. They were holding back when they needed to. It was just a really well played overall game here from Vertex. As for the search and destroy, it really does depend on how these guys play it. Generally speaking, Express is kind of hit and miss as to how it works out sometimes. I think, since it was added into the rotation here in Black Ops Cold War, Express has been effectively take your 4-man, hit a bomb site, and hope it works out pretty well. And it kind of is 50-50 therefore on the defense of where you want to put all of your defensive players. So we'll see how it goes between these guys. I'm excited to see how it does go though, Alan. APAC, it's a region that I think is filled to the brim with talent, and again, Vertex and Chiefs being in the grand final, it's an advent.
The interesting thing, as we continue to fill in some space here, last year, I think you looked at both Renegades and that Mind Freak squad, and you had both of those teams. I think definitively, if there was to be an international land, they would have finished top 12. They were both really, really good, and that's surprising to say simply because Renegades, dominated their counterparts all throughout the entirety of those opens that we had. And then beyond that, now you've got an instance where not only do I think that Renegades team could still do well internationally, but you've got another squads that, honestly speaking, if you look at the top maybe 16 teams in the world, I think there's an argument to be made for at least 3 APAC teams to be thrown into that conversation, if not maybe 4 of them, because we continue to talk about the fact that the results really have been all over the place. When it comes down to certain players, certain teams that have gone through roster moves, things like that, and they've still consistently provided some results for us. So yeah, I'm really curious, I think, just generally to see how these guys would do, not just here in this grand finals, but also against international squads, because let's be honest, the APAC region generally gets looked at as the third wheel when it comes to challengers. And I think the first time we see international land, I think it'll be really interesting to see where these APAC teams finish off.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, that is the big mystery going forward, right? Is how is the postseason going to look? I know we kind of keep on bringing this point down here, Alan, but it is a really good point to make. Postseason for the Asia Pacific region, I think is definitely an enigma in comparison to North America and Europe, where maybe we're a little bit more certain about what the top teams in each region is, or maybe not so much with North America anymore. That is wild, that region. But for Asia Pacific, yes, Renegades are the top team. They are the team to beat, but there's just so much talent here waiting in the wings for these guys that I'm very excited to see how this does go going forward. But jumping back into this matchup between Chiefs and Vertex for the moment, it seems like the question we were asking was which of these two teams out of Chiefs and Vertex would be looking better off the back of their roster change. So far, it's Vertex. They have a strike first, but will they continue on into the search and destroy?
And a lot of it, I think, was just off the individual performance from Limax. So does that get replicated as we get into the search and destroy? Do you need to see somebody else really kind of stand their ground and stand up to the test here? I guess we'll find out. And very early on, we are going to get Chiefs Esports Club already over towards the A site. Flank is developing early from Dev. And boy, I'll tell you, Zeppa's just kind of waiting for a timing. He's not actually checking to see how many players are on the back. So timing's going to be good here for Chiefs as they get the bomb planted.
Well, there's that first kill coming in from Zeppa. He will take down Kronoskin. So now 3 versus 4 for Vertex to try and retake this site. Limax will actually make it a 3 versus 3, and Limax trying to get some extra kills here. Unfortunately, we'll have to back away for the moment. Restalling doesn't finish that gunfight onto Durdev, allows him to get away, and time is running down very quickly in this round. Just 20 seconds remaining here. That's all that Chiefs need to hold on this bomb site for. Restalling is wasting all of this time. Unfortunately, not able to get it done there, as Swifty also loses his 1 versus 1. Couldn't waste time for all that long.
I'm glad that you used the phrase waste time, because that is what it felt like the entire setup was for Chiefs, was a waste time post plan. I called it out here. You know, Xeppaa was playing inside the train initially, and he's the one responsible for the flank. And yeah, he finds 1 kill and he reads that there's a second, but there's no way for him to get back into that train safely with Crimsa watching over the middle of the map. So it's a bit weird. It's a bit reactionary for a post-plant setup that does favor Xeppaa on the flank. And with that, yeah, you lose Cronus in the middle of the map, but Vertex largely are fine holding on to that post-plant that comes through the breakup from the front. Now we get into the early action in front of Info, and once more, it's Vertex with the opening first blood.
That's going to be really quick. Setsi, unfortunately, is going to fall. He is able to get 1 before doing so. Now a 2 versus 2, and Restalling and Swifty here. Just waiting up top while Cronus Kun and Crimsa will be looking to retake this site. And actually, you're going to be seeing Swifty just walk away from the site for the moment, at least Restalling in a bit of an awkward position. He'll take some shots before walking away, and that just gives so much map control here for Cronus Kun and Crimsa. Restalling, though, comes out of the area, takes him down. Other player takes down yet another one as well, and Chiefs able to close out that round.
Yeah, and the whole fringe for why this is successful for Chiefs is, even though this opening gunfight is not favorable for them, it's Swifty up top and Setsi who is able to get a read that every single member is on the low ground. And beyond that, the fact that he does go 1 for 1 that you see there on the kill cam is actually super important, because if Vertex win that 4v2 down low cleanly, they can overwhelm those last 2 players up top by Ticket Booth and just over in the overpass. But the fact of the matter is, that does not happen. So if he's able to find 1 elimination, or Setsi rather, is able to find elimination to trade out his life, and that's going to be good enough to allow them a chance to keep that high ground, and it never gives it away. Once more, aggression coming through. Initial first blood still favoring Vertex, but there is a team kill, which leaves us to a 3v3.
And Chiefs now, they have this bomb going down over towards A. Vertex have absolutely no idea. They still think this is a B hit, so it's going to be about this rotation coming through. Swifty has positioned himself as such that any player looking to go up towards the catwalk will run right into his AK-74U. There it is from Swifty. There is still 1 player who could do something for Vertex, though. It's Durdev coming on the flank. Will pick up 1 in set C. Swifty wins a nice shot punch against Crimsa, and now it's just a 1 versus 2 for Dev. Unfortunately, he is not able to do anything more than walk his way over to the site. And realistically speaking, I mean, that was a nice little bait and switch coming in from Chiefs, where they made their way over towards B and then immediately switched over towards A.
If Swifty doesn't find this shot punch, though, things get really, really interesting, because Crimsa actually gets the first couple of shots on him, actually gets him down to 1 HP, but Swifty winning that gunfight is everything, because you already know that Dev is playing around the backside of the flank. He actually slipped through the defense. Setsi got a little bit too late of a timing to get up top in the overpass window, to where Durdev actually snuck around the back and finds what should have been a free kill. But the fact of the matter is, because Swifty gets the shot punch off and doubles down, that means that Chiefs Esports Club know exactly where Durdev is. He's the last player to deal with. If that doesn't happen, you're a little bit trapped. So really good shot punch and a clutch moment there from Swifty to get the 1v2 in front of him. And now an opportunity for him to maybe do more as he hits top maps, where Vertex is actually going to be trying to control bottom lockers for an early A hit.
It's Swifty and Restalling up here, who could do some damage towards this Vertex offense. They've got to deal with them. Dev looks to action that play, unfortunately isn't going to do it, as he will end up falling. Swifty's going to take him down, and now for Vertex, the problem simply hasn't been resolved. I mean, these players still have control of maps. This bomb now, I mean, the fact that it's down has made this problem even worse.
Yeah, but watch this point of contact here with Setsi. He's going to open up so much space towards B, and if he loses that gunfight, it's again one of those different situations that Chiefs would be put under the back foot. But now the hit coming up top. Limax for 1, wants to grab the second, actually sees Restalling go outside, but that was actually towards help, and Xeppaa there to assist in the effort leaves Crimsa down to 1v3.
Can he get it done? 20 seconds on the clock. You got to check all these corners. He doesn't. It's unfortunate. That's like rule number 1. If you're a Crimsa walking out there into the open, just give that corner a check quickly, because Restalling's going to get better of you.
Well, the problem is that you have to keep in mind that Xeppaa did find that kill up top on maps from the top side of Train, so there really wasn't a safe angle to peek from coming out of Lockers. It was him versus many a windows and angles to have to check. So a couple of rounds in a row here for Chiefs, looking much better, even recovering off of a couple of first blood moments. Granted, one of the last rounds that we had, there was a team kill that got the essential trade, but once more, aggression here, Brody. All 4 members for Chiefs want to make their play through info.
There's not really much of a defensive presence here from Vertex. They've got players over towards Departures, or just one player basically over towards Departures in Crimson. Cronusken is also there. So this bomb is going to go down regardless of what happens, and now it's going to be about all this retake.
And the big key is that Xeppaa's pushed through. I mean, there's so much space here for Chiefs to work with. This is the difference from when Vertex tried to do this a couple of rounds ago. Restalling down low is going to have the safety of the elevator. All you got to do is play trades from here on out. And Swifty, he's gotten the beat onto Crimson. This is looking great again for Chiefs, even in a 2v2.
Their player, Swifty, is about as far away from the bomb site as you could possibly get. So it's got to be all on Restalling. He picks up that first kill, buys some time for Swifty, but it does become a 1 versus 1. There just isn't the time for a Limax to get this done. No defuse in, just wants to try and take Swifty off any potential streak, and won't even do that. Chiefs getting the better of Vertex here. 4-1 in Search and Destroy. They have really taken command of this game.
And Chiefs have been doing a better job, both offensively and defensively, in my mind, over the top of this B-bomb site. I've referenced it before. Remember that time that we had Vertex full push in that same Departures pull, 4v2 down low? Chiefs never gave away in the middle of the map. They never gave any space whatsoever. They held that high ground the entire time. That was not the case at all there from Vertex. They saw the push and backed away. They forfeited the top mid control, and now you're going to see another full pinch coming through. Swifty up top. Nice team shots, looking for a second. Why not? Restalling the third, and Chiefs, I'm telling you, over the top of this info tower, they have just been absolutely dominant. Another aggressive push through defensively to meet that of Vertex, and now on map point very quickly.
And that's just one of those situations in it where Team Butts heads over towards one of the bomb sites. And, well, on that particular occasion, Chiefs come out on top. A lot of it down to this Swifty player, of course, picks up his second and then the third kill with a nice Semtex to close it out versus Limax. And now, if you're Vertex, back's well and truly against the wall here. 5-1 down in the Search and Destroy. Chiefs having an excellent showing here on Express. We'll see how they're able to get on. It's going to be Chiefs now on the offense, and of course they're going to barrel straight towards B. Crimson will be over here. The call will be made. And now the question is, how quickly do Limax and Cronus can respond to this? Well, Limax does it pretty quickly, decides to make a superhero jump across the way.
This will put some consideration for Chiefs that there could be a flank around the back if they do not find Limax again, which he has revealed himself. We're going to find the kill onto Swifty. Trade coming in will be confirmed quickly. And once more, I mean, the bomb does not get planted, but you've got Chiefs Esports all over the middle of the map. And Vertex, they're even still trying to scramble to find information on where exactly Chiefs have bailed to. Even in a 3v2 situation, they're not really looking all that comfortable in it.
They can get this bomb down. It's one bit of an advantage, and hey, that definitely helps right from Xeppaa. Turns the corner, has Cronusken for a lunch, and now Vertex find themselves in a 2 versus 2. The advantage has absolutely dissipated here. Dirdev and Crimson have to find a way to win this round. And you got to dislocate Restalling and Xeppaa at this point, but look at where they've retreated to. Inside the stairwell, how quickly do Crimson and Dev realize that's where they've gone? They're going to have to check every single corner here applicable. And that's just such a big ask for anybody. Look at Dev. He's checking out the other catwalk. But that's going to help from Crimson. Gets that first kill. Will jump on the bomb. And now it's about how much cover Dev can provide. Xeppaa wins the first gunfight. Crimson dropped off to the defuse. And Xeppaa gets the 1 versus 2. You best bet he is going to put extra bullets into the body. That is a play and a half.
It's a mistake and a half as well from the other side. I mean, Dev slides over, says, I've got you. You have to essentially just, I mean, I hate to say snake your way over the bomb site, but you've got to do a little bit of crouch spam just to make life difficult. I mean, Xeppaa's not going to lose those gunfights. As soon as he wins that first one, that's all he's got to do. He throws shoulders, gets the kill. Time has now become his ally. That's just, you don't want to see that happen. And, I mean, it is a bit of a tough read, again, because for Vertex, they did not clear anything. They gave way in the middle of the map. You're allowing Chiefs to go wherever they want, and by the time that you clear every single angle, you're only left with one space that you have to contest, and I don't think they figured that both players were stacked on top of each other. So even in a 2v3 instance, because Chiefs had more control over the middle of the map, they actually find a favorable round just using the bomb as their biggest ally.
Yeah, I felt like every single round there, Chiefs just managed to pull something out of the hat. And Vertex, I mean, what a difference from map number 1 to map number 2, where map number 1 they were in full control. Chiefs didn't even have a pinky on the steering wheel. This time around, though, Chiefs are the one in a dominant search and destroy victory there in map number 2. And for you, Alan, really, I mean, what went right there for Chiefs?
It really is just the simple fact that every time that they were trying to play through Ticket in the middle of the map, they were able to. I mean, really save just the first round. And beyond that, Swifty was 4-1 at one point early in the map, was 10-2 going into that last round. So when you're finding that much participation in that particular part of the map, in the middle of the map, with an SMG player, you're going to be feeling very confident. I think that's the biggest thing overall. And if you're finding that much success from one of your SMGs, there's no reason to not continue to hit that middle area of the map, both defensively and offensively. So I think it's just kind of a combination of you had a really special player finding some really special spots to play from, and it led to just too much control that Vertex were able to fight back against. Next time around, if this does go to a Moscow, or if it goes to a second best of 5, I really need to see Vertex put up more of a fight in those contested areas, because largely they read the play defensively and then just backed off and let Chiefs had that. And that decision-making, I think, in all kind of was the reason they lost that search and destroy, including that 6 rounds in a row.
They got a little bit of shaky leg there. It would seem on the defensive play coming versus Chiefs, but trading blows here. Honestly, after map number 1, this is not how I expected this series to go whatsoever. But it does give us a lovely opportunity for a swing game, and where better to go for that than Checkmate Control. This is an AR's heaven, or even maybe an SMG's heaven actually recently, because of course we've discussed at length how sort of the meta has really changed with Checkmate Control and really just Checkmate as a map generally, where SMGs actually having a much better time nowadays on this map. So for a roster like Chiefs, this should be their bread and butter.
It really just, I mean, SMGs have been finding more value when space is provided by AR presence. I think that's kind of been the big key overall. And so I'm really interested, I think, just to see a player like Crimza. Can he find a way to really kind of stand out and give his SMGs a chance? I think him and Dev together are, on paper, a really solid AR duo. Just comes down to, or pardon me, him and Kronos together should be a really solid AR duo. It just kind of comes down to, can they actually build that space up? And, well, Dev has already found some areas to work top side of the plane, finds 1 kill, can pinch on over towards the A site, but I say pinch, there really wasn't a second player to assist. Limax able to get there, Crimza as well, but it's not enough to clear the point, and with that, Chiefs an opportunity to get their second tick of progress at A.
Well, they're going to go for it. You've got Cronus to be worrying about on the A wing. And now there you go. That's exactly why you worry about him, right? He's able to pick up 2 kills. Him and Dev now looking to zone the hill. Cronus can't actually finish off Swifty, so it's going to have to be up to Limax to do that. He will end up doing it, gets the kill, and stops Chiefs from capturing the zone on their first go-around. But Limax, his work is far from done at the moment, or, well, maybe it is done straight away as Chiefs able to take him down. This should be a point capture for them.
Yeah, and at no point in this recontest of the A zone were there 2 areas of control from Vertex defensively to retake the A zone. A little bit of success from the middle of the plane when they try to hit from the side, but not enough to fully clear. Second time around, a pretty decent hit from the front, but nobody mid-plane. So, I mean, not only do we continue to talk about how the laundry list of the successful offense needs to be put together in sequence for the attacking POV, the same has to be done when you're trying to retake some of these zones. So now Chiefs, all of a sudden, they find 3 kills in a row, and I was about to say, they really weren't heavily contested ever in the middle of the plane. That's going to be a first tick, maybe even a second towards this B zone, as Restalling is just taking kills off the spawn.
He's just turning the attention away, right? I mean, he doesn't even need to do that much damage here. You've got Chiefs on the point, capturing it. They are just a sliver away from getting this. Unfortunately for them, though, Dev and Crimson are able to combine for a 2, and that third tick of progression will be denied. So, hey, maybe you do actually want Restalling over there, causing some issues outside concrete. Chiefs, though, will need to put the foot down once more. Setzi gets gifted a kill versus Dev. Hey, it's Father's Day. You may as well be giving gifts to Chiefs as they end up winning that round.
Yeah, I'm not loving what I'm seeing here when it comes to just the control of the map here from Vertex overall. I mean, there are some instances where you look at their setup mid-plane, you say, okay, great, you've got that, but you need to have a second fold on the paper, and the fact of the matter is they just have not. Not only the first time over towards A, but even here onto the B zone, they honestly get a really easy look to recontest that third tick of progress because of a little bit of over-challenge that's happening from Chiefs, but they get those kills, and then what? There was no second follow-up. And I mean, you look at your SMGs again. We talked about the fact that you need to start seeing your AR presence turn into SMG action. Well, the ARs for Vertex have been great, but the SMGs are combined 5 and 13. So that's not great news right now for Vertex, and something that will drastically need to change if they want to try to respond with an offense of their own here in the second round.
Well, we'll see how strong the response is. Vertex right off the bat, it's not too great, is it? Realistically, Swifty's able to get 2 in a row. Vertex will look to now regain control of the map as Chiefs will want to get them in this spawn trap early on, and Swifty could be key to that. Unfortunately, will fall before he can push these players back into American, and now Chiefs hit in a great position as Setsi picks up 2. Chiefs, again, I mean, at this point in time, you just got Chiefs basically holding them back at the starting line. Vertex can't really get out of their spawn at the moment.
Yeah, this is really surprising. I mean, the Void Collective, now Vertex, you know, when they were in their winning moments of that open number 3, their best gameplay really did come down to, I think, their search and their control. Their hard point, you know, it was a little bit more scrappy and dicey. They, I think, won that series 3-1 or something of the nature. But regardless of that, this has been appalling. 4-10 from Limax, who seems to be every single life just kind of running on in. I mean, you're seeing that right there from Dev. Yeah, he wins the gunfight, but if he loses right there, there's no attempt for a trade. And you've got 8 seconds. You've got to be able to work your way onto a zone. Zeppa looking for maybe a cheeky angle, but caught down from behind, and now the first good look that we've seen from Vertex, not just onto the A zone, but simultaneously also in the middle of the map.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Vertex here. They should theoretically, I mean, as long as Limax does his job, capture this A zone. Now it's going to have to be up to Crimson as Limax is going to fall. And this, I mean, I was going to say Vertex should get this quite easily, but Chiefs aren't going to make it so easy, are they? As Swifty comes down from up high, takes some shaky shots into Kronos. Zeppa tries to get it done as well. Now up to Restalling. He can't do it. And so Vertex, a couple more players on the point. They should theoretically get done, but Sets picks up 2. That is huge from Sets to close things out. Those players just couldn't get rid of Chiefs. Constant nuisance coming off the spawn. And I really feel like what Restalling, I believe he was the player that died over towards the steps. It just allowed Chiefs to climb back on through.
And it's this moment right here where Limax gets a beautiful double. Crimsa's following up behind him, but what we don't see in that kill cam is Limax actually overchalling through the exit of the plane. And with him falling, Crimson then has to go 1v3. He only finds 1, and then all of your control that you just worked so hard to get into the middle of the plane is gone. There's no reason with 2 players stacked on the A that Limax should ever be trying to challenge outside the exit. Force them to come to you. You've got the position of power, and that's where it all, again, kind of falls apart. A little bit of over-challing happening here from Vertex overall. Now an opportunity for Chiefs to get out of the A zone quickly, and Limax says, okay, let me go ahead and just open up some space on a flank, gets himself on 3 kills in a row, and with that, he also is able to clear off the first tick of progress today.
Hey, that's a pretty good play from Limax coming right out the gate there, as now Vertex in control of the map. If they can start to push things up here, Chiefs will have a hard time getting out of their spawn. At the moment, they actually have basically the entirely the lowest side of the map open up to them. Not entirely sure why Vertex left that alone, as it's opened up an opportunity here for Zeppa to cause some problems, but hey, it doesn't matter anyway. Vertex able to combine for 3. They once again stabilize, and Chiefs, I mean, very quickly, time will run out for them here.
Oh, it absolutely will. I mean, 33 seconds on the clock. You've got to work your way, not just, again, towards one of the zones. You need to open up space mid-map, and you see that Setsi and Restalling are trying to do that. And, well, actually, Restalling doesn't even need the help because Swifty has actually moved so far forward. He's putting pressure onto the B zone. Actually gets a tag off on the Semtex. That should be a finish on the Crimson, and it is. And now an opportunity to help out on the cross. Limax is able to get some work done, but realistically needs to wait for help and is not going to be allowed to. Zeppa finds another double kill.
Yeah, Zeppa continuing to get these double kills and such. Crimson taking shots through the wall. Hey, look, Crimson's pretty good. He is a wizard taking shots through the wall. We'll be able to take down 1, and the pressure really mounting for Setsi over towards A. While that's happening, though, Swifty wants a slice of the pie that is B. And I'll tell you what, it's all a distraction. It's all a cover as Swifty's able to get those gunfights. And now, I mean, if you're a Vertex, this is actually worse than it looks, because you're about to lose A, but actually more to the point, you've lost map control, and Chiefs have already transitioned towards B.
They've got 2 players stacked onto B. That's a first tick of progress already coming out. You got to keep in mind that Restalling could exit a number of ways to get around the backside. And yeah, Vertex are just once again caught between a rock and a hard place. This is not the Vertex that we had seen from the third open. I mean, Chiefs are really doing whatever they want to at the moment. Finally, a moment of recovery comes through here. 12 playing up against 11. Dirtev even doing a little bit of extra bonus work, getting rid of the trophy systems to make sure that B can stay contested by utility. And that will be finally a moment that Vertex has started to stabilize defensively. It's going to be on to Limax, though. Once more, mid-plane. No need to over-challenge here. Just kind of hold your position, wait for a favorable gunfight, and Swifty nearly gives him the business end of his back fist. But there will at least be a trade to come in the mix, but it very well likely will not be enough as Chiefs are stuck with dwindling lives and also a dwindling clock down to 35 seconds.
Hey, look, if I've learned anything from this control thus far, it's do not doubt Chiefs ever. So they definitely still have an opportunity here to get this done. But realistically speaking, one more push is all they've got left in the back pocket. It's going to be down to Swifty and Xeppaa on the point. The cavalry is arriving also very shortly, but Crimza does take down Swifty. Trade's now going in favor. Crimza picks up 2 of this Vertex roster. Xeppaa has to do something here. He's looking in all kind of directions. None of them have any Vertex players to offer up, and now we're stalling. He's the player that could do this. He only picks up 1. Devin for the trade, and 10 seconds left for Xeppaa and Swifty to do something. Have you got anything left in the tank for this round? The answer seems to be no, at least initially. I mean, Swifty's got some Swifty plays, but that's all he's got. It's a round of Vertex.
I'm not going to lie, though. There's a moment in there where if Dev doesn't find that trade into Restalling Chiefs, even with limited numbers, they could have actually set down, stacked, and maybe even found a way to use that objective pressure to win the round. A couple of close moments in there. And I will say this much as I've maybe come off as critical towards what Vertex is doing, Chiefs are really playing a perfect game right now. I mean, everyone's really getting involved. I mean, look at the kills versus what the objective pressure has been. Almost everybody mimicking their kills on top of what their objective score is, which is great news when you're trying to evaluate how much influence are you actually seeing when it comes to kill pressure amounting to objective pressure. They're nearly 1 for 1, which is great news overall. Vertex isn't doing a terrible job in that department, but it's not nearly as good as what we've seen from Chiefs in these first 3 rounds. And like we continue to mention, Chiefs winning their opening offense means that Vertex has to respond. The good news is Dev has actually been able to earn streaks. He's on 7. Crimza also working for some of his own as he's on a killing spree of 5.
Hey, this is a good opportunity for Vertex to get back in the game off the back of these streaks. We can kind of presume that an artillery strike has already been earned for Dirtev, so it's just going to be about that cruise missile. Limax picks up 2 inside the plane. Hey, and yet some more streaks that could be on the way if Limax continues to play like that. As Vertex, as a squad, haven't died in quite some time. Well, there's the Caster's Curse. Cronus going to fall to Restalling. Vertex, though, I mean, off the back of this play, for all we're talking about these streaks, they haven't actually done all that much with it. I feel like there's an air of sort of caution at the moment for both Crimza and Dirtev.
The problem is you're a little stuck in spawn. That's been the big key. I mean, Vertex, they've actually found some good opportunities to get over towards A, but that has actually been on the concession of Chiefs allowing them because they're playing on the south side of the map so heavily, but Crimza is able to get a double, so now he's on 8 in a row. Time is becoming a bit of a problem, but you do have the ability to stall the clock with Dev onto the A zone. He's about to get some help. It's going to be a double stack, which Crimza now is the only player away from this A point. He's going to have to do something incredible to make sure that there is no pinch. He is able to find 1 elimination, and it's just going to be down to, does Xeppaa want to contest this? The answer, yes. He jumps on to contest just in the nick of time, finds 1 kill, not going to get the second, and that should be the A zone, adding an extra 60 seconds onto the clock for Vertex.
Well, the good news here for Chiefs is they actually have the information that you've got Dirtev basically pushed up all the way through A Street. They saw that. I think it was Swifty who actually managed to see it before he made his way over towards B. So they're aware there is still presence that pushed through. And there you go. You actually see Restalling go back to answer with it. But still, while all that's gone down, Crimza and Limax actually managed to pick up a couple of gunfights in the mid-map. Vertex Gaming here now on an opportunity to get forward, to get onto this B zone, but somehow Chiefs able to stabilize for the moment. Here's Dirtev, though, on for the point, looking to get some of this time. He's able to pick up 1. Player coming from behind. Restalling takes him down. Chiefs not giving up this point, but remember here, Shift, 50 seconds left in this round. Vertex, they have the numbers, and of course, they have streaks if they want them.
And the lives are not great news here for Chiefs, but Restalling the patience finds 1. He's going to get overwhelmed, though. A third player coming up the staircase means that he will not be able to fully convert on the opportunity in front of him. 16 playing up against 8, and at one point in time, I'd mentioned that the SMGs for Vertex were a combined 5-13. Dirtev is now 24-18, and Limax 20-27 as he falls. The patience that's come through for Vertex has absolutely been recognized, at least by this caster, and that's provided them an opportunity to really get a good looks at some of these. But now time becoming a problem here, Brody. They have to force streaks in just to open up some space to try to get onto this B zone and stall the clock.
And that streak's ineffective as well. Doesn't do anything. There's 8 seconds left, and that's it. Chiefs able to hold them off, streaks or not. Vertex are not touching this point. All Setsu need to do is get this last frag onto Crimza, and it's done. And a Shift, time just was not on Vertex's side. They spent so long in their spawn early on there that regardless of the capture on A, regardless of the extra 60 seconds added, they just ran out of time to get it done. And they had life advantage as well. That should, technically speaking, been at least their round, at least in my mind.
At a certain point, I would have to feel like whoever's IGLing for Vertex said in round 3, yo, slow down. Because the amount of times that I said the word overchal, I think was probably more than I've said this year in total for Cold War in those first 2 rounds for the side of Vertex. They were just getting way too loose, even from very favorable positions. And then at a certain point in round 3, they're able to get some good stabilizing control. They start to slow things up. Both of the SMGs start to light up because of it, because, hey, that's what happens when you get a little bit of help from your friends around you. But at the end in the round 4, maybe there's a little bit too much of that slowing down to where time was a bit of a problem. There were a couple of great looks, though, overall for Vertex. I think outside of the first 3 rounds, if you were to take that attacking round just in the moment, that round specifically, there's a lot of positives that I think you could say about what Vertex were able to try to do. But the problem was it was a day late and dollar short.
Yeah, it just, there was a little bit too late of a play there, a little bit too late of a resurgence coming in from this Vertex roster. Although I'll give them credit where credit's due. Those streaks coming in from Crimza and Dev, even though they weren't effective whatsoever, because I think we only actually saw one of them, I want to say. I think we literally saw the cruise missile, and neither artillery strikes were utilized, which I am bewildered at personally. But, that's a whole different point. Credit where credit's due. They definitely had a resurgence there towards the end. As you aptly mentioned, the SMGs, they came to play there towards the end. Limax and Dev, both players, do deserve a little bit of credit. But nonetheless, Chiefs able to close out map number 3, now going 2-1 up in our series, 1 map away from taking this one.
And Checkmate, again, it's going to change based on what the win condition is, right? I mean, we're going from control over to hardpoint, but the same sentiments, I think, are going to exist. The last thing that I want to see from Vertex is, again, on rotation through that plane, moving too quickly, especially if you have a sub in hand. You have to wait for good help. You need to make sure you're dictating which side of the plane do we really want to try to win this rotation on, and make sure we're not stretching ourselves too thin. I'm specifically looking at moments between 4 and 5, and then again between 1 and 2, depending on where Vertex find themselves in. Those are going to be the key moments. How do you utilize that plane? What is your setup going to look like before we actually convert for break attempts, pending that they need to, or even beyond that, just winning rotations if they try to flip spawns? Those two are going to be, I think, the biggest keys to watch out for as we get into this 4th map, because for Vertex and that control, the times that they actually did have good power positions, both defensively and offensively, they're moving too quickly. So I hope that communication will be there, and they'll have an opportunity to utilize hopefully all 4 members when they're trying to win key moments, rather than just hoping somebody pops off for a special moment.
Yeah, for sure. This hard point needs to be something special coming out from Chiefs realistically, because of course, they now have the advantage in this series, right? I think that's the one positive here. If you're a Chiefs, right? Yeah, you can afford to lose this hard point. You can afford to go to a game 5, but you really just want to get this over with. Of course, 2 best of 5s are actually, it's a long period of time. You might not realize it sitting at home watching it, but actually playing it, you're playing this for a pretty long time if you're forcing it to go to a second best of 5, and you don't want to add another map to that if you can. But for Chiefs, that's what they need to do. They need to force this to a second best of 5, get it done here in the hard point, and really just improve what went wrong in map number 1. And I will say, going back to that in map number 1, I don't think all that much went wrong for Chiefs. It wasn't a terrible map for them in terms of what they were doing wrong. Yeah, there were a few mistakes here and there, but more or less, it was Vertex playing very, very well.
Agreed.
And it was the Vertex Gaming roster that you and I sort of came to know and love. Right, with this the Open 3 victory, albeit different roster back then, but still,
correct.
That was the hard point that we needed to see from Vertex, and Chiefs, they need to overcome that here in map number 4.
We are actually catching word that map number 4, we had some tech issues when we were trying to capture it. So we do have the report on what the final score was from that map number 4. It was 250 to 163 in favor of Vertex. But that does mean that we've got a map 5 coming up. So apologies for trying to frame up the map 4, but now we can at least transition our conversation to the Moscow Search and Destroy. And, you know, I kind of had resounding feelings and kind of recaps over the second map for Vertex's point of view, saying, I don't want to see them go into this map 5 and concede too much space defensively. That was, I think, one of the biggest mishaps that they had on the Express, that they saw that, okay, Chiefs, they were in a really powerful position. They're throwing 4 members at us. We're going to give that space up and just try to play for retakes. I would love to see, especially considering Vertex are looking really solid when it comes to being able to play for at least trades, to just try to force the fight. You know, if the retakes are feeling a little bit abbreviated or weak, try to deny the ability for this Chiefs Esports Club team to get a free look at a plant. See if you can maybe get this down to a 2v2, 3v3, something, just to try to fight those opening fights and not just play the 4-man retake strategy that they were trying to do in Express. That's, I think, my big key going in, because Chiefs right now, they're reading how much space they have in front of us, and they're quick to evaluate and then essentially aggress upon that, so they have a more formidable position, especially when they get into post-plant situations.
Yeah, I will say as well, right, you know, going forward with this Chiefs roster, because going back to that Search and Destroy that we talked about earlier on, I really like this Chiefs roster as it currently stands, albeit I never thought I'd say that, right, because obviously Crimson has now sort of abandoned ship and gone over to this rival roster in Vertex Gaming. But this Chiefs Esports roster, this is the roster we wanted to see all season long, decisive, making those kind of plays in Search and Destroy as a roster. And, you know, it does prove that definitely the potential and the talent is there. It is all just about the execution at the moment that unfortunately isn't. So we will see if the Search and Destroy, but if that second Search and Destroy, the first Search and Destroy map number 2 is anything to go by, this should be a breeze for a Chiefs. But this is Call of Duty Esports. Anything can happen. I'm not going to get ahead of myself.
I do think that we can look at that map number 2 and really use it as an example to set the tone as we are ready to jump into map number 5. There will be a bit of a scoreboard mishap, though. It's going to be Chiefs that are going to be up to 2-0 due to a lobby restart. So it says 1-0 up right now for Chiefs, but it's actually 2-0 up. And Restalling, who was on, I think, 4 in a row before they started up this. That's the reason why he's 4-0 right here. They're trying to build towards potentially streaks that were being earned before the lobby restart. And we'll see how things unfold. Again, the big key here, can Chiefs continue to dominate the map and take over some aggressive positions? This time, a little bit of a fake over towards A. And once more, I mean, you've got Chiefs who actually kept the A site wide open, but they're going to be playing for a retake through mid-map as they have 3 defensive members stacked up right through checkers.
Yeah, Vertex are going to have to go for the retake here. This is going to be on Zephyr effectively up top of Eskies. He's actually going to fall. Dev comes in from behind. I love the aggression there from Vertex. You know, I respect Chiefs for sticking the bomb. Unfortunately, doesn't work out. I really love that Dev just basically followed up, jumped out, and grabbed that kill. And now we find ourselves in a position where it's a 2 versus 4 for Chiefs.
And they're a little bit stuck on top of this bomb site. There is no full exit. You have to either decide if we're going to hold the wall together or try to push through and take something away from this Vertex retake, which they're going to full stack Will Vertex over through lobby. First one up will be Setsi. He sees 2 players walk essentially on top of him. Not much you could do there. Restalling, last one alive, sees one cross, actually reads more than that. This is actually doable for him to stall the clock maybe a little bit longer. Finds a second, gets away with his life. No one defusing yet, but Dev will come from the opposite side of Eskies to clean up the kill and put us to what is actually a 1-2 count overall here in the Search map 5.
Restalling was way too close to winning that. Way too close.
Yeah, it really was.
Maybe, I mean, I don't know if you would have been able to dip away down the escalators for the moment. I don't know if they would have allowed that, but still, Restalling made that one much closer than it should have been. We'll actually get to see it again here in the final kill cam as he picks up that first kill. This second is the one that he realistically shouldn't get away with, right? Because you'd imagine that Crimson and Kronos would both slide out to try and challenge that. Yeah. They don't, so they give Restalling a little bit more of an opportunity than maybe they should have done, but regardless, of course, they're able to close that out. And reminder for you folks, again, this is still technically 2-1 in favor of Chiefs.
And it's just, I don't want to harp on it, Brody. I really don't. But it's another defensive round where Vertex do give away a site for free, essentially. But Chiefs, I think we're trying to bait as far as how the rotation was going to come through and then get a read mid-map. They never actually got that read mid-map. So it's a little bit of a blind chess game going on between both these squads. at least in that round specifically. But as we get into this next offensive look, Vertex taking their time. And how about the forward line defensively for Chiefs all across the middle of the map, including Setzi, who's actually playing up by Globe, and Restalling in through escalators.
Look at the play coming over towards A. Limax has actually taken some shots from Restalling. He's just playing Ring Around the Rosie or Ring Around the Wall. Restalling gonna slap him for it. He's had enough of being embarrassed, and now we find ourselves in a 2 versus 3, sorry, in favor of Vertex Gaming. But Xeppaa, he's able to even the odds. He picks up that kill against Crimza. Now, the one good thing here, I suppose, for Vertex is that Sets and Xeppaa are about as far away from one another as you could possibly get. And yeah, off the back of that one for a Dev, and now it's all going to be on Xeppaa on this retake. He is not going to stop this bomb from going down.
This is a really tough retake in a 1v2 with a Krig too. That's just really all I wanted to say. There will be an opportunity for him to find one, but the trade should be there, no problem. Yeah, Dev comes around behind. And realistically, that's just blessed timing for Vertex's point of view, because you know Xeppaa's behind you. You're going to commit to moving aggressively as fast as you can off on the offense towards either site, but nobody knew where Setzi was. He never at any point revealed his position. He was playing Globe initially. He backed up to play down over through the street when Xeppaa was coming on the flank, so nobody knew where Setzi was. I think it's just good intuition, though, for Vertex to know, hey, it is Sets that's still alive. You know he's going to be running an AR. We didn't see him over by A, so he has to be over by B, which is, I think, why they try to double chow that as fast as they do to get inside. And it's really smart. Good timing, finds the kill, and that really is the elimination that determines the round count as we go to 2-2 now.
Look at this double blind over towards A. Only one player will find themselves out of the action. Limax will be all on his lonesome while this goes down over at A. And Crimza are going to draw the first blood in this one. That should give Chiefs something to think about. It will at least slow this one down. Dev tries to even the odds here. Won't be able to do it. He will fall to Restalling. So now a 3 versus 3. Swifty just going to back away for the moment. And I like this from Crimza and Cronus. You don't need to get control just yet. Just back away off the back of that gunfight.
But again, it's going to force a retake situation. 2v3, very doable for Chiefs. You saw it in Express. Can they find a way to make it work here onto Moscow? Love this play, too. They're going to set up for Lobby and Pillars. So the whole retake for Vertex, which is largely going to be this double hit from Eskies, means that Cronus is not going to have a lot of help for a moment. Yeah, this is exactly what I was afraid of. He can't challenge anything. He just has to play his life. For Vertex, you have to win these gunfights from behind.
Here it comes in from behind. Setzi. Going to face down Limax outside. There's the gunfight coming in for Limax. Now it's all on Swifty, 1 versus 3. He gets a couple of angles where he's going to have to take some gunfights from. Unfortunately, it's just not going to happen here as Vertex with the retake. No 2 versus 3 for those two this time around, Shift.
And I do love that Kronos does back up as far as he does, because it's really the only way that you lose that 3v2 is if you give Chiefs an opportunity to convincingly win lobby. The fact that Kronos stays alive means that some attention is always going to have to be towards that P2 side of the map from that post plant for the side of Chiefs. And eventually you do just get overwhelmed from behind because you can't watch everything with just 2 players. So really heads up, even though Kronos was really not a part of the play on the full retake, the fact that he backs all the way to police is actually really, really smart just to make sure he keeps his life. And now an opportunity up 3-2 for Vertex to find round number 4. It's going to be a quick, at least look over towards A, and they very well may see all the information that they want. There are 3 Chiefs defensive players that are here.
Oh, look at this, though. Devin Crimza. There's an option open to go towards B. They're just surveying how much pressure is actually at A, and they recognize, well, hey, look, we know there's quite a bit. Enough for us to make a move away from it, but Setzi with the play, he's able to pick up that first blood onto Dev, and now this is a very awkward position for a Vertex to find themselves in, because that bomb is down right outside the window. They have to retrieve it, and, well, Chiefs, they now know where they're going.
Yeah, I mean, retrieving it's not going to be the problem. It really, for me, is just going to be down to how do you recover the round, because you're in a 3v4, and with the numbers, look what Chiefs have done. They will put 1 player to watch mid-map, another to watch outside street, and Restalling can just hold this heady on the brick wall. He just needs to go 1 for 1. That's all he needs to do. If you can find a single kill, even if you fall, that's perfectly okay defensively to go into a 3v2. He might get pressured out from the side, though, and no, he doesn't! Limax loses the gunfight! Restalling... Oh, maybe a little bit of help from Swifty's team shots, able to win the gunfight, and now an opportunity for Chiefs to still hold strong over the A site.
Oh, Restalling. Come on, do it to him. Do it to him. It's just Kronoskan left up. Why not give Restalling this gunfight as well? He's been a superstar in this round. Kronoskan's going to take some shots from Restalling, and there it is. Oh my goodness. Restalling has just ended Limax. We're going to see it. We're going to see it again. Oh, that's disgusting.
I mean, that's not a gunfight that you feel Limax is going to lose ever, but Restalling, oh man, there's a reason that you're looking at this Chiefs roster with maybe a bit more favor, maybe a bit more of a smirk, because this Restalling has been so good all year. I mean, he's the only reason that this team is in the mix. I mean, again, we went off of a restart, and we had to be able to give Restalling the potential streaks that he had gotten. He was on a 4-0 start through the first 2 rounds. So technically speaking, in this search and destroy, he's 15-3. I mean, 4 kills for the other 3 members on his team. Restalling literally is doing everything himself.
Restalling is a one-man show at the moment for Chiefs, keeping them single-handedly in this search and destroy. Vertex have looked much better than what we saw. But it is now 3-3 overall in this game. And look at Dev coming from behind. He could be about to ruin Chiefs' whole career. And there it is. Dev comes in from behind. Well. Vertex take the lead.
And I love that we get a change of pace in what is technically round number 8 from the side of Vertex. I mean, we talked about it in Express. We've seen a couple of instances here where defensively Vertex kind of read the play and then back off, looking for retakes. Not that time. Dev is able to find a nice little route through gold, and Chiefs never expect it. They're thinking that for sure Vertex is just going to be holding positions passively behind sites, and a little bit of a tempo change gets us back to what is technically a 4-3 situation in the round count at the moment. So as we jump forward, Restalling going to get caught here. It's all 4 members of Vertex mid-map. Eventually there is a trade, so we go 3v3, and really we'll be on to how does Vertex rotate away from this kind of stuck, and well, they will not get punished being a little bit maybe too lingering over through Gold Alley. Sexy timing over the top. No, does find Limax, but is tagged up, and will have to try to play his life. Fortunately, Swifty there to help from the gold window.
And now it's just Crims up 1 versus 3. What do you got for us? Well, he's going to pick up that first kill. There won't be an immediate trade either. Swifty could technically come from the pigeonhole to take him down. And Crimza, I think, has predicted such a play. He will actually just back away. And I like this from Swifty and Zepper. Don't make any silly moves if you don't need to. Crimza's going to have to take this down 1 versus 2. Okay, Crimza almost does that. And I don't want to see any more turns on today. I don't want to see it, frankly. We've had enough.
Well, it would have been a turn and a quick swap to the pistol. I mean, he ran out of bullets. That would have been even more maybe incredible than what we saw from Restalling. But a really interesting interaction over the middle of the map. That's actually the first time that we've seen both teams come into contact through Metro right there. And that will definitely, I think, change up some of the mindset as far as how both the defenses and, I guess, for the playbook, the offense as well. What do you want to do? Do you want to try to continue to be more aggressive over towards the site, or do you want to try to feel things out? It's going to be really interesting, I think, just to see what pace Chiefs want to put on here as we go tied 4-4. And they will actually play a little bit more passive here. Point of contact play for Restalling mid-map. You've also got Setsi that's just making sure that Vertex does not get frisky on a flank. He actually stays safe from that incoming utility. And how wouldn't you know it, Limax actually was looking for a push through, but denied as Chiefs Esports go into an early 4v3.
Now they're going to make their way over towards B. You've got Cronus and Crimza already over there, ready to deal with this pressure. Cronus is realistically the player, if anybody, to put a stop to this one. We'll put those first 2 shots into Zepper, but Zepper, of course, with the positioning, will be able to get away. And I think for Chiefs at the moment, they're actually a little bit cautious. They do not want to get this bomb down without knowing that they can do it successfully. They will do so this time around, but Cronus has got that first blood onto Zepper. Crimson picks up another one as well, and very quickly this has become a dangerous situation, but it is one that Chiefs are able to bring back in their favor. It's just now Dev in a 1 versus 2. Sets and Restalling are away from the bomb. They're going to check this, right? Yeah, they're going to check this. Okay, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't love the timing of the call from Vertex to challenge the post plant. Dev is nowhere near this play. So yeah, there's a couple of really nice moments where you get a couple of decent kills here, including Kronos helping out to make sure Crimson stays alive. But the problem is everyone's tagged up. You can't watch everything at once, and eventually Chiefs just get the numbers they need to win the gunfights, and it leaves Dev with a 1v multiple. I would have loved to have seen Vertex maybe hold off a little bit longer. Don't commit to getting into the window. Just keep playing those angles and wait for Dev to want to hit a route from behind. That's going to give you the best look at a full retake, and it doesn't actually come through. So now Chiefs are on map point to try to force the second best of 5. Restalling through Eskies may have found a slip-through timing, or maybe not. Limax there for the first kill, but an unfortunate self-Semtex forces him into the action, and the trade will be there to 3v3 we go.
Dev's going to get this bomb down over towards A. So Chiefs, as you're saying, 3 versus 3. They've got the numbers to make this one work if they want to. They've got to do it as a team, though, and you've got to take down these players individually. Chrono's just going to throw some shoulders here to try and get some information as to where these 3 players are. All the utility being thrown out also. And Vertex, they just have such an advantage in this position. Kronos can keep on looking at this angle. Has the support in from behind, as you say. Dev now coming in to close up shop. Vertex find themselves on series and open point.
Yeah, round 11, map 5. Oh, man. And I love little plays like that from Dev. And once more, it's another instance where you look at Vertex and say, thank you for playing patient. Just throw a couple of shoulders at pillars. You've got 2 ARs there that can really deal a lot of damage. Wait for Dev to make the play. And that's just really, really good control. Great play from Dev to get around the back. Never gives Chiefs a chance. So round 11 offense. Chiefs need this to force. And it's going to be a 4-man stack for both teams, Brody. It's going to get hot.
Oh, it is indeed. Chiefs looking for this round to try and win it in round number 11. Let's see if they can get it done here. Dev and Limax, they're going to be close. Sephiroth's going to draw that first blood. The pressure coming in here from Chiefs. They want to get this done, but it's going to be Limax. He sits in the corner. He doesn't get the gunfight, and now it's just on Kronos. A 1 versus 4. He can't get it done, and Chiefs are sending us to a second best of 5.
Oh, Limax doesn't want to put himself in the play. He's trying to play a cheeky corner. He's waiting for Setsi to peek this. He never does. There's no need to. There's too many other players to have to deal with, and Setsi does get confirmation of the final kill, but Limax could have made that a manageable position if he was just looking the right way. He was expecting Sets to push really aggressively through bricks, so he hard-scoped the angle, never gets a look at his former teammate coming around the statue, and Chiefs in a round 11 will send us to a second best of 5, and that's actually the only map that was close in this entire series. Almost everything else was a blowout one way or the other, and that means that we'll have a chance to hopefully see some more of these two teams squaring up and go toe-to-toe on some other hot close maps in the second best of 5.
Wow. APAC again continuing to offer some of the best Call of Duty we get to see here in Call of Duty Challenges, the Open number 4 event. Vertex and Chiefs, I mean, they are going toe-to-toe at the moment. Maybe Hardpoint aside, because Vertex are quite clearly the better team at Hardpoint at the moment. But Search and Destroy particularly. We look at Battle 2. We go back in the series. What was a dominant Search and Destroy from Chiefs? There, Vertex, they look like they were in control for pretty much the entirety of the Search and Destroy, albeit, there were still some rounds being traded out and such. But for the most part, a lot of those rounds that Chiefs did end up winning, it was clutch moments, 1 versus 1, such like that. But coming all the way down to round 11 shift, and it is going to be Chiefs forcing us into the second best of 5. Man, I love APAC.
And we do, we really do. And I will say, I am happy to see Vertex make some adjustments on their Search and Destroy, but there's still a lot of work that has to be done. So we're going to send things over to a small break while we get everything set up for the second best of 5 here for the APAC Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. We've got Vertex and Chiefs one more time for the better part of, a hefty prize pool here for Open number 4. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping and getting ready to go for a second best of 5 in the APAC region as Chiefs Esports Club have done the work in the first best of 5, recovering from a winners finals loss at the hands of Vertex Gaming. Austin, you were kind of sitting on the sidelines watching through that first best of 5. We had a lot of very vocal takes as far as how things were going in those first handful of maps because all of them were blowouts until we got to the map 5 round 11. What were your takeaways?
Yeah, it was really interesting. Like I remember you hitting on some points of the control where it's like there's a lot of over challenging happening, and that's where we kind of look at, you know, like, is there an actual like leader on this squad that's helping these guys when they need to use their teamwork to break some setups on the map? Because that was like some of the moments where I'm looking back like, damn, like this series actually, you know, could have been won in a lot of those maps. It was just a couple clutch ups there from the Chiefs, you know, coming in towards that map 2, having a 6-2 win. So there was a couple of really good moments out of them, but once we got towards the end, I mean, you got to give Restalling a raise. I don't know if they're paying him, but someone needs to pay him. Like, something needs to happen because he had a complete takeover, and he's the only reason that we're even going towards the second best of 5.
I mean, Brody, now as we get going forward into the second best of 5, generally speaking, you know, again, recoveries were starting to be put into hand for Vertex, but it kind of felt like, at least in the search and destroy part of the control, too little too late. So to get on top of Chiefs in the second best of 5, what are you looking at from Vertex's POV, I think, specifically to make sure they can close out this Chiefs squad?
Win your hard points for 1, and I know that sounds like a really, you know, silly thing to say considering they dominated both hard points in the first series. But honestly, if you can continue to do that, that's step 1, and then you just need to take another map. Realistically, somewhere in the series. I mean, like they got kind of destroyed in the first search and destroy, but the second was really close. So I kind of think that's actually their best chance, really. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Speaking of, we are going to be able to give you guys at least a report that the first hard point actually has been played. Not able to fully get the coverage out for it with a couple of tech issues on our side. So it was actually a 250 to 147 in favor of Chiefs Esports Club. So they're rolling off the round 11 favor. They take the first hard point. Now you go into search and destroy. You've been perfect so far. Or pardon me, Vertex, I'm sorry, has found that first hard point. So you go into the search and destroy with that little bit of a lead. But as I was about to say, Chiefs have been great throughout the search and destroy. Austin, from your standpoint, I mean, you're able to get to a round 11 the Moscow search. I mean, is there something else that you need to see from Vertex to make sure you can actually handedly take a search and destroy and find a way to beat this Chiefs Esports Club team?
Let's get some trades, man. Let's get some trades and don't let Restalling just completely go off. Like that. It's coming back to that point. I think overall, when you were just looking like at that Chiefs lineup, like coming out of that last map, like I would have thought like a couple players like weren't even playing a few of those rounds because like all the kills were just coming from one player. Now you can't expect that kind of a performance to happen every single time, right? Like you need some teamwork, you need some kind of consistency to come through the entire lineup. So I'm just really hoping that Chiefs aren't just relying on Restalling to come in towards this one, and they are looking to do things together and actually use some of that teamwork around the sites, because that was something that they weren't using, you know, a whole lot of, and it was just a lot of cases I think Restalling being able to clutch up in a lot of those scenarios. So that's what I'm looking for, I think, going in towards the second best of 5, and especially now that you've already lost the map 1, it really is crucial that they do what they did in the last set, which is come out with this map 2.
Indeed. And that map 2 will be Raid. That would also be what we have for our control, just to kind of build that in. But I believe we are ready to go into game. So Raid, Search, and Destroy. Team Vertex find themselves up 1 map already. But, well, one of the big things that we kept talking about throughout the first best of 5 were some interesting decisions, maybe some poor decisions as far as how Vertex were playing the search. Now, the adjustments were being made. Can they continue to build on that to actually find a way to take down this Chiefs team in the search? We'll find out, as Chiefs will be on the offense first and initially looking for at least some threatening presence over towards the B zone. Initial point of contact, though, has been made mid-map. No kills to come from it, but at least for the side of Chiefs, you know that there are some players that are going to be lingering in the middle.
You want to be careful. These players in the middle map could really cause some problems for Chiefs. Fortunately for them, though, Restalling going to deal with that first gunfight against Limax. And now there is an immediate trade, though. That's going to be Crimza. Good news for Chiefs. They should be able to get this bomb down as long as Cronus isn't able to get these shots off onto Swifty. Swifty's actually going to think better of it. He doesn't want to take that smoke just yet. He wants to at least solidify control over the B-bomb site before getting it down, and now they feel a lot more comfortable to do so. Now for the retake coming in from Vertex. You've got 3 players. You have the numbers to make this situation work. That's a nice Semtex to land right next to Setsi, but I mean, realistically speaking, the fact that Setsi here, left alone in a 1 versus 3, there's still so much to do.
Yeah, and he eventually would have to check the bomb, and that realistically for me just comes down to the simple fact that as Chiefs were making a play for the plant, no one was ready top bedroom. I mean, Vertex, you had one player sitting in basketball, another over by money window, and then you eventually had Dev cut the pinch through open stairs right here on this play of the round. But look where Setsy's positioned. He's down low. He's not up top. So by the time that he eventually gets there, again, it's round number 1. There are no trophy systems. You allow Dev to push forward, but beyond that, you said both of the ARs for Vertex were already watching that window. So there really was no chance for Chiefs to set up a post plan and Vertex take advantage with the first round win.
Vertex going to come in with a retake there in round number 1. Already having a good start to this search and destroy, of course. They made it very close with Chiefs in that, round 11 victory for Chiefs in game number 5 for that first best of 5. But first search and destroy didn't go so well for them. So victory here would be absolutely huge, you'd imagine, for this Vertex lineup. Let's see if they can get it done. Over towards A they go, but mid-map control for Chiefs, that's a problem for Vertex.
And Swifty, it's a beautiful Semtex over the top as well. In fact,
Dev.
It's not just the fact that he gets Limax. Further utility forces the trophy into a team kill situation. So now it's Crimza 1v4. Has Restalling tagged up, but he's going to be overwhelmed from behind. And Chiefs will respond with a round of their own. And it really just starts off the fact that, Vertex overwhelmed the outside portion of the statue. But this look right here from Swifty, there's one, give him credit for the second on the Semtex, and I think technically speaking, you can actually give him credit for the third kill, as there is eventually another piece of utility that comes over the top, but that is a beautiful Semtex in the mix.
Yeah, nice Semtex. To be fair, Semtex, generally speaking, are answered by Flak Jacket, right? You actually rarely see players pick up the Tac Mask over the Flak Jacket. Of course, regularly speaking, teams would have both. But in that particular situation, as Semtex comes through, no Flak Jacket for the receiving player. And, that's exactly why Flak is used. But now into round number 3 we go. Chiefs now trying to make their way on to the A point. Limax in control of the mid-map alongside his teammate Dev. Chiefs going to have to deal with that threat when the problem comes. For the moment, though, they don't have to worry about anybody up top Laundry. They've got control of the A-bomb site. They could get this bomb down.
Yeah, the thing is, this is, again, one of those situations that we talked about in Express, we talked about in Moscow. Vertex are allowing this to happen. It really, for me, this is a key moment in this search because it's really going to test, can Vertex successfully retake? Something they struggled with in the Express, and realistically, there were a couple of moments in the Moscow that were troubling, but this time, very clean. Restalling up top just has to play the finesse game. He's going to have help from Zeppa mid-map, but it's not going to be enough to get through Dev. And now it's Restalling who would technically need the ace to save the round.
Oh, he puts the shots into Dev. It's a little bit too shaky. And Vertex, once again, what is it with Vertex and these retakes, man? So far, it's been pretty confident plays from them on the retakes. Although, frankly, I think you kind of hit the point there, right? Where maybe Chiefs shouldn't even be allowing that to happen in the first place. Vertex, though, I think on the other side, they gave the bomb site up to Chiefs. If they can kind of close that holes in the gameplay at the moment, they'll be looking good going forward in this S&D.
Yeah, and that's not an uncommon strategy as well. We see a number of teams, even in the CDL, do this where they essentially want to overwhelm one side of the map and they essentially say, okay, that means that we have to give up possession of this other bomb site. This one, obviously, was the A site. You just essentially play for retake. And, credit where credit is due. Dev does really nicely in the middle of the map this time. Limax was right there with him. And, what happened in the first defense was the fact that Limax actually pushed through Zig by himself. This time he holds his ground. And Chiefs, even though, they do have a player in Art, they can't help get those trades mid-map. So the retake this time successful, largely because Dev is able to find that kill through mid-pillars that we saw in the play of the round. So an opportunity where all defensive rounds have been successful thus far. And once more, you're actually going to get maybe an early instance towards that Swifty pushing aggressive towards the pool chair. We'll find one elimination. It is traded, but the bomb has been dropped. Possession going over towards the defensive control of Chiefs.
And this bomb being down going to cause a problem here for Vertex. It could be an opportunity for Zeppa to cause some issues. Unfortunately, though, for Chiefs, Limax is going to take down Restalling. So now Chiefs find themselves in a 2 versus 3. And I was about to ask a question, actually, whether or not they're aware that Zeppa is in the vicinity. They absolutely are. Utility was thrown his way. So Zeppa kind of finds himself in a bit of a sticky situation here. And, comes unstuck as Zeppa is going to fall. Now 1 versus 3 for Setsi. Good news, though, here, Alan. They have zero idea where he is. He could pounce at any moment and cause some problems for Vertex, but he has to do it well. And there's the first kill. Can he get away? He does.
That's beautifully well done. Time now is ally. 20 seconds. Is he going to wrap? Setsi, this is so bold. How often would you predict this? He's going to have a look at least at one. The problem is, will he actually get a look at both? That's the real question. He's going to go top bedroom to make the play happen.
He predicts it. He predicts the play. He gets the first. Now it is just a 1 versus 1 between he and Cronus. But look at Cronus coming around in behind. I don't think he expects this Setsi. He actually dips out of the window at the exact moment that Cronus enters the bedroom. Cronus thinks this is a play in from behind. He says he's just going to jump on this defuse, but Cronus has the positioning. And I thought for a second that that 1 versus 3 was a reality. Well, there is a 1 versus 3, but it's on the round count now.
It was absolutely a reality. The problem is Setsi's in a great position, but also has to keep in mind he has to play for a defuse. And just as soon as he steps out of the bedroom, that's when the hand changes, where now you've got Cronus up top in a post-plant clutch position. Swifty Setsi really no way that he could stay there and keep contesting. It just comes down to a couple of split fractions of seconds. It's going to feel bad if he watches that back, thinking that he did have a chance if he stayed an extra second longer to maybe double up. But now we go to the open stairs, opening engagement between Semtexes, as Dev is actually going to find a couple of tags. Utility also being thrown down. A couple of stuns will connect, but help is required. Limax there to help his other SMG, and they will find first blood. Setsi backs away to keep his life.
Setsi's going to back all the way up here. Could still make the play against this Vertex roster. Going to have to dig deep to find something. I mean, 2 versus 4. We're going to need some individual plays to end up winning this round. And as Seppa falls, I think Setsi, I mean, what do you do here in this situation? A 1 versus 4. He's actually towing the line to maybe jump off the map to try and just not give anything. Okay, gets that kill against Dev, but player comes in from behind. I think decided to do some damage before dying. And, well, damage is what he does, but not enough to win the round here, Shift.
Okay, so here's another thing to keep your eye on. We're 5 rounds in, and outside of the opening round Limax aggressive push through Zig, there has not been a single elimination in the middle of the map for Chiefs. Not a single one. Everything has turned up in favor of Vertex. There has not been a contest of the middle of the map at all from Chiefs. I'm really interested to see if that's going to change. And I say that casually, but what I'm really saying is I need to see that change from Chiefs. And this time, look at it. It's going to be 2 players doubling up, already pushing through Zig. This time, point of contact is an art, and I love that change. It's a very, really good read from Chiefs. They come away with a 2-for-1 and an opportunity with Swifty playing aggressively, maybe to find more, but Dev does even things up with the trade now, 2v2 with 60 seconds to play.
Well, a manic exchange going over towards 8. Brings us down to a 2 versus 2. 2 individual one-on-ones, you'd imagine, as well, with Restalling about to take on Dev over towards the garage, and Restalling turns on Dev. Okay, almost makes it happen. I'm fed up with Restalling making these turn-ons happen here. Now it's just Stepper in a 1 versus 2. Not a chance as Vertex win the round. And what a switcheroo this has been for us here on the casting desk when we refer back to map number 2, where it was 6-1 victory in the end, I believe it was, to Chiefs in that first best of 5. Now we're staring down the barrel of a 6-1 victory for Vertex instead.
And I don't love the continual push through from Chiefs there. You get that kill in Art. That's the most important position for the offense to get onto A. Why not just stay there and hold that? If you find that kill mid-zig, like someone sitting on the staircase, then pushing through the garage makes a little bit more sense because you know you dealt with the player who's responsible for that play. But you got someone, Art. You've got no idea what's over towards bedroom still. That's just a bit too aggressive. And speaking of aggression, how about Vertex? They're going to actually just run right through the A site, get into Art, and find first blood. Yes, the bomb will be planted, but this post-plant is going to be tested in pretty quickly.
There's going to have to be some individual plays coming out here from Chiefs. They need to pull something out the hat. And again, it's just Swifty who loses that first blood. That's going to make the situation nigh on impossible to pull off. As Vertex have the numbers for the retake. Setsi's facing down all sorts of utility. Zeppa does what he can, but he falls. And now here's the big problem for Setsi. Has to defend that bomb, despite the fact that they know exactly where he is. He is surely dead to rights very soon. There it is. Dev comes in from behind, despite the fact that Setsi was trying to shoot through the wall. And Vertex find themselves on series point here.
I already know that Austin is sitting there looking at that spot from Setsi saying, wait a second, I'm about to use that in league play. I'm just barely at angle. But it's just one of those things, you know, now all of a sudden I start to look stupid because the conversation is complete opposite of what it was in the first best of 5. For Vertex in that first series, not a lot of good contest control, especially on the Express over the middle of the map. When we got to Moscow, they're again kind of playing that back off defense. Now all of a sudden you've got Vertex playing with a bit more fuego here on Raid. I'm a bit wondering why that wasn't in the map set to begin with for the side of Vertex, because they looked great there all the way through, and it was actually Chiefs on the other side that were just giving away so much space through the middle of the map. And then once they actually did find some favor, they over-aggressed. They over-chelled maybe a little bit too much, and they kind of give away around there. I think that was probably, if you look back at it, looking at the lay of the land, you're hoping that with that opening first blood and art, that you've got yourself a free win. But Vertex looking like a completely different search and destroy team there in the raid search, and it puts them up 2-0 now in the second best of 5.
Yeah, crazy, just crazy, really, isn't it? Vertex continue to find advantages. Chiefs, I mean, there were a couple of situations where they almost made it feasible to win a few rounds here and there, but it didn't turn out that way whatsoever. Just what a performance overall there from Vertex in game number 2, and that puts them in a very nice spot, doesn't it, going forward? Because now we seem to reverse sweep from this from this Chiefs Esports lineup to come out on top. Can they get it done? That's the question. We go to raid control to find out.
Indeed we do. And I think just from here on out, you know, what I'm really curious about is after that search and destroy, will Chiefs recognize that they need to put a little bit more pressure through the middle of the map, because that is crucially important when it comes down to, especially on the defense, how you get from point to point. You can't just live on the backside of your spawns. And already Xeppaa finds first blood as the aggression from the side of Vertex is happening over towards B initially. Setzy on the backside of basketball, able to find themselves another elimination as well. And defensively, you give 1 tick of progress and you come away with a very steep life lead. That's good news here for Chiefs early.
Limax now going to try and help out his team as Swifty's actually managed to make his way into art. That could be a problem that they're going to deal with. There you go. Limax does actually end up picking that gunfight up. But, I mean, the problem is, you know, for Vertex right off the spawn here, they need to try and get out of art. You can't just sit in art in these power positions. You actually need to go for these gunfights. Restalling will be the problem they need to deal with. What's the solution, you might ask? Well, we'll find out soon, I guess, when Vertex inevitably get out of art. Maybe, potentially, who knows?
They're doing okay. I mean, again, they've got a bit of an avenue here with Kronos working the middle of the map. Nearly actually gets a jump snap onto Swifty. Dev should be there for the trade-in is. So it's one of those things that it's a tough situation to really kind of break down if you're Vertex, because you lose your initial push towards B. By tradition's sake, you would feel like, okay, they're stacked towards B. We're going to spawn back towards A on our second set of lives. Let's go A. The thing is, they actually don't find any entrance over towards A. So it just kind of is a feeling out moment of, where can we actually find success? And eventually they realize, wait a second, we continue to get ourselves in the middle of the map and then over through B. They actually nearly get the 3rd tick of capture percentage on the B zone, but Chiefs do battle back at the last second, but in doing so, they maybe over-rotate a touch as Vertex essentially spawn on A and get the full capture very quickly. The big problem here is that, yes, you've got only 1 tick of progress you need, but you're down to 12 lives. So whatever you do to try to get over to this B zone, it has to be convincing.
Indeed it does. There's 2 players over here to take down, and well, there it is from
man.
Limax. Lovely 2-piece to get it done. Cronus with a 3rd. Why the hell not? Just to add insult to injury, this B point is gone. If you're Chiefs, they're actually still going to go for it. I mean, why not? To be fair, you might as well try and get it done. But Vertex there with what I would describe as a great turnaround early on. Really felt like they were kind of stuck in art, kind of stuck in their spawn, couldn't get their way out. But as soon as they did, Chiefs could not get them back in.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scramble. So again, I give a lot of credit to Chiefs just off their initial defense. They respond to the play at B. They meet then the next set of wave of kills over towards A. But the problem is, once Vertex opens up space again at B, that's where things get a little bit too scrambly for Chiefs. They lose sight of what's happening over towards A. Again, the kills are very well traded for Vertex initially, putting a lot of pressure on those decisions. But beyond that, once they lose A, they kind of get a little bit too individually focused on that 1 tick of progress that was still left on the B site. They don't really get good control back over their kitchen at any point, and that is the route that eventually allows Limax to single-handedly win the B zone. So now it's going to have to be on the Chiefs to respond onto their attack, and a good start here towards A. They just need to deal with Kronos, and as he makes his way out the laundry window, he's dealt with. 2nd tick of progress should be for certainly captured here.
I think Crims are just maybe just trying to get some exit frags here as these players make their way over towards Laundry. I think Crims are, just thinks, all right, let's back up. Let's regroup with my team so we can get ready for this inevitable push over towards B. Vertex now going to get those kills inside the mid-map. Dev is going to be the first line of defense here, realistically, for this Vertex lineup. We'll have to back away for the moment to get inside kitchen. Chiefs ready for this push. Xeppaa and Swifty over towards the pool. You've got Restalling inside the kitchen. He is dealt with, but now the pressure over towards the pool. How much of it can Vertex actually handle as the Chiefs? They are ready for this hit. Limax inside the window. will have to do something here. Unfortunately, will end up falling. Dev and Cronus, however, have managed to combine for 3. Nice play from Dev to come in from behind. And Chiefs, the pressure mounted up. Unfortunately, it fizzles out.
Yeah, all the pressure was from the front. I mean, you had a couple of players who were trying to watch the flank that came through open stairs, but it was in response fact, and there was no one proactively trying to take the middle of the map away for Chiefs. So once you get everyone stacked up in the front, essentially waiting for a breach and entry, it doesn't matter because you have a player watching from window, you got a player sitting in the back of basketball, and then you've got Dev again on the flank. I mean, he's really starting to establish himself as that roaming role without question now. I mean, it almost feels like for Chiefs, you always have to be turning around and asking the question, where is Dev at? Because he has been a nuisance for so many different maps in these 2 best-of-5s that we've had so far, including what's happening here. So now Chiefs stacking up for maybe a play through jungle, but Vertex are ready for it. They know where their gaps are defensively. Kronos is here helping watch, and a trophy will make sure that if this push does come through, it'll be tested pretty nicely.
Chiefs need to win some one-on-ones here, and they just don't.
Unreal.
It really is that simple, isn't it? Setsi is still alive around the back line, but, I mean, the pressure, again, has just been alleviated. Setsi, he's going to have to make some serious hero plays, because at the moment, Vertex have full control over the map. You've got Dev now on an 8 spree. Will get the kill, just outplaying, restalling. And now with that, Vertex looks so strong. Setsi still with an option to make the hero play. He has been up here towards jungle, towards L, towards that cutout for a very long time. Now it's time to deliver. Unfortunately, he is no postman Pat, no delivery for you. And for Vertex Gaming here, looking to put a full stop on this round. One more player maybe doing something restalling. Absolutely not, says Crimson on a 4 spree. As Vertex looking confident there in that round.
I mean, my goodness. There are just so many things that it just feels like communication breakdowns right now from the side of Chiefs. I mean, so many moments that you should not being allowed the Dev to just run freely on the back. I mean, Crims is essentially the untradeable man as he just having all these angles from the front. And look at these kills. They're all individual. I mean, he just goes from one to the other to the other. There is no team shots coming through, and Chiefs Esports Club, honestly speaking, are feeling a bit scattered on that, really this entirety of the map. And you can even talk about it in the search and destroy as well, where they just kind of look like they're a little bit lost as far as what is our setup point. That's not a conversation that just has to happen on the offense. You need to have it defensively as well, and it just feels like the decisions are not quite there. Another instance where Xeppaa just solo challenges through. Swifty was never ready to make that play happen. He's going to be playing just a corner just to see if he can play for trades, and he only gets one. So once more, you've got Vertex all over the middle of the map early.
Vertex do have some opportunities here to make their way through to the points. Restalling is actually not dealt with. Dev actually uses his streak here, so this is huge to try and clear out some of the areas of the map early on to try and get some control over A. It might be a little bit premature streak usage, we don't know just yet, but off the back of it, they will actually get a player all the way up towards Laundry. That's going to be Cronus, who could potentially zone correctly if Vertex are able to hold on to this one. But Limax with 2 in the mid-map, and that should effectively solidify it as long as a couple of ones are dealt with over here towards A. Dev still has quite a bit to do, but nonetheless, this is a nice section of time coming out here from Vertex.
I mean, you've got 31 kills between the SMGs of Vertex right now. I mean, they're killing everything. Absolutely everything. Kronos says, okay, that looks a little bit like fun. I'll try my hand at it as he finds himself a double. Swifty, the last defensive player really that needs to be dealt with. Xeppaa once again peeking out towards the staircase. A-Zone's gone. And Limax is actually in a position to where he made life a little bit difficult on Chiefs to rotate. Yeah, they're going to be able to get to the positions that they want to, but this is 100% going to be known here for Vertex. They know for a fact where this defense for Chiefs are going to be set up. They know that they've got players sitting open stairs. They know they've got a player probably in top bedroom, so that means that for Dev, it's going to be on him to try to open up some space to get around jungle, and he's successfully not just survived, he's even been able to help gift a kill over to Crimson. More kill pressure coming through for the side of Vertex.
Crimson just playing ring around the rosy with Swifty, gets the kill. That's beautiful from Crimson. Will walk away. Damage 3. The problem for Vertex here, and realistically for Crimson and Dev, is despite the fact that they're in the mid-map, there's actually pressure up towards bedroom. And, well, nevermore, it's been alleviated just like that. Cronus now on a 5-killing spree. All the players dealt with on the point, and now you should see a stack coming in from Vertex. You just jump on this point, realistically, if you're a Vertex. Here comes a Streaks as well from Dev. That's going to go straight towards Basketball, and guess who's there? It's Xeppaa and Setsi. Sets is dealt with, so now it is just Xeppaa looking to put a stop to this. Has Restalling on the other side. Xeppaa can't get it done, and now Limax on the point. Doesn't have the support of his team just yet, so won't be able to capture it at the moment.
He's just going to stall time. That's the big thing. You're playing a 16v7 with nearly a minute of time to play with. The win conditions are really starting to amount. You still have Streaks to play with. Nobody can kill Dev. He eventually does get traded, but it's 13v6. If you were to tell me that Vertex couldn't find 6 kills in 45 seconds, I would think there's no way. It's just, this feels like absolute GG century. Someone's going to have to pop off right here for Chiefs, and it's going to have to be in and around Kitchen. Restalling will find the first, maybe a chance to convert some of these kills mid-map.
There it is. Limax and Cronus finish up with yet another 2. It puts Chiefs down to their last 4 alive in this game. Crimsa trying to put Swifty down permanently. Restalling and Sets will actually pick up a couple of kills. Limax, though. There it is. Limax almost picks up number 2. Will be denied it. So it is 24 seconds on the clock now. But again, it's those lives that are just so problematic for Chiefs. It's all down to Restalling and Xeppaa. Xeppaa will pick up 1. Crimsa comes around the corner, deals with him, and now it is just Restalling. Extra bullets into the body for Crimsa onto his former teammates as Vertex come out on top. They may have been pushed to a second best of 5, Alan. They will not be pushed any further than map number 3 in it, though. They are open for champions, a double for them off the back of their open 3 victory.
And that means that it's just Renegades and this Vertex/Void team that were able to do it, to go back-to-back. That says, I think, a lot about what could potentially be in tow for us for the region at large, because we said it at the top of the show when it came down to APAC overall. It was supposed to be Renegades region. They finished top 6. They're not even winning the majority of tournaments anymore. Now that you've got this Vertex squad, and I think just beyond that, Crimsa's going to feel great about the fact that he was able to get a smackdown in that second best of 5 over his former teammates. Even a little bit of extra sauce at the end. But Visions, as we look at the pricing breakdown, this is going to feel great for these 2 guys, or for these 4 guys now, I guess I should say.
That's right.
It's back-to-back, and it means $8,000 here for this tournament in specific.
Yeah, man, I'm just really impressed with Vertex overall. I think with the way that they show up, the way that they're able to also make the second best of 5 a lot cleaner. When we got down to it, I just love the idea of changing up some of the vetoes and some of the maps, and you can just see how loose they felt and really how aggressive they were able to get from that S&D and even in that control, breaking the setups down. I mean, really well done here for Vertex to come away with that $8,000. But Chiefs, they're able to get us to the second best of 5, just can't really push too much farther than that, so they'll have to settle with $6,000. Mind Freak squad that we're used to seeing at the top there with Renegades, but $4,000 for them, and Buzzo's Revenge Tour will come away with the $2,000 here. So a couple of new names in here. I think the most surprising one is really not seeing Renegades, I think, in towards this top 4, at least for this open.
It's gonna get nasty. We've got one more open that we can watch APAC before they get into their postseason, and I don't think there's clarity as far as what's going to happen for any of that stuff. I mean, roster changes starting to really kind of feel impactful here for APAC overall, Brody. I think just generally you have to be impressed with the way that Vertex came out and adjusted throughout these 2 best of 5s.
For sure, right? Search and Destroy was their biggest weakness in that first best of 5, right? The control, even though they did end up losing it, it was still very, very close. And you know, we coming into this second best of 5. Obviously, we didn't get to see the hard point, unfortunately, but when it comes to the Search and Destroy and the control, Search and Destroy, they dominated Chiefs. And then, of course, in the control as well, that was a statement victory for them. Much better than the round 5 performance that we saw from them in the first best of 5. I'm loving the look of this Vertex Gaming roster, and you know, bringing it back to the overall point about how APAC looks going forward, looking forward to post-season, which is sooner than you guys think. You know, this is an incredible region at this point in time. APAC is filled to the brim with talent, and Vertex are very quickly becoming a roster that could be a serious threat to Renegades if they want to win champs at the end of the year.
Very much could be, but that concludes Europe. That concludes what's happening in Asia Pacific, which means there's one region left, North America, and we'll be joining them in progress with the bracket when we come back after this break. All right, welcome back as we're getting ready to go now with North America to finish off Open number 4, and we're in the midst of the lower finals. And I'll say this much, man. I mean, we've had the first 2 regions. We pretty much know what to expect, at least when it comes to major players and major teams. None of that exists in North America because teams change by the minute. It's just hard to really get a read on what's currently going on in North America. What we do know is the 2 teams that we have for us in these lower finals. We're in a 1-1 map count right now, Visions. LAG Academy and everyone accredit the team name. That's Spart and Prolud's new squad. A lot of expectations building for that new 4-man roster specifically going into this lower final.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those guys, right? The previous NYSL guys playing on that Academy lineup when you're talking about Spart, talking about Prolud. And I mean, a lot of these guys actually play with each other and are really good friends in the offseason when you're talking about playing S&Ds, tournaments and things like this. Like Mohawk coming in towards the mix, he's never been able to break in towards the elite. He's actually been like 1 map off, I think, on like 2 or 3 separate occasions. So the fact that he's finally been able to get on a roster that has already actually been successful throughout the majority of Cold War, I feel like is really good looks. And you add in someone like Fire, who's going to fill the shoes of Draza because he gets called up towards the LA Thieves land there. It's also been fitting well. So these guys have had to deal with already a lot of adversity, but they're going up against a squad that has stuck together since the start, and that is why our series count is currently tied 1-1, but should make for an excellent matchup.
And that other team is the Los Angeles Guerrillas Academy roster. They have been lights out, really. Last 2 stages that we've seen them in the elite overall, including a number of great finishes when it comes down to different cups as well as the Open from last time around. So expectations continue to stay pretty high for LAG Academy. But here is a look as far as how this series has gone so far. First map, apparently a blowout, Brody, 250-69. And currently in map number 2, 5-2 for LAG Academy. We will be going to a checkmate control, though, coming up next.
Well, that's one way to start the series, right? Yes, 250-69 in map number 1. Hello from everyone a credit, and 6-2 is actually the final score of that Search and Destroy. Wow, blowouts in both games, realistically. I think even the Search and Destroy, only 2 rounds there for everyone a credit. But just going back to the point really about sort of this LAG Academy roster, right? It's crazy because they were MIA for like the entirety of the first half of the season, like stage 1 and 2. And nobody basically knew who LAG Academy were because they just didn't exist. It was a myth. That roster didn't exist. I think it was as bad as, I think for a couple of tournaments in a row, they got like top 128 in a Challengers Cup or whatever. It wasn't good. It wasn't good the way LAG Academy was performing. They had a roster change. Obviously, Chino left the roster to go join the mainline LAG roster. And ironically enough, I remember discussing this back when that change happened with our friend Proper, and he was basically saying that could be the doomsday for LAG Academy, right? Chino leaving that roster, arguably the best player on the team, the leadership for the team, him leaving. What the hell happens with LAG Academy now? I tell you what, it's been a blessing in disguise. Losing Chino, bringing in Morks, who of course was kind of a floater himself previous to this, and he now joins the roster. LAG Academy, all of a sudden, they found their groove. They did extremely well in stage 3. They did extremely well in stage 4. This LAG Academy roster, it's really talented. I'm excited to see where they go from here because I think if they continue to improve on the upwards curve that they're going with at the moment, they could well be one of the contenders going into postseason at the end of the year.
Yeah, and a lot of that does come, I think, from Mox specifically. He has been really, really, really special, I think, in the last couple of months overall. I mean, there's been a number of CDL former pros, not just of recent years, but in this year specifically, Austin, that have kind of seen this as a, wake-up call, maybe. Like, got to start turning up, got to start making sure I'm putting in the time because we don't know what's going to happen next year. I mean, obviously, the announcement of LAN that came through was kind of the spark for a lot of people. Maybe not necessarily the spark that Mox needed, but one that I'm sure he's definitely enjoyed over the last stage and a half.
I think that spark that is driving you to push harder and dig a little deeper and to work yourself back up towards the CDL really stems from a lot of the rookies that have been picked up this year. Like, this is one of the years that I want to say has probably been like the biggest for picking up rookies and picking up new players and bringing them on towards your lineup here. So when you see all these players who are getting a shot, that really does make you drive and say, hey, listen, I've been in the pro league, I know what it takes, and I want to get back up in towards one of those positions, which isn't easy to do as a main AR player, but it can be done. And it really does kind of stem from the end of these results as we head in towards the end of the Cold War season here. So someone like Mox coming in and actually being able to help make this team what feels like better, and you know, the type of leadership that you had to bring towards the squad losing Chino has actually worked out pretty well for them. So I'm really liking the idea of this, and the way that the series has gone thus far, where they get smoked in the hard point and then they bring things back in the S&D, beating a lot of really strong S&D players, is a good sign for having a shot at being able to move back up in towards that grand final there.
And it is Checkmate Control. We had not mentioned the team that is waiting in the grand finals. That's Team Canada by name, and I think just by geographic location. Austin, I know you're going to start smiling talking about the four of these guys. Royalty, Dave, Diamondcon, Exotic, that group of four. A lot of it was the former Triumph squad, but with that roster breaking apart, they've kind of come back together in certain pieces with now the addition of Dave and Diamondcon specifically. Got to be feeling pretty strongly about what that team very well could offer when we get there, but we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, because we've got Checkmate Control coming up. But to kind of talk briefly about their run, by all reports, they've been essentially sweeping through this upper bracket, including their winners final versus LIG Academy. And I think just kind of going to you with this one, Austin, expectations should be high, not only because of the individual success that these players have found, but also just the collective success that they're showcasing here this weekend.
Yeah, man, like this is, I mean, like, so many talented players on this lineup. These are players that, you know, I've been gassing up for a very long time, that I've had the opportunity to be able to meet in person and watch them perform on LAN. DC, Diamondcon, one of those guys, Royalty as well, and then you just have so much built-in synergy when you bring Exotic back, you know, with Royalty, when they used to play on EG and Black Ops 4, and even previous to that. So there is a lot of experience with one another, a lot of chemistry that's already been built up. I don't think Dave is from Canada. Could be mistaken on that one though, but I want to say that, you know, he has still obviously had a lot of experience with Royalty and you know, playing in and out of that Triumph roster, as you mentioned, throughout last year and this year here. So I mean, this is just really, I think, as good as it gets when you're looking at finding, you know, a bunch of core players that want to grow, want to go in towards, you know, a challengers final. This would be a lineup that I think a lot of these guys would want to go in with. So the fact that they've already found success and got themselves into a grand final, I think, is a great start coming in towards this open number 4.
Incredible start, and it's just really wild because we talked about that Triumph team for so long as being like the number 9 team in North America for forever, but now an opportunity for at least some of those parts to come together for maybe a championship would be great news. We are loading on in. It's going to be Checkmate Control here in the lower finals. So Birdie, we'll see you after the action comes to a conclusion here before we get into the grands. But for you and I, Austin, we get a good look to see if LIG Academy can continue to find ways to win. And then beyond that, first look at this brand new formed roster with Mohawk in the mix.
Yeah, everyone at Creddy. That's a fun little team name that they put together for us. But it should be a great matchup, I think, for exactly what you just explained. You know, because we haven't seen this lineup, because we've seen Fire already in towards stage 1 and stage 2, but you know, does he really have what it takes? We're about to find out, but already first initial engagements will look good here for everyone at Creddy, as they just need to inch themselves up through the defensive side, and Exceed will actually find the kill. Prelude must have been tagged up, but that is a clean wipe that follows, and now LIG Academy already early trying to battle out of their spawn.
Well, they do a nice job getting rid of Fire. That's the initial threat, but more are on the way, as Spartan's going to find himself 5 straight off the rip, including 3 in a row as he pushes forward. There's number 6, even gets a tag onto Mental for what could have been the 7th, but the response is there. But my goodness, what a start it's been for Spart. You have to feel like out of all the players that have been a part of that New York Subliners Academy roster, he was the one kind of left out into the wind, and well, he's found himself, at least for now, a pretty solid home by the look of it. A 7-1 initiation from Spart.
Yeah, Spart's having a good time right now. You have to imagine the comms are also pretty fired up for this squad. They do play a lot off of that type of energy, I think, that's flowing around in the comms. So this is already 30 seconds left, and you got to make a move. Have to battle through Spart, who is up top. That is a big win there for Mox. It does give them an opportunity to try and reach one of the zones, and it looks like it might just be B2 players going to come through the plane. I like this, but still have to be mindful of the clock. Mohawk up top, only able to come away with 1. Trade's looking good for everyone at Creddy, and well, now no one can really get a touch except for Nero, and he's already been spotted, but does actually win that battle. So he'll stall a couple extra seconds, but it's a matter of can his teammates get here in time.
Oh, another nice kill here from Nero. Has to go to the pistol. Gets the first burst off on a Mohawk, but the Semtex has kept him too weak. So it is LIG Academy holding on to some zone control over by A. Everyone at Creddy taking their time, looking for a nice attempt to try to pinch through and clean, and boy, will they. They'll clean it up, no problem. And what a start from Spart. I think I saw 11 kills. I mean, I think they only found 23 of them, so that's an unbelievable
come into this control from Spartan himself.
That's a remarkable round, and like I think the most interesting thing that I'm noticing so far is like this team dropped the S&D, which I probably would have never have bet, I guess. Like I thought this would be the squad that was just going to be nasty at S&D. They would always be able to rely on their 2 and 5. But so far it's the respawns. Like we go back to the map 1, right? It was 250 to 69, I think was the tally. So the squad obviously showing us, hey, we can slay, we can get some work done. And you called it, yeah, 11 and 3 here for Spart. 7 of those going towards the objective. So has absolutely been involved in a lot of the plays that have been showcased for us thus far. But now we're going to switch sides. We'll see if they can maybe find the same favor on offense. And they're already getting some work done on B, but won't be close towards a tick as Mental locks down the top of the plane.
Yeah, I actually really like that control from LAG Academy. They're being threatened, they're being pressured, but they're not actually taking the challenge until they feel like they absolutely have to. It's still really on the offense to make a commitment to actually confirm some progress onto the B zone. And as soon as they step foot on, that's when LAG Academy make their move. Really like that discipline and that coordination from LAG. But now on the second set of respawns, everyone at Credit able to move through very nicely off of their spawn location in particular, getting not just into the middle of the map, but you've got Fire who found an entrance, at least to get over towards the defensive spawn. It's short-lived though, that play, and an attempt for LAG Academy to continue to put some pressure forward as Mox is able to clean up the pressure on the A zone single-handedly with a double.
Those were actually really important kills, and Mohawk takes down Fire, so really unfortunate and going to be pretty difficult, I think, to salvage the round, but you need to win that first battle, and there it is. They find Mental, so it does give them a bit of an open lane maybe to try and hit B. It is just Nero, but you still have to worry about Exceed, who's playing Ring Around the Rosie, tagging up players as they cut through the map, just can't really finish any of them off, and you can see on the mini-map there, Fire's like, I have no idea where this guy went, dude. Like where did he go? And Exceed is going to be like, hello, here I am, I'm on the zone, and I'm making sure it's going to stay defended.
Yeah, that was actually really funny. It wasn't just on the minimap. You also saw him on the X-ray, like turning around doing circles. Like, where in the world? Slippery indeed. Mental bottom plane, cleaning up probably one of those going to be one of the final kills. Actually doesn't have enough time to finish off Spart. So just as convincingly as everyone at Creddy set up their defense, LNG Academy bounced back in kind, but under the nose of a more complete team effort, there was not needed 11 and 3 start from anybody here because everyone really looking solid for LAG on the defense.
Sure were. Mental doing a good job locking down that plane control, something that, you know, LAG are going to need now heading in towards this offense. And it really is a lot about the breaks. When you talk about, you know, the pros and whenever they bring up control, it's like, listen, a huge part of it is how the break goes. If the break goes good offensively, then it means that you're probably going to get at least a tick, if not maybe even a capture of the whole zone because it allows you to get the setup. But that is what it usually comes down to, especially with your garrisons and your checkmates. We'll see if that is going to be better this time around for LAG as they make the B hit happen. Mox and Exceed do come out with a favorable trades, and Exceed actually wins another one up close. That puts him on 5. And, well, this break attempt looking excellent as they come out on the map, but they've almost gotten a second tick on B.
But Spart, he's done well to get a couple of kills. He's actually going to slip the net by going up and around. Does not need to find the third kill as Mohawk takes care of Exceed. That is before the second tick of progress had been confirmed. So like you mentioned, off the break, things looking good for LAG. But Spart, last one live, was able to make sure that he found a couple of kills to make life that much easier for the defense to recover the B zone. They have not depleted the full time yet on that second tick, so there is an opportunity maybe for LAG Academy with a couple of good kills to essentially just pick up where they left off. Mohawk 1 kill forward, but that's not going to be enough, and now with 2 more kills to come in tow for the team in purple, there is a chance actually to get right back over and either make progress on B to finish the second tick or freely rotate to A. They'll choose the latter as you're going to get Mox on the A zone.
Yeah, Spart stayed alive, so it means that his teammates are now able to come through and assist him, and look at that teamwork. Very well done. Fire, Prelude, and Mohawk, everyone was involved in that play, and it will result in a shutdown on the A zone because of it. So a really nice play here out of everyone at Creddy, and this forces LAG Academy now to, you know, really get desperate. We have to throw ourselves on this zone. We have to come through with one big team push because we only got 30 seconds left. And Exceed, he's been great with these entries. You'll find another one, but you're still looking to at least lock down some ticks of progress, and as we see some purple flood in the feed, looks like they might start to come through.
Oh, this is so good. Exceed actually takes care of the trophy, now pushes forward. Good communication with Mox and Nero. It was actually Mental mid-map who made sure that his only job was to make sure nobody got plane control. But it's on the other 3. They worked that A zone absolutely brilliantly. It doesn't come in a hail of gunfire. No, it's just Exceed finding the first kill, dealing with the trophy, and then good communication from Nero. So they get the capture. They have an extra 60 seconds and a 2-life lead. Nero really wants to chase down Prolute. Gonna find Spart on the way. That's gonna be a double. And now Nero finds himself in a defensive spawn. His teammates focused on trying to capture B.
Yeah, you know there's just 2 players on the map, so you can look to cut off the reinforcements here as Nero can just kill them over again. Prolute takes the shots, though, and will be able to shut him down. So everyone at Creddy will get back it on towards the map. They don't have to worry about B at this very given moment because Fire's actually been able to press all the way up, and he'll find one. That's all he needed to do. This gives them information as that second tick of progress will be depleted. Spart just waiting for the challenges to start coming through this right side. Instead, they're actually on the point. Mental tries to turn. Good help again, as everyone to Creddy will be able to lock things down. And now LG Academy looking at their final 30 seconds.
This is where you really find a lot of favor if you're everyone at Creddy. The fact that you've got Spart, who is just as good with the sub as he is with an AR. He can finesse and work the angles as good as just about any other SMG that's out there right now in North American Challengers. So you've got the opportunity to really move forward and move quickly, but they're not going to need to, at least not for now. Life lead now up to 3 for the defense. We're going to credit time becoming a problem. 12 seconds for LAG Academy to make a move, and there will not be a move made. Down to the final 2 lives. They're going to struggle even getting on a spawn as Spart peppers up the tube. Mox not going to get red initially, but he's not going to have time to get over to any of the offensive zones, let alone the one that they needed, which was the B zone. So everyone at Creddy, good recovery, but for a moment, you looked at LG Academy with a lot of favor, especially with the way that they were able to break apart that A zone.
I thought that play in the back was enough for Nero to isolate those 2 members that were kind of just stuck, right? They didn't really have too many options. They were in and around the plane. It looks like maybe bottom plane one of them, but they stay alive. They hold their life, and they make sure that they then find Nero as he's not able to find any more spawn traps. And that's what allows them to come back on towards the map. And when you see this team come back on the map, Alan, like, you really see them work angles and positions together where it's not like it's just a solo man push, you know, fighting for plane control. Someone's there. Someone's pinching from the side, coming up on the wing, watching over you, whatever it is. There is a lot of teamwork involved right now with this everyone at Creddy lineup, and it's really nice to see this early on with this new roster.
All right, well, can they find a way to close things out on the offense for everyone at Creddy? You've got Mohawk at 20 and 12, Spart at 18 and 11. I mean, between the 2 of them, I don't know who you'd want to watch more. I mean, it's kind of one of those that you would love to have just a constant picture going on. But it will be at least some battle back here for LAG Academy early, including Exceed into the spawn of everyone at Creddy, and he gets a really good read on Fire. I'm not sure if you got a little bit of a help. Oh, but Exceed gonna find himself a 3rd. This comes down to will he respond to Fire, and he nearly gets the snap on, but that will do the job. A handful in a row for Exceed and LAG Academy all over the offensive side of the map.
And you got to get some ticks of progress here because LAG Academy, they got a zone and a tick on that B point. So you have to get something done, and you're well over halfway into the round. 0 ticks of progress, but Prolute does get pretty close to this B zone as Mohawk fights for mid control, is able to get himself one, but right behind him is going to be Mental. LAG Academy, the defense is looking solid. Everyone in position. Nero finds Prolute. Spart needs to get a trade, but he can't. Mental there with the finesse, and with 10 seconds left, no one really on the map except for Fire. I think we're going to a round 5 here, Alan.
And it's not just a round 5, it should be a round 5 that favors LAG Academy to start once again on the defensive side. But this has been the most dominating defense that we've seen thus far. LAG Academy at least had success to speak of on both of their attacks. And yeah, I mean, it all starts here. I mean, Exceed, he's able to get freed up. He finds a couple of kills with teammates on the way through, but this little snapper onto Fire, plus, oh, you want to shoot at me? No, sir. That's an absolutely brilliant play from Caden. And now, yeah, round 5 coming through. LAG Academy will have the favor of the defense. And even beyond that, if Mental and Nero can start off hot on the off-the-break setup, they could potentially work for some capitalizing streaks.
Well, this has to be a lot better than the last round, and you're hoping to have a better start to the round, so that does take place. Mohawk hops up, right back down. Mental gets the information, and now he goes chasing. Finds one on the point. Oh, good help. Looked to turn. It looked like for a moment Mohawk might have gotten it, but no, he goes to the pistol, and he actually comes up with 3. More than you really could have ever asked for. Still has the pistol! What? Does he find another one? It looked like it was there. Prolute, though, will back him up, and that means that Mohawk really alone secures that first tick of progress for them.
This whole time, there's been progress been happening over towards B. LAG Academy have had to make a decision on what they want to do. The tick at B confirmed, the second tick at A on the way, and the only defensive player nearby is Mental, and he really has to be in two places at once at the moment. He doesn't even get the better of Mohawk once more, putting pressure over towards B, but unfortunate team kill will kind of force out a handful of exchanges over the top of the A zone, leaves things really just down to what Nero can do. 1v1 with Fire, gets the slide through, finds the kill, capitalizes a second tick of progress, and the third is on the way. LAG Academy need to make a decision, and it looks like they're going to concede the A zone.
Over 2 minutes to play with if you're everyone a credit, and as long as you keep LAG Academy out of your spawn, you should be able to do this and just honestly rotate over. But they find a lot of the exits, and the only one that comes off that last hill will be Prolute, who's just forced to stick back there while his teammates battle out of the spawn. And well, Prolute can't actually find anything, so that does hurt them a little bit, as LAG Academy now have the advantage for as far as the positioning, even in and around the point. As Mox is going to get caught hopping up. There is the first one for Fire. He's been good with the entries, but the support hasn't come through just yet for as far as the kills. Exceed drops down, gets the timing. Good help from Exceed. That will be 3 wiped off the map, and everyone at Creddy now down to 1:25.
It's a brilliant moment from both Mental and Exceed. Exceed tagged up. He's in an angle that he really can't find much use out of an SMG, so Mental rotates over to keep him alive. And then the response and the favor returned as Exceed is able to make sure Mental keeps his life. That's now 4 in a row for Exceed. The lives have also been not just caught up to, but LAG Academy have turned this into a life lead. They were down about 4 at one point in time. Mohawk will eventually make safe the plane wing, but there's still more Academy members to get through here. If you're everyone a credit, a couple of exchanges will now start to favor. A couple of kills over the middle of the map as LAG Academy are starting to get aggressive, and now everyone in credit connection makes some progress on the B zone.
They find a full wipe. That kill on Mox, who was watching under the plane, is really just kind of holding on to that setup. Once they die, now it's just getting on the zone and stacking up the time. Mental needs to find value. Able to get 2. Mental for 3. Able to clear out the zone. It was a stack. It could have been the game, but it's not. Mental will save LAG Academy.
But it's a 5v7, favoring everyone at Creddy. Still tons of time on the clock, thanks to that 2 minutes and change that everyone at Creddy were able to go through. Streaks being hailed in, not going to find anything. Everyone at Creddy, though, getting some space mid-map. Mental has to challenge once more. Semtex going to make life difficult. Brings him down to low HP. Exceed in the back. He finds a double, but it's not going to be enough. The lives will not hold, and everyone at Creddy will be able to take the round 5, and really the only offense to speak of, and a lot of it came from this guy right here. Mohawk had an incredible 5th round.
He had a big game out of Mo. Goes to that Diamatti and just shows us what he can do. Like, this is a lot of what Mohawk has to do, though. I mean, he is stepping in towards a role with a lot of successful players, and he's got to prove that he deserves to be here. And it's games like that that show exactly like, hey, I can hang with these guys. I bring a lot to the table, and there was just multiple moments where you look back and think, damn, that played the factor overall for us. But, I mean, a very interesting game that ended up taking place all the way through as we look back on the replays. I think the biggest one, though, for me, Alan, is Fire with the sub, right? Because we talked a lot about this in Stage 1, Stage 2 with Paris. He actually held his own throughout this map, and you talk about having 2 solid ARs and Fire having to, fill the shoes of Draza. Overall, I mean, the respawns have not taken a hit whatsoever because they just look so aggressive, and the teamwork again is just about always on point for them.
And I'm glad that you had brought that up, because I think it says a lot about Fire's versatility as a player that we haven't really had the opportunity to see him be the catalyst of let's use Fire as that flex.
Yes.
It's more of like, for Paris, it was Scraps, what do you want to do? Okay, Fire, you were forced to play this role. It never really felt like people were giving him the benefit of the decision. It always came as kind of a response to something else. And maybe that's still the case here, but I think now finally you're in a position, yeah, it's a little late into the year, but you're really starting to see what Fire can bring to the table as a complete player. But the same could be said about a number of members really across this entire lobby. So it'll be really interesting, because that now brings us to a 2-1 map count favoring everyone's credit. We go back to a hard point. But I'm really glad that you did bring that up about Fire, because that was, I think, one of his strengths that we saw moments of in Modern Warfare.
Yeah.
But going into Cold War, there were a lot of question marks. What was he going to be able to bring to the table, especially when he got pulled up to Paris? Is it going to be that AR? Is it going to be an SMG? We weren't really sure, and it really did feel like it was Scraps' decision that kind of eventually forced him to play the opposite.
Yeah, it really did, and to come in here and fill again, Draza of all people, that's not an easy task, but they've been picking up off of it. I mean, this team also came off of the last cup win, and we're seeing why, right? Like that was the big question, because I didn't get to see any gameplay from that open, or rather from that cup. So I was wondering, like, okay, like what are they doing so well? Are they just crushing S&Ds? Right. No, they're crushing respawns. They're crushing respawns, and I just still, to me, like, I know we have Spart and ProLoot who have been solid on NYSL Academy, but you bring in people like Fire and Mohawk, and I'm definitely thinking, all right, this team might be just a little bit slower, might be catered more towards S&D. That's not the case whatsoever. So very happy to see these guys come out here and put on a show and also clutch up here in a couple of tight moments, because that was an offense where the round previous they didn't get anything done. They had to step up in the round 5. They do so, and now they go in towards a Moscow hardpoint where you're probably sitting pretty happy about how that last map just went for you, Alan, where your ARs just went off for you, and now you're going in towards a Moscow hardpoint. So this could be really good news unless we see LAG Academy really bounce back hard to get us to a raid, search, and destroy.
The thing is, I mean, that 5th round and the opening break of that 5th round, it really did feel like LAG Academy had a nice hold defensively on the round 2 and round 4 that they had put together. It just seemed like they were able to flank really, really nicely in the checkmate, but that opening break that they had off, losing a couple of gunfights mid-map and then pressure being put onto both zones for the control meant that eventually the decisions were going to be hard-pressed. What are we going to do? Do we want to try to recapture A, or do we need to try to stay safe over towards B? And they never were able to set themselves up like they were in the previous defensive rounds. Why am I going on about this when we're going into a Moscow hardpoint, you wonder? Those decisions between scrap time and initial time on key rotations between 2 and 3, I think are really going to, again, be tested. It really does feel like this. Everyone at Creddy Squad wants to put as much pressure as possible across the map. And for me, LAG is going to have to do a really solid job in those tight moments, making the right decision. Do we play for old time? Do we play for the new hill? At different moments, I feel like there's going to be a good decision and a bad decision that could be made, or a good choice or a bad choice. It really just comes down to who's going to make that call in the end. It will be LAG Academy starting off, though, on the favored side to start. Normal off-the-rip strategy, 1-2 off the map.
ProLoot with the battle. Onto Mental has got the AR for us. Going to change things up a bit. First gunfight's good as he lays down the Semtex, but it's really the battle for P1. Spark finds Nero, takes out one of the ARs, actually finds the second. That's going to leave Mohawk freed up in the hill, but up top, Mental still holding on towards this. He actually comes away with 3 in a row. ProLoot's going to be able to land the nade, at least shrug him off the heady for now.
This is fine. I think overall for LAG, you're not going to love the fact that you gave away some early tie-in, but you're not being pressured at all for the spawn flip. It's not as of yet. There's still plenty of time for that to occur, and you can actually see for the Guerrillas Academy, they're sitting there saying, "Whoa, wait a second here, guys. We have to be very careful. We have to keep in mind that this is still the first hard point open, and if everyone at Creddy can find maybe a little bit more pressure through apartment, they may be able to still force LAG Academy to spawn out." We'll find out here. Where does Mental spawn? He'll be number 1 in purple, and the answer will be he's holding on long enough to just barely spawn in police as the second hard point opens. Big moment there for LAG Academy to salvage the first look at this second hill.
It was a big moment, but they have another one here where they have to find this wave of kills because everyone at Creddy's actually been able to fan out here, pushing at the front of the hill, but it's Mox for 2, Nero for a 3rd, and Sparks left alone to try and do it all himself. It will not happen, and everyone at Creddy has to be really careful because it's not easy to funnel through lobby and find the breaks, but ProLoot says, hold that, Thought Visions, I'll just do it myself as I get all 3. Mohawk spawns in the back, and this is an interesting moment, though, again, because they don't want to press forward too much to flip the spawns out completely and lose the rotation, so everyone at Creddy will actually just back on up, make sure that they hold on towards that rotation here for P3.
Yeah, and good play here from ProLoot. I like that when he's on 3, he's trying to finesse some of the scrap time, just put his pressure onto the hard point, make sure that LAG Academy stay honest by holding members on that old time. And now as he finds that 4th kill, okay, time to turn around, time to start working maybe for streaks. But LAG Academy, this entire rotation, they've actually been looking at Mox. He's actually gained the street completely, which is where LAG Academy are going to set up for this break attempt. Exceed's going to be the first one forward, and he's already gained some space in the library. They know where Mohawk is. That's an easy kill. Welcome to Spawn Flip City. It's going to be down to just everyone at Creddy to try to hold from the front.
ProLoot does find kill number 7. He's going to immediately call in the streaks. They want this time, so they're going to invest everything for it. And, well, we'll see what they find. They don't find anything, but they force them inside library. And there's still 2 members for LAG Academy, but the numbers are no longer in their favor. You see Spark just hopping over the wall, trying to get a read on where the rest of LAG Academy is. They find Mental in the back, and now you just got to worry about Mox inside of Library as the streaks are invested, and it looks like the streaks will in fact pay off. As everyone's forced inside a Library, they come out with the kills, and that's going to be a nice lead now for everyone at Creddy.
It's a very risque call-in, but I love the call to bring that into the mix because LG Academy are forced to then stay in the back, and it allows everyone at Creddy a chance to actually flip the spawns around to a point where it's a little bit of a split spawn situation. So nice job. It gives them a really good look at, like you mentioned, securing down a lot of that P3 time from the front. But now we go into another scrappy battle. It's going to be 4v4, essentially draw a line right down the middle of the hard point. That will be where the line of scrimmage is until Prolute comes around the back, finds himself one on the opening from the flank. Mental in the corner, nowhere to go. Great pinch comes in, and everyone at Creddy now dominating the control over the fourth hard point, or are they? Nero, a special two-piece, keeps the play alive for LAG to try to contest.
Oh, big kill there from Mox as well, so still very much up for grabs, but the longer LAG Academy are pinned back here, the slower they are to the P1 rotation. So everyone at Creddy will try to hold on to the street side as Mohawk comes off his spawn. Nero, big one-on-one versus Prolute. They're just going to trade as the Semtex comes down. The scrap time sure is secured, but when we look back towards the middle of the map right now, it will be everyone at Creddy in position.
Yeah, it just really comes down to what do you want to do here if you're LAG Academy. You're going to try to play for the early spawn flip, or if you have to play for the middle, and, well, the decision's been made for them. Everyone at Creddy suffocate LAG Academy on the street side, and that will force them now to spawn over towards Eskies. A very huge lead starting to come across our screens as everyone at Creddy gets to 123 before LAG Academy can contest just at the 56 points that they possess. Spark trying to keep his life, not going to be able to do so, and the second hit for LAG Academy, very nice. All four players on the hill, but this is interesting. They've bunkered up. There is a chance for them to fully flip these spawns around, but they don't read it, and now it actually turns into a situation, Visions, where everyone at Creddy's got a pinch set up naturally.
Oh, you can't watch every single angle at once when they flood through, and well, that is just worst case scenario because they're really just so much further back than they should be when they're thinking about this rotation, and Spark's actually cutting it off. He's like, I'll take a 3 freebie. Oh, you're laying down? I'll take all 4! Spark lights up the feed, puts them on 6, and now you're fighting back for an even bigger disadvantage as you have to flood through this lobby side and fire. He's waiting for it.
It's just one of those, again, those decision moments where you get a clean break in P1 for LNG Academy. You have to know that with that many kills in that short amount of time, that if you just get on the right side of that first hard point, you'll start to force everyone at Creddy to spawn out, but they stay stationary, very statuesque, and it comes to bite him in the butt, not only from the pinch, but also the special play from Spart, and now this game, oh, it's getting way out of hand. LAG Academy a chance to contest the scrap time, and even beyond that, you're going to send Mental to rotate over to the third hill, so if there were to be a recovery of the situation, this is how it would look. Just comes down to, can LAG Academy actually fully win the scrap time? The answer will be no, as Fire is able to clean up the rest of the LAG members on the hard point, and that'll put him close to 180 points.
Oh, they're not going to expect Prolute in the back. Mental, like, he's picking up the street thinking there's no way the timing is in, but Prolute might be able to make the play and break this setup. If LAG Academy lose this setup, it very well might cost them the game. It's just all on what Prolute does in this moment. He's going to wait for his teammates to come to the front of the hill. Everyone's going to set up for the play, and Prolute's going to make the move. There it is. He finds 2. That is beautiful. It opens up the front. Fire can come through and look to break through the gates, but it is still no one on the time, and as long as Fire can stay here, it should allow them to contest the point.
This is great. Fire just going to be overwhelmed, though, so just comes to this, the recovery here. Are the trades going to be in for everyone at Creddy? The answer, yes. LAG, though, still spawning in the back, and they need to break up this time. You cannot just allow 20 seconds to go over for free. So you're looking at Nero. He's going to be able to find 1. Mohawk going to double up, nearly gets a lineup onto a third, but Mental will very barely win the battle. Spart going to throw his attention to make sure that LAG stay underneath 100 points, and look at Bank. Bottom left of the minimap is all everyone at Creddy. This fourth hard point is going to open up in favor of EWC. Why did I say W? 1 is spelled with an O. But regardless of that, they're in a really solid position to get over 200 points.
They sure are, and it might put them in the 100-point club again. You got to find something here, and it's not looking great for LAG Academy. You need to find a full wipe. You need this time. It can't go over and exceed. finds the pinch from the side. Mohawk goes down. He's searching for kills, but kills won't come. Fire there to clean him up with the help of Spartan. Fire clears out one more. 25 seconds remaining. Not going to end on this hill, but if you don't get this time, it very well should be done here, as it just need a couple more seconds. But Mental, he's going to fight for it. It's going to make them work for it to the very end, as the last 15 seconds might be over towards LG Academy.
The only way LAG Academy do this is by dominating this middle map. I'm not even really in caution or concern of what happens over towards the initial parts of P2. You have to play for time here if you're LIG Academy, and if that comes at the cost of losing spawns for P2, so be it. You've got to keep numbers focused primarily on what happens here in Metro, and I mean, you can kind of see Nero still holding back towards middle. Mox is trying to slowly work forward with them. It's going to open up space for Fire to get around. The back finds one. Fortunate stick comes through, but in the end, it will not make a difference. Everyone at Creddy going to clean up the floor. Couple extra seconds will do it, and there it is. 250 hit, and everyone at Creddy, a 3-1 in the series to get to the grand finals.
Well, at least you got over 100 points, right? But man, that was
Yes.
that was just a slaughter in the hard points. Like the first one, 250 to 69. This one just got over 100 points, but you really gotta, tip the hat towards everyone here, for everyone at Creddy, because it does feel like they're playing with, a different type of teamwork. They understand when they can hit old and apply pressure and stop a full rotation from coming over. There was many times where that came through for us, and they're also, setting up on the new hills with very difficult setups to really break for the opposition here for LAG. So very, very well done overall, and that is a big statement game to come through here for us. But Brody, you got to take a look. What are your thoughts at this new squad?
They look good, man. For a roster that just formed, and I know this happens so often with North American rosters. Just North America generally. For a roster that's just formed, they look incredible. Just the way that they were pushing swiftly in that hard point, just trusting one another to hit things with the perfect timings and such. Just really well played. I can completely understand. I was asking questions as to why map number 1 was as dominant as it was in favor of them, and well, now I understand looking at map number 4. So pretty good performance. If I'm that squad, if I'm Spartan Pro, my worries for a pretty lull period with this fall of New York Subliners Academy, I'm feeling pretty happy.
Now it just comes down to, can they complete the run? Because if you take a look at our bracket, remember that's just lower finals. It's Team Canada awaiting in the grands, and they were able to find a 3-0 versus LAG Academy. So what does that mean as far as taking down a squad that just beat LAG Academy in the lower finals? We will have to wait and consider while the teams will be going through the picks and bans. Now, kind of final thoughts here, getting out of the lower finals into the grands, is the simple fact that we're looking at Team Canada as a geolocated squad. They are very much so in proximity of one another. They've got a lot of familiarity. I mean, how much is that going to come into play against a squad that is pretty recently formed of everyone at Creddy in your mind visions?
I mean, it plays a pretty big factor. Like the Bell Fiber here, it's not bad. That's about all I'll say. So it definitely helps. But I do think like the main focus with this squad is the fact that these guys have just been friends for like a really, really long time, and they've been in the pit for years. So I think ideally coming in towards this match, you need to do what you've been doing for the past couple years with each other, and that is, trust in one another, do what you've been doing so far on the day, and don't allow these crazy outcomes to kind of take place in the respawns. If you can at least keep these hard points close and maybe take away the control or the S&Ds, then I feel like that's something that you can come in with and maybe even pull out a win in the first best of 5, because right now, off everything we've seen, everyone to credit, these guys look lights out in the hard point. They're on top of the rotations. They're always on the ball here, so you have to match that for sure if you're Team Canada coming into this one.
Indeed the case, indeed the case, indeed. But hey, we've got ourselves grand finals now waiting for us. It's $15,000 for first, $8,000 for second. That's what's on the line for us. We're going to send things over to a brief break, and when we come back, we will have ourselves the maps to take a look at as we get ready to go for at least our first best of 5 in the North American Grand Finals for Open number 4. Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more grand finals to get through to conclude open number 4. And of course, we're in North America. My whole shift with Visions and Infinity. And this will be a really interesting grand finals. We've got essentially a recently formed squad here with everyone at Credit going up against Team Canada. Should be a really interesting piece, as Team Canada is the team coming out of the winner's bracket. They have the luxury of having to be defeated in essentially what would have to be 2 best-of-5s. Well, Austin, it only seems fitting as a resident Canadian. Have to start with you, just talking over this Team Canada squad. We've seen them in pieces play very well throughout the year, but now cumulatively as a group, see what they can do here in this grand finals before they eventually will look forward to the Stage 5 Elite Qualifiers next weekend.
That's right. I think for this squad, in particular, it's a lot of redemption when you're talking about, people like Royalty, struggling to really make it in towards the elites and actually prove himself on the big stages so far this year. Exotic, right? Just bouncing around in some of these elites, not really being able to push, the envelope as much as I'm sure he would like to and prove himself as a top sub. And then you have Diamondcon who's dropped down from this NYSL roster, and then Dave Patty as well has chemistry. So I'm looking at all 4 of these guys thinking it's got to come together. I think they've actually found a very solid roster to come together with heading in towards the end of the year. It's just making statements like this when you're in these opens and actually closing things out against a team that is newly formed as well. If you can do that, I think that builds up your confidence just drastically going in towards the rest of the events that we have lined up this year.
And the familiarity will actually extend on the other side of the lobby, because not only do you have Diamondcon and Dave, who've got a lot of experience playing alongside the New York boys, but they're going to be playing against Spart and Prolute in this Everyone Accredi roster. So Infinity, going to you about this new team that's recently been formed. Mohawk been looking great. I think that's kind of story number 1.
Yeah.
Visions in the last segment was telling us, again, he's been really close a number of different times to getting into the elite qualifiers, but just barely missing out. This team feels electric, like it very well could be the formula to get him into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely, it could be. Prolute and Spart, of course, there has been a lull for what was the previous New York Subliners Academy roster. I think that's undeniable at this point. They just couldn't settle for what was stage 3 and 4, really.
Sure.
But I think now with this new roster for Prolute and Spart, bringing on Mohawk specifically, who I know Austin was hyping up before we actually got into the last match, and for good reason, because he got 39 kills in the control or something. Alongside Fire as well, who this for him, I think, in challengers, as it is for many players who unfortunately have found their way here via being dropped from Call of Duty League rosters. This is a redemption story in the making, and that makes him a very dangerous player alongside the rest of the talented boys on this squad. And overall, they are looking excellent. Just the way they're playing Hardpoint in the moment, on point.
Yeah, Respawn looking absolutely lights out. Let's take a look to see where exactly this first best of 5 will take place, though, through the first 5 maps, and will those hard points be a problem? Well, we will be taking a look at Garrison and Raid, a potential collective 2 times each, with Moscow as the map 5. And, just looking over my initial reaction here, Visions, just over the 2 Garrisons for our first 3 maps, is the question of, can everyone at Credit really find value first and foremost from their subs? Because we saw Mohawk and Spart specifically really take over when we were watching them in their lower finals matchup. Are you specifically looking at those 2 again, or do you want to see more from someone like Pro try to step up in this opening Garrison hardpoint?
I mean, I'm thinking that the ARs are going to hold their own, but I think you bring up a great point saying like this, and this is, Moscow. This is a Raid in the sense of, some of the respawns that are going to be coming through in the first couple maps. So I think that you do bring up an important point where it's like we do need to see more from Prolute, and I think there was moments in the Moscow hardpoint where we're like, wow, Prolute just actually found a couple of big plays. Remember that big rope behind P3, or to break open P2 from the lobby where he found that 3-piece. I'm definitely relying on some of the subs to come out here for us and looking at Fire and Prolute to see, what they can do on a map like Garrison, because as much as the ARs can certainly find value, you do need to create room and space for these rotations and these setups, and that's done through your subs finding and making those plays for you here. So I definitely think you need to find some success with your subs coming in towards this like we would typically see on Garrison, but it is a matter of, is everyone going to be able to consistently play like they've been doing the entire year against the likes of like an Exotic Royalty duo that can very much rival that 2v2 sub pressure that takes place here for us. So I am looking towards them to make some plays here, but you definitely have to, be mindful of what can take place on the other side of the spectrum with this lineup, because they're very explosive as well.
Indeed. I think, we're going to really see not just if Prolute can step up, but like you mentioned, we talked a lot about how Fire was kind of the subject of roster and role swap ups when it came down to Paris overall at the beginning of the year. That's going to be, I think, another major focus point as we get into this first map. We are still waiting on lobby to populate, though. So as we have some more time to talk through this series set, is there anything on the table that you're seeing that could potentially favor Team Canada? Birdie, I mean, just honestly speaking, we're kind of speculating at a point outside of the experience that we have looking at teams like Triumph from a couple of weeks ago. Actually, it's probably more like a couple of months ago. Was there anything else on that list of 5 maps that stood out to you, maybe from one side or the other?
Honestly, I gotta say, the SMG presence of Royalty and Exotic, it is a scary duo. I mean, these guys, they've been together for a while now. You know, of course, formerly on that Triumph roster. I think it was open number 2, I want to say, where they ended up taking, it was either open 2 or 3, that they ended up winning. And, you know, there's a reason for that. Those guys were playing extremely well on that Triumph roster. Of course, it wasn't just them. Let's not, you know, act like that. But they definitely played a big part of that. And looking towards this map set, I think going forward, those are the players that you will need to shut down if you're the opposition here, if you're Everyone Accredi, which is a great name. By the way, so that's the, I guess, the key to victory if we were to make one is just make sure you take Royalty and Exotic out of the picture as much as possible.
No, I like that. I like that we kind of framed that up from a keys to victory kind of standpoint, because let's be honest, we're going to be learning a lot about both of these teams here over the course of potentially the next 10 maps overall. But something to keep in mind, just kind of speaking on this history, is the fact that Team Canada was able to get through LG Academy very cleanly in the winners finals, and they've been playing with a certain type of gusto apparently on the weekend at large, just kind of looking at the interactions that people have had on Twitter. And, you know, Austin, I know we had this discussion when we were on the Diffuse early on. Let's be honest, Diamondcon finds himself in a very strange spot on this season because, you know, he was great for New York. I think both of us at one point inside said of the year, no question. But when Hydra comes into the mix, you're forced to essentially play for prize pool in the challenger scene, which we could take a look at here while we continue over the conversation of Diamondcon specifically. He's in a really strange spot because he did not disappoint at all in the CDL, but still finds himself fighting for $15,000 today.
Strange is like the perfect word, because like if you go back just to that stage 1, like just think of the hype that was around Diamondcon. Like he was even making, I think, like ESPN like top 5 plays of the month with his like 1v2 on Miami from way back when. So like it really was just like, wow, like this is like the kid to watch out for this year. And then, as you mentioned, Hydra comes in, and a lot of that spotlight, of course, is stolen away. So it just feels really difficult for him, because he knows there's probably no real chance that he's coming back towards the main roster for NYSL. So you really have to make the best, out of challengers at the moment. And I mean, he did do it last year. Like, I think you do have to bring up, what DC has done. Like, a lot of people don't know Connor, but he's been, crushing the Toronto scene for a very, very long time with the likes of Royalty and Exotic and people like this, but has also, won in actual challengers finals last year, right? Like, people, I think, really sleep on the fact that there was a lot of damage done when we got towards the end of the year for a squad like Triumph that found no success really in the middle of the year, was really stagnant, and then actually ended up coming up big at the end. That's the same situation that's kind of happening here all over again. So if DC can come away with a really good end of the year, I feel like that puts him in a really good spot heading in towards CDL next year.
It's just so difficult because really we could say the praises of all 8 of these players to fulfill something very similar. I mean, you talk about Exotic and Royalty, again, also a part of very good teams last year, also a very staple part of it was actually a CWL teams from Black Ops 4. I don't think anyone was disappointed in their performances, but still, it's still time to prove your worth, and it's going to feel strange to do so, but that's the world we live in. We're jumping on in. It's North American Grand Finals. Brody will catch you at the end of everything as we jump on in. It's Garrison Hardpoint, and our attention has to force to pay really kind of disrespect to what the SMGs could do here off the rip.
We'll have to take a look. All this preparation, all this build-up, the lights-out Hardpoint gameplay that's been coming from Everyone's Accredi really has been exceptional, but it looks like it's going to have to wait for us as we're not getting in just yet. So we'll have to wait to see how that one kind of plays out. But overall, we're hitting on the points, I think, that just coming out of that one, Alan, where we're mentioning there's a lot on the line, I think, for a lot of these individuals. And we talked about Mohawk, who hasn't found himself in the Elite all year, a chance to be able to come up big. He does in the last series. Can he do it in the Grand Final? Same now is said here for Team Canada to have to go big as well. So this is the match that I think everyone really watches for, comes back to look for, to see, who is actually stepping up before we get towards stage 5. So should be good looks, as I think we might be trying attempt number 2. We'll see if it's good.
Crossing fingers, toes, other appendages. Ankles, I don't know.
Can we do that? I'm crossing ankles.
Whatever you want to do.
That's what did it.
Just don't cross the streams if you're a Ghostbusters fan. That's the one thing you don't want to do. Is that a reference?
I know that one!
Reference? Let's go!
We're off to a good start.
Yeah, I was setting that one up, and I was like, either you're going to land with Austin, or it's going to completely be foiled. But everyone at Creddy will be starting off on the P3 side. And we're actually, Team Canada, in their very brilliant red and white, will actually be able to find a very good off-the-break start. Lots of time already earned on the first hardpoint, and more kills beyond it. So it's really just small individual interactions that lead to hardpoint pressure. But now all of a sudden, Team Canada are starting to really dominate the scoreboard conversation as they're already over 22 points.
Yeah, big 22 points to get. Spart will throw himself on top of the time. If you can get the scrap time here, then it's not too bad of a situation, but that's actually looking to be pretty difficult. This Royalty has yet to die so far. Prolute will put an end to that as we do start to look towards this rotation. It will be cut down. Diamond God's in the vents, guys. You gotta watch out for the diamond in the rough as he's able to come away with a couple, and that means that that's going to slow things down drastically, and we look at that rotation. It's solid for Team Canada.
This is, I mean, such a stark contrast to what we just came off of, and Dave is even going to play this outside barrier angle where, again, I don't think it's going to be the first place that anybody from anyone to Freddy will be checking, but they do actually win spawns in the back. Dave forced to change the angle, just looking for some toes to shoot. Instead, finds Spart's body. Fire still contesting on the point. We'll get some information off this, and he actually goes outside the lines. Oh, he must not have learned from his kindergarten teacher what coloring inside the lines means, but it doesn't make a difference. Everyone at Creddy able to finally win the hard point. And honestly speaking, even though there's been a dominating start here for Team Canada, with this back 20 seconds, we'll be looking at an even game if this is everything soaked up here for everyone at Creddy.
Yeah, I think it will be overall, but this is going to be difficult to run through the middle of the map unless you can open up with a couple of key kills right now. And Prolute does find that first one. The spawns are still okay for Team Canada, so no one's going to spawn in behind Old. The numbers still here, and Dave's actually buying a lot of time, right? As long as he stays alive, it plays a pretty big factor because now you don't feel as free to actually push on up, and they will find Dave, but they got to deal with Diamondcon, who's also sitting in a corner and almost finds two, but Spart with a very important kill will get the trade, and now they've been able to inch themselves up. It's just a matter of actually getting into the back.
Yeah, and this is a really curious position right now for everyone at Creddy because with the time remaining in the hard point, you really don't have the ability of playing for a flip. So I was a bit confused on seeing three members essentially stacked in that middle lane by the truck garage. Largely, you look at these moments and say it's got to be a hit from Dark and from Tools, but that was not the case. Team Canada capitalized, and that's going to be nearly a full 60 seconds. And, well, I think Fire just got a team stick on the Mohawk as he was mantling up the tank. That's not going to make life easy to try to zone off these exit kills. I mean, you already have Dave pushing forward. He's found himself 3 straight kills on this exit, and that's going to be Team Canada not just around to the 100-point threshold. They've got a really good look from the side on what's about to happen here in the 4th hill.
Oh, Prolute. He has found so many great pinches, and that actually finds 2, but can Mohawk actually get them out of the hill? Not looking likely, as Diamondcon's just going to tuck himself away, but has no support, so Mo's free to drop down on him from above. Finds the entry, but still no one on the time, as it's all going to the game clock at the moment. It's a 60-point differential, and everyone at Creddy try to soak up the time that's remaining. 35 seconds up for grabs, but the flood of Team Canada looking solid as they're controlling the majority of the time.
And I think the most impressive thing is just kind of as I was alluding to just a moment ago, just comparing this performance from everyone at Creddy versus what they just put up versus LAG Academy. In that lower final, they were dominating the pace, the tempo, and how exactly the flow of the map was working when we saw them play in the Moscow. That has not been an instance showcased whatsoever here. Team Canada has dominated that conversation almost as badly as everyone at Creddy did in that lower final that we just came off of. So the fact that we kind of came off of a plateau of everyone at Creddy dominating the respawn conversation, now struggling to find a setup, really goes to show why this Team Canada squad has done so well so far in the weekend.
We're seeing everyone at Creddy fight back, and you feel like this could be one of the hills that might just change how this game has been going. If you can chain that in towards some P1 time, you have the favorite sides leading in towards some of the future hills, but still plenty of time to fight for. And Team Canada, they're going to send a couple bodies for sure, making sure that it's not just free time. Exotic will be taken down, but DC, I thought he had the trade. Mohawk with 9 HP. Really trying to keep his squad in this at 11 and 8, but there's just so much to deal with. The hill pressure has been solid, and we'll see Exotic even throw one more attempt at it, right? Just make sure they're not picking up any time for free.
I mean, barely any time. You could have stopped the sentence there. I mean, everyone at Cruddy, I mean, this initial setup that, I mean, they don't have the ability of zoning forward. I mean, when we typically look at setups around hardpoints like the 5th, it's all about either trying to establish a spawn trap or at least be able to set up some sort of a zone kind of right around where the first hardpoint is to get kills mid-map and eventually win that high ground. Everyone at Cruddy was essentially bunkered up throughout the entirety of that 5th hill, at least the time that they were actually on the hardpoint itself, and that allows Team Canada to work around the outside and eventually just find free angles for kills. I mean, that is not a picturesque 5th hardpoint for everyone at Cruddy. Now they once more find themselves down 100 points, not just struggling to see the hardpoint. They're on a really poor position to try to even see the second hill coming up in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, they really are. And I think one of the key factors that we came in here with was, listen, Prolute and Fire, they need to match the pressure, you know, out of Exotic and Royalty. Exotic and Royalty aren't really even doing the majority of it. It's actually Dave Patty that's really stopping them, right? Like, he is putting up, you know, quite the performance at the moment. 18-7. I mean, looking at almost a 3.0 KD, as Fire will make sure that doesn't happen, at least not in that life overall, as we do look towards the rotation. It is good for everyone at Cruddy, but the real factor is, you know, can they hold on to a setup?
And just look how much Royalty's putting pressure on. He knows exactly where Mohawk is, and he also knows beyond that if he could get this kill, that should flip around or at least block the spawn. So an opportunity here for Team Canada to once again put some really good pressure onto the second hill. And I was about to say going into this hard point that this is a full 60 that isn't just going to be nice to have. It's required to have it right now if you're everyone at Cruddy, but it's going to be down to what can they do in this back 30 seconds. Fighting from inside the hard point. Decent moment. Probably going to cut off a bit of a rotation from the side, but you got to get through Connor. He's on 3 in a row. Sees Spart at range, but does not have the ammunition to find 4. And with that, Spart will make sure that everyone at Cruddy will indeed lock down the majority of this scrap time.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty big moment overall. Everyone at Cruddy comes through, right? As much as this time is not going over, it is allowing you to have the setup for new. So it is another one of those situations on, you know, can they actually hold it? Because I think Team Canada has been excellent at being able to break on through exactly like this, because Royalty gets right up in your face, does not give you any time to breathe. But you are only 5 seconds in towards the hill. The setup's still looking pretty tight, and now it's Royalty again, isolating the members that are playing through the outskirts of the point. Comes flying in, gets help from DC. They'll break open the hill. Royalty is still going. He wanted the 74U, but it is not enough to full-on break the point. Everyone at Cruddy still going to have the setup and still going to hold on towards this time.
And I love that little off-screen position from Pro that you see his white skull right over the top of mid. He's just essentially making sure that Team Canada will not have a chance to see another look at this hard point, because again, you need this back 20 seconds just to keep this game close. Prolute off his respawn, right back into the hill, deals with Royalty, and now a chance to start setting up for exits. Team Canada putting the pressure on from the front side of this hard point, wanting to make sure that this 4th hill opens up favorably, but the kill's not quite there as of yet. Prolute up top, get to find more in combination of both Fire and a Mohawk. That's all 4 players down. No one going to be left onto the new hill, so that's scrap into initial, and all of a sudden, everyone at Cruddy right back in this game.
Oh, they're splits, so I think there's actually some confusion there for everyone at Cruddy. They weren't sure what side they were coming from, and well, the answer was they were coming from both sides, so it was really hard to read the full-on team push, and that means that Team Canada do recover. They're back in the point, and we need to see a break. Fire's the first one through. The trade is good for Spart, but it's still Exotic in the point, still Royalty you got to deal with, and there is just so much, and it's looking too overwhelming. Everyone at Cruddy will get the contest, but Diamondcon on 3, locking things down in and around the point. Fire will be able to break things open, almost finds a 3rd of his own, but it is still looking dire as it's a nice lead for Team Canada, but everyone at Cruddy certainly making things close.
This next set of gunfights is the game right here. Everyone at Cruddy needs to find a way to win this high ground, but Diamondcon for 2. Fire eventually puts him down, but Dave there for the immediate response. The trade is good, and Team Canada, a convincing setup as we get into the 5th hard point. And this is what I was talking about last time that we were here. You're going to have everyone at Cruddy, they know for a fact, are going to be spawning old. And then as soon as you find each and every single one of these kills, if you're Team Canada, you know for a fact they'll be spawning behind the 5th hard point, but Prolute, a big double kill, opens up some space for everyone at Cruddy to get right back onto the hill and contest. It's going to have to be clean and polished, though, not just through this hill. They're going to need to win a rotation over to 1 if they want to really get this game back to level.
Oh, they really do, and Prolute just tagged is going to be hunted down from Royalty. 179 to 222. They're doing it, but you mentioned the rotation, and well, there is a flurry of kills that come through in Team Canada now in the middle of the map as Diamondcon comes up with another two-piece. He's really picked things up, closing in on 30 with a minute inside of the hill. But 10 seconds left for scrap time. Team Canada, they're more focused on making sure they maintain the setup for the new hill. They have the spawns. They're looking good, and now everyone at Creddy, they need to flood on through and win just a chain of gunfights again.
Yeah, I really actually like that from Team Canada. It's essentially, we'll finesse the time on 5. We could maybe win the game there, but if we lose a couple of key gunfights, we could potentially lose this map. So let's play safe. Let's just play from our leader's advantage. 238 is where the score is for Team Canada. Threatening now. Everyone at Creddy needs to break through quickly. Proluk gets some good calls and information. Able to take out Exotic, no problem. Mohawk on the other side of the hard point. Wins one, and then the YY off the reload. Proluk good for more fire there for his trade. 33 seconds on the hill, and everyone at Creddy a chance to soak some time, but watch out for Royalty. He's got an off spawn again. He's going to come from behind the play. There's one. Give him 2. Knows there's 3 more nearby, but that may have just won the game itself.
Oh, it looks like it might have. I mean, you have to get here to contest, but there is no white arrows in position. Royalty's play is enough to close it out. Everyone at Creddy just not enough in the tank as we get towards the end, but Team Canada just clutching up here in those final moments.
Unbelievable. I mean, I'm so glad that you had that read on the spawn flip moment where it's kind of a split spawn, because like you mentioned, everyone at Creddy did not read it correctly, and oh boy, how about the situation that comes back to bite them in the butt one more time. I mean, honestly speaking, through that first rotation to Hills, it just did not feel like everyone at Creddy was even loaded into the lobby compared to how they just came off that lower final. I mean, Team Canada all over them early, but it's those 2 split spawns moments for me that really kind of stops and quells that comeback from happening. And, you know, props where props are due. Royalty does capitalize with a double kill, needed to happen. And then beyond that, just the one that happened before, again, that split spawn situation leads to more kills than deaths. And I mean, John Madden commentary, you win more battles than you lose, you're going to win the game. Boom.
Nailed it, Alan, nailed it. But it is unfortunate, right, when you look back, because you can read split spawns, don't get me wrong, but it's really difficult to do, especially in an intense moment like that where you're expecting them to all spawn on one side of the map because you just wiped them at the same time. And then for it to happen, it's really difficult to recover from. And I mean, it probably should have been done, I think, a lot sooner. Like, Team Canada did let up on the gas a little bit. They had over a 100-point lead, and you saw that come down to 50 points near the end when there was a couple of rotations that were just being held quite well. Like, this was good recovery, making sure Royalty didn't funnel through your entire team, and they came out with a lot of time there. But as we get towards, you know, the end, it's that exact play that we keep kind of alluding to, where Royalty gets the favorable spawn, comes in, pinches 2, and that just opens up, and the setup is no longer intact there for the side of everyone at Creddy. But I think that's a really big one to open up with, because we just saw them come off of like 2 really dominating hardpoint wins where they almost 100-point clubbed both maps. And the fact that, you know, they were met with Team Canada in this map 1 where they let them know, hey, we're pretty good at respawn too, it's not gonna be as easy as you think, is really one hell of a way to open up the series, that's for sure.
And, you know, the other thing, just to kind of give credit as we finish off that first map, Proluk was one of the big reasons why everyone at Creddy was able to start piecing together comebacks. So many key plays away from the objective that helped them win rotations or specifically breaks. But the problem is we go into a raid search and destroy next, and everyone at Creddy, you specifically said this almost verbatim, that you were expecting, looking at this roster, that they would be heavily a search and destroy team.
Yeah.
They got smoked by LAG Academy on the search and destroy. We did not get a chance to watch them play it necessarily, but it was a 6-2 in the lower finals. So in your mind, is this a must-win map here for everyone at Creddy if they want to have a chance in the series?
I think so. Just watching and spending a lot of time with these players individually, I think that it is really important just for their mental going in towards that map 3, knowing that the series is tied. Because I mean, it's not to say that these guys, you know, are tilting every single series, but I know that emotion can certainly play a factor when they're winning and they're frying. Like, that's when they're at their best, because their comms and their hype is reflecting on every single play that they're making with each other. But compared to when things are going really wrong, they go down 0-2 and they head in towards control. I could see the vibes actually being a little bit off, and maybe even being a hot 3-0 here for Team Canada. So I would actually say that it is really important, maybe even a must, that we do get a tie-up. And I think coming back to the very first point where it's like, I do expect these guys to be strong at Search and Destroy because they just spend all of their time coming up in the scene, in the S&D scene, as well as when they get to the offseason, that's what they're grinding, every single year. So I'm expecting them to be here, but at the same time, maybe their setups aren't necessarily, fully here with that new roster. And I think the same could be said for Team Canada. So you have to be able to exploit that and make some of these decisions on the fly and make some of these big play calls, which I know every single member on that squad is capable of doing here, for everyone's credit.
And the familiarity that comes through for Team Canada, again, there's a lot of previous team synergies that combine most of this group of four. So who knows? Maybe it's just one of those things that everyone's piecing together, because we didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but the run that Team Canada went on to get to this point, they started off beating Team Nemo, who was a surprise in Stage 4 North American Elite. They take down Built by Gamers, who was a major favorite for this tournament specifically. And then they take down Team Shake and Bake, which is actually Jordan General's new team, with Mayhem, Wiz, and I want to say Minder, I think is the other player that's in the mix for that team. So again, they went through a number of really solid teams just to get to that winners finals, which we saw the brackets show it. It was a dominating performance from Team Canada. So they have really put together a special tournament and at least a full weekend here over the course of yesterday and today, and would love to clean things up. And who knows, a lot of it you have to feel like is just because of that familiarity that comes into the mix. And we'll see if it will be showcased here for that raid search and destroy as we jump on in. Everyone a credit, starting things off offensively, and Spart with the bomb. Not something you often see. He actually is just barely able to avoid a stun, so maybe a chance if Royalty over peaks for a first blood mid-map.
Yeah, and that flash actually didn't hit him, so I did think Royalty was actually going to peak this, because trophies, of course, not a thing early on, but it's the ARs. Royalty even with an AR as Diamondcon reads 2 in the back, and Spart would have to pull off a 1v4. Spart's an insane player. I will say there was a lot of time to work with. You got a good 15 seconds, and at the same time, you are carrying the bomb, so not completely written off, but you're going to have to do a lot of work and have to make it happen inside a kitchen, it looks like, as he finds one, and all right, now it's very doable.
Yeah, this is interesting. There's not a second challenge from Diamondcon as a part of that contest through kitchen. Dave, though, has he seen him cross? He's sitting open stairs. I don't believe he has. Spart's going to plant this. Oh my goodness, he's going to have the luxury of a post plant. He's planted this for art side, but the problem is you've got Dave watching you from mid-map. Does get a lot of tags in, but doesn't fully confirm the kill. So Spart now on the regen. 1v2, imminent, sees Dave. Going to get the read on Diamondcon. First couple of shots from Dave are okay, but the jump headshot does come through. Impressive shots from Dave, and that'll be enough for Team Canada to capitalize on the early 4v1, and with that, take the first round.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a round win, so I guess you're happy, but it was looking like it was probably doable there for Spart when he made his way over and he got a free plant off. Like, everything lines up. I think with even the way he was planting the bomb lined up with blocking the vision because of the tree in the middle of the map when Dave was hitting open stairs. So wasn't able to see him on the bomb when he peeked open mid, and in the end, he's also able to track and make sure he doesn't escape to Art or Laundry, because that's when you start thinking about re-wraps or just a quick peek, bad timing can play a factor. So good patience out of the two AR players to set up and just hold their ground and just wait for the challenge. And just a nice little jump peek there from Dave in the middle of the map as he catches them off guard. So the first round is good, and now we'll see Team Canada on their very first offense as well.
Early look with the bomb heading towards B. There will actually be Exotic. Oh, I love this play. This is something that he's done a number of times before. He's going to get aggressive on A and try to make everyone at Credit feel like the play is going over towards the A site, but it doesn't make a difference because the bomb plus another has dropped as Prolute finds 2, pushing aggressively through the open stairs. Spark finds Exotic, lurking forward, and everyone at Credit capitalize off the initial gunfights. Now leaves Diamondcon to consider a 1v4. He does find the first kill in this interaction. It should free up maybe some space to collect the bomb, but he doesn't have a lot of information on where anybody else is. Good look at Fire for the kill. Trade you feel like should be there and is. So we go 1-1 in very similar rounds.
I know they're clutching up these rounds, Alan, but these 1v4s are like really sloppy. Like really sloppy in the sense like there is a chance, right? Like if there is just some cracked play that comes through where you just jump peek or rather slide chow the player that's pinching in from behind, like that's a 1v1 against Mohawk that you have the chance of being able to clutch up. So I will say so far, a lot of the challenges that have been coming through have been solo. And I mean, that's not unexpected when we're talking about just S&D players, but we're talking about two squads that are looking to rival the best in challengers. do expect things to be a little bit cleaner overall, as we'll go now in towards a big swing round for round number 3. Spart responsible for locking down the map. This stun will tag him up, so that information is here, and as we typically see on defense, Exotic will have the complete middle of the map covered, and he can bounce between either lane as he needs.
Again, this round almost copy-paste what we saw in round number 1. But Prolute seems to have learned his lesson. He's not going to over-aggress far forward, knowing that Team Canada loves to give up the space and essentially bait you into trying to push through. So the bomb's going to be planted. This is going to be a setup for Laundry. So Spart will join Prolute on this angle. And realistically, with Fire clearing space through open, Team Canada could only be in one spot. That's going to be, should be, an easy kill for Fire, and it is. Prolute finds one more, and oh boy, I'm not going to lie. This is a really good post-plant setup for everyone at Cruddy, and largely it's just lesson learned from round 1.
It really is, and I mean, you got to make a challenge happen. You got to rip someone right off, and it's not going to happen. As Prolute's going to hold strong, and Dave just still regenning there from the previous gunfight. So nice job, and I mean, yeah, you touched on it. Like, it's just a beautiful post plant, and as soon as that bomb goes down, Fire makes that play, and Fire only needs to find one, because as soon as he gets traded, that's information, right? Like, oh wait, there's still a player on the pool side of the map, which means that we are still in a great position with our tight setup at the back of Laundry. That's not going to allow you to push through easily. So I really like the idea of what they did, how they burned a lot of the time on the clock, and then eventually just forced the hand of Team Canada.
And just a better job of not just drawing a line in the sand, it's essentially building a wall in the sand to make sure, okay, don't go past this point.
Exactly.
No need to gift away kills. And how about this? Exotic, very similar look as he's the first one to move forward, but this time there are teammates with him. But careful, watch that mini-map. Everyone at Cruddy working their way around the back. Spart's able to actually survive, find first blood. Prolute up top, support from Fire. They find a kill onto Dave, and oh boy, all of a sudden, Team Canada, well, they're looking like the border's been closed on them here as Royalty finds himself another 1v multiple. This is a 1v3 now, but no chance to get out of Laundry. And that's 3-1 all of a sudden for everyone at Cruddy. And a lot of it is just really good adjustments from what happened in their first offense and what they learned from their first defense.
And it goes back to that first round, right, where you're getting over-aggressive at the back of Laundry, and if your goal is to play for a plant, which the majority of the time that you're taking Laundry control, is to plant for A, then you probably shouldn't be pushing through, and I think that's Mohawk realizing, all right, like, I need to back up, I don't have support, and he plays that patience game, and the kill comes to him, finds the kill, allows them to break things down. So everyone at Cruddy, now with a couple of rounds there in their favor, as they're up 3-1. We're going to wait for that mid-map pressure that has been held quite nicely for Team Canada, except this time around they're actually going to play for a much earlier retake for Laundry. They're going to meet both players that are trying to get into Laundry themselves. Royalty, though, gets the angle, and he finds the first blood.
I'm going to be challenged. I'd say Mohawk still on this angle. They're going to be able to go essentially kill for kill. Royalty, last one alive, nowhere to go. And, well, I hate to hold the microphone for only 10 seconds, but is this what you expected initially when you saw this team on paper? Because I think that's where I was leaning more towards.
Yeah, this is a lot more of what I'm expecting for everyone at Cruddy. Just, like, coming through this aggression, they're matching you. Team Canada coming in the back for the retake, though, is, like, really unexpected because you only have 2 members. You might be running into, like, 3 at most. So, I don't know. A bit questionable for me, I think, just doing it that early.
Well, for Team Canada, they're definitely going to need to consider what they want to do defensively next round because outside of the opening round win, it seems like they have been lost for early contest anywhere on the map. Exotic, oh, he's going to get some information off that stun check. 3 members, everyone at Cruddy, right through the middle of the map. And okay, so now it's Team Canada saying, we know what you did last summer / last round. And now an opportunity to punish everyone at Cruddy trying to make the same play twice. It's like the rule in baseball. You never throw a professional hitter the same pitch twice. And that seems to be very similar here as Team Canada find a way to respond beautifully. Plant will go down at the A, and Spart will have a 1v3 to try to finesse.
Oh, Spart almost had a 1v4 round 1. Except this is a much different situation. He's got to play for the retake, and not only that, but well, all 3 of those arrows now on that mini-map are going to turn right to the mid, and it's going to have to be some forced gunfights that have to come through, and Spart realizes I also got to push the tempo, try and predict some shots, going to go for some pre-fires, but ultimately it should be a kill, and it is, but too many members to deal with. If he tags up maybe the second one as Exotic challenges top Laundry, then maybe there's a chance, but the numbers are hold true.
Okay, so now it's going to be a real question. In my mind, if you're Team Canada and you've got the coaching hat on, you've got to contest mid-map, and you need to make sure you at least get a look at what's going over towards A. You can no longer allow everyone at Credit just to freely take the A side. So I'm really curious to see what Team Canada wants to do for this off-the-rip defense. And this is not a bad idea. Essentially, triple stack mid-map, see if you can win that control, and then you essentially just defend A through the middle. But no, they're going to back up again. This is almost the exact same setup. The difference is they're going to try to late contest Laundry, and that's not going to work out because Fire is already here. Gets a lot of damage onto a second. Proloot confirms off the Semtech. Spark cleans up the trash, and that will be now 5-2 up, and I still just do not love the retake setup from Team Canada.
I don't either, and I mean, now you have to chalk it because you just sent all 4 to do it, and it didn't work. So, like, you have to have a different plan going forward if you're going to be able to maintain this control, whether that's getting aggressive at the start of the round and sending players into ring to match those initial gunfights so you have the information, or just playing for a complete different setup and retaking from mid or from arc, because obviously playing through back Laundry has just not been working for Team Canada, and now it's going to be map point for everyone at Creddy as they're heading into this round, and Fire's got an interesting position as he almost finds 2. Different position that we haven't really seen. The angle does pay off for the first kill, and it also gives them the info.
Attacks here from Connor, not able to finish off the kill, but Dave keeps the flank safe. And, well, Mohawk, he'll watch both players actually exit. That's very valuable information. Not only does he keep the B side safe, he knows for a fact there has been some sort of a tactical retreat. And, well, it's actually going to be Dave holding off the gas for a moment. And, well, shout-outs to Shane and Kyle. I know you started on Exotic at the beginning of this round because you want us to hit on the fact that he's 0-6. He's looking for his first kill, and he may have been able to find it, but now he's going to have to run to Spark. Welcome to the agency! 0-7, but at least the information is enough to allow Dave a chance to play.
Oh, it will, and Dave's got to go big. This is for the map right here. Has to come up with a 1 versus 2. It looks like both players just going to wait for a wrap through the back of the pool house, but Dave's going to take a different wrap of his own. He says, listen, I don't see anything through mid. I don't see anything back basketball. That's only got to mean one thing. They're retaking from our side. Dave's got an excellent read on it. It's just all the gunfights actually going to come his way. As Spart's the first one up, going to peek on the bomb. The kill comes through, and Mohawk, he's left in a 1 versus 1, but he's got no time to make this happen. He needs a challenge, and Dave, he's not giving him a challenge until 7.5, baby. Mohawk waits, but the wait doesn't matter. The G slide on top of it really sells it, and Dave with a massive 1v2 to keep them in the game.
That was sick. The Russian judge would give that at least a 9 out of 10. This is really stylish. The only way he could have really surpassed it if he gave us a little pirouette off the ledge, but that is a beautiful little G-slide bunny hop right into Mohawk's face. No chance to respond, so the search and destroy continues forward, but I still think the question remains. Team Canada, you got to show us something different here defensively.
Yes,
I mean,
please.
contest this A zone. Stop trying to sit here and wait for retakes through Laundry. It's not worked out, and if you're everyone at Creddy on map point, yeah, just keep going A. Force them to make the adjustment. You've got rounds to play with.
100%. And they are. They are conceding the back of Laundry, and this is where, like, that S&D kind of game plays in the middle of the map where it's like, listen, are they going to give us back Laundry now, guys? They're going to retake from Art, right? Oh, yes, they are. Well, Mohawk, what does he do? He finds the kill under Royalty, and Exotic, who still hasn't found a kill, he needs to come up with something, as it has to be a retake, and it's going to be from a disadvantage.
Yeah, this is not great news. He is playing from the flank, but, I mean, again, the flank really isn't the flank anymore because Laundry's already fully controlled, and that essentially is turning into a pillbox. Watching forward, Exotic making his way over. Oh, boy. I mean,
yeah.
Are we expecting Gilforce wins today in Upper Los Angeles? Not sure, but Diamond Collins able to find one. Dave, another. 2v2 we go. But Fire through the windows, able to find the kills. It's just now that Diamond Con finds the first time becoming a problem, and he's not going to have a chance to find Pro Loot, so not only is it the agency, but maybe sponsored by Duncan as the donut comes over to Exotic. Oof. And beyond that, everyone at Creddy just, I mean, not really tested outside of that first offensive round. Just really, really good to keep working this A site, knowing that Team Canada, you know what their setup is. You know exactly what they're trying to do for this retake. And they never let him get it off again after that first round.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really well done. Like, they just broke down the map. They realized what they were doing. They made a lot of excellent predictions as well. So it was always Team Canada coming up with rounds that were either just created because they had a massive advantage at the start, or it was because they had to clutch in like a 1v situation. And when you're relying on those rounds to come through for an S&D map win, it's not very likely that you're going to come out with the map win itself. So yeah, I think that's what I was expecting when we were watching everyone's Accredi in that last series, because, you know, this team is really good at S&D. They're really good at being able to figure out the positions that you're playing and the adaptation that you're going to make. The predictions are always set up ahead of time here, and that's when you call the likes of minds of Mohawk and ProLoot, who, you know, specialize in search and destroy here. So really bringing a lot of light for them, and that was the map that we said they must win, right, Alan? Yes. I think in my mind, going in towards the Garrison control, 0-2 down, it wasn't very likely that you were going to come out with a dub, so that was a big one to put on the board and at least make things even Stevens heading in towards map 3.
I mean, it's not even the fact that it's the Garrison control. It's just, you know, with their search and destroy prowess being as good as it was versus LAG Academy, you needed to see that replicated, because we did not see replication in the mix overall from their hardpoint. So you needed to see something, I think, versus LAG, or something that, you know, they struggled versus LAG, I misspoke, but to find some adjustment to get back into the mix, I think was the big key overall. And so now that we've actually seen them come in with some strong search and destroy, you know, it just, when you go down 0-2, you don't just look at the map 3, you have to look at the 4th and the 5th, and that map set, as I'm sure we have a second to look at it before we get into this third map, you know, going back and forth between Garrison Raid, and then a Moscow for the 5th and final, you just don't feel like those 3 maps that you see right there, Garrison Control, Raid Hardpoint, Moscow Search, you can look at after the first 2 maps, if you fall down 0-2 and say, yeah, this will be fine for a reverse sweep, largely because, like you mentioned, you were coming off of a Garrison Control where your hardpoint did not look necessarily all that great when it came to tempo and control the middle of the map.
And coming into this map, I don't want to harp on anyone too bad, but I think we need to see a little bit more from Fire in this map with the
That's
SMG, because ProLoot was, you know, having a lot of big moments where it felt like, you know, he was the reason he was keeping that team in the game with a couple of big pinch plays. I thought the ARs were holding their own, but I think we had just about a, you know, roughly a double negative stat line that came through there from Fire. Off games happen, absolutely, but that off game now can't happen in the second respawn here in this first best of 5. So I'm looking to see if maybe Fire can step things up a little bit and pair with ProLoot to come away with a big win, because I feel like these guys, again, just hitting on that first point I came away with after the map 1 was these guys are very emotional based. Like, if they're coming off a map win, then you know that they're fueled for the map 3 that's right after. So I'm looking at them to maybe come in here with that first round, show some of that aggression, show some of that talent that we know that this squad absolutely has here. But the same could be said for Team Canada. They know that, you know, this is something that they have to come away with. The respawns, I think, are really pivotal. That's also where I think their biggest strength lies here. So this could be a very good test, I think, coming in towards the map number 3 for us, for both squads.
But a lot to prove, and I mean, hey, that's what Chat's here for. That's why we're part of this. We want to see you prove yourself, and if you do, don't worry, we'll gas you to the high heavens. We'll make sure you get a good look. But you've got to be able to provide us with that, and it is, you know, especially just simply due to the fact that you've got a lot of former CDL players that, you know, are being reevaluated, not just by, you know, the broadcast standards, but by the community standards. So, I mean, it's really interesting because we touched on the fact that there have been a lot of players and challengers over the last, we'll say 2 years, really since the CDL's become a thing, that we've seen a lot of entry into the league, but that's as new players. We have seen very few recoveries of former pro players get back to the pro league and stay there. That's been the big thing. Yeah. And I think that, you know, for the 3 of us on this broadcast, we're all rooting for that to happen, because I think in a lot of people's, you know, circumstances, it's been earned, it's been merited. But the simple fact of the matter remains, pro players out there and organizations are willing to take a shot on somebody new than seeing if you've improved. So you've really got to come out and make a statement for a player like Fire. A little bit of a role swap up versus what we knew versus what we got. We're going to have to evaluate that. So I think you're totally targeted fair to put a bit of a sign on Fire's body here to see what he can provide as an SMG player. We're jumping on in. It's Garrison Control, 1-1 map count, and it's going to be Team Canada with the favored defensive side first and foremost. And yep, very good. Again, shout outs to Shane and Kyle giving us what we want. Fire on our screens.
Right. And Walt Fire unable to get anything with that first kill, but Spart's going to be waiting for the push, and that's a really big play. It looked like he was maybe there for a second, but Dave Wolf shut him down. And now it's about getting out of your spawn. A huge part of control, as we've mentioned, is those breaks. And look at the patience there from Royalty, just seeing if one more is trailing behind Fire. Just the trigger discipline. Still finds one. He's like, oh, wait, they're spawning behind me again. Almost there for the finesse, but will be a kill now for Prolute and Spartan. And now this opens up the very first push in towards the zone as they stop the clock.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, I think, just to see how Team Canada want to try to recontest this. And it's first and foremost, Dave just trying to read how far forward are they trying to push. Stop Spart from getting control of lights. Royalty will take that position. A bit of depletion on the first bit of capture. Diamondcon wants the challenge. Royalty going to meet him, and they go 1 for 1. So everything stays level. First tick of progress, not fully going to be there as of yet. But how about you've got Mohawk who slipped the net, and he's actually going to be onto the A zone. But the problem is that split focus not going to make the difficult decision for Team Canada, as they do well to clear B, but okay, let me just hold on a second before I make these definitive calls, because Prolute and Mohawk collectively find 3.
Mohawk is shooting at anything that moves right now. I'd be very scary if I was in front of his screen, but he's tagged up, so that means an easy kill there for Diamondcon, who was waiting with the pre-aim. But Mohawk does his job, right? He's there with Prolute. They get the first tick of progress, and now it means that the whole team is focused on B, but Prolute in from behind. Does he have 4 in a row? He doesn't. Just a big save there from Dave. It's still a kill that comes through the front. And now that second tick is secured. Fire pops out, gets his first kill of the game. Won't get that second. However, a lot of work's been done on the zones. You just got to close things out here on B, and Spart's going to be the first one to start that off.
You have to kind of feel like if you're everyone a credit, you've missed an opportunity in that last circumstance. Progress at A, progress at B, but you don't add 60 seconds to the clock, and you're actually down in lives. Diamondcon holding up top in the lights, finds 1 kill, pushed away by a Semtex from Fire, but Royalty there to meet him. So now time will be the determining factor. Everyone a credit, no one in a position to immediately touch. It's just going to have to be a special gunfight win, but none will be there. Team Canada full 4-man wipe at the end. They recovered their defense, and I think you just got to go back to that Mohawk and Prolute 3K, where Mohawk's on A, Prolute opens up space by B, but they still can't convert a zone. That's a big missed opportunity.
I agree. I mean, I was honestly kind of like assuming that the zone was going to go over, because I thought all 3 of them would have been stacking as soon as Prolute comes off spawn, and Mohawk still got 3 players tied up, on that zone in front of him. But, as you mentioned, I think it was a missed opportunity, unable to capitalize, and that means that first round is going to go over towards Team Canada, but they'll try their first-handed offense. And Fire, who we brought up, after we hit this, only 1 kill just coming through that first round. You need to see him pick things up. Finds Exotic there sleeping at the wheel from the side. So that's a good one to get going. Now we'll see if he can carry it on through.
Okay, well, kills have to be here. That's the big key. If you're going to be in this position, at least walk away with a couple, and that's exactly how many Fire gets. He's 4 and 7 now. Spart going to take the position inside his munitions warehouse. Finds 1. Good angle, but eventually dealt with. So now again, the baton passes, this time to Prolute. He's good for 3 in a row, but will eventually be traded, and that's where the streak will end. So first opportunity really since the off-the-break setup for Team Canada to get a look to get out of spawn, and they find themselves down 6 lives and only 35 seconds to work with. Not exactly what we would call favorable position for them to be in, especially when Fire is continuing to take control of Dark. That will be likely good for the round, you feel like, and realistically for Fire, it's just try to get hot, and that seems to have occurred after a double up. Now he's on 3 in a row, and he's brought back to at least 7 and 8.
Hey, I think that's a win in my books. We touched on it there again, and he was 1 and 6 at the start of the round, and now he's 7 and 8. So he's absolutely picked things up, found a lot of gunfight wins too. But Team Canada will still press on forward. Royalty there for 2 will be taken out as Mohawk's just going to wait, playing the patient game right now. Makes that move, will contest the point. Diamondcon shrugged off of it, but there's only a couple seconds left. DC doesn't really have an option, and the nade is perfect from Spart. We will get a touch over on A, so they clear out B, but you still have to make something happen here with the double stack. It should be good, at least for that first tick.
Yeah, Dave really just needed to find at least 2 kills right here. Exotic's going to find the first tick of progress. Even if this A zone goes over, you have to keep in mind that it is a 14 playing up against 9, but hold on. Look at this slippery move. Exotic gets off A to try to play off of a flank while his teammates capture B, but Spart gets Royalty, keeps the trigger health down, finds another, and now it's a 13 playing up against 6, and even the status of the B zone by no means definitive for Team Canada,
and they will drop the offense. But boy, did they give themselves a last-second look to maybe make something special happen.
They did. If Exotic finds that trade, I mean, like, it's very, very possible, but it's Spartan's double that makes sure that they are able to get back to a zone. There's no extra 60 seconds being put up on the clock, and they'll save the round because of it. But this is that play from Fire where we needed to see this. We needed to see the sub, getting up close and personal, winning on some of these battles, finding the odd multi-kill here and there. He does a great job of it in that last round, actually going on a couple of sprees there in his first couple lives. So that's a good job. Everyone a credit now. Even Stevens again, 1-1 coming in towards the round number 3. They're back on the attack. Last time they struggled to really get set up on the B zone, even after finding a full wipe. We'll see if anything changes this time around.
Exotic.
Since he played prone in the middle of the map, taken care of, but the trades still result in even action outside of Diamond Khan's, initial kill, but can't capitalize on the Prolute. So he and Dave will be the final 2 members to survive after the initial action. But Prolute's position mid-map may open up a little bit of space to work with, and with that kill, it certainly should. The problem really being now defensively that Team Canada still controls some high ground. Fire going to be able to one to influence that status, as he doesn't just find one, he actually mantles off screen to find another. He's on 4 in a row and an opportunity to put some pressure on A at the exact same time that Prolute is focused on what happens at B.
That's good. Fire just did his job there. He just contested the zone, drew some members over for Team Canada. Meanwhile, all that time is just taken away on B, and they're working towards that second tick, and now they're even backing up to stack it. As Fire holds on to the power position, he sees some shadows, he knows something's going on. He can't lock down a kill, and that's going to hurt them, but it's not going to mean, I guess, the differential for as far as where the zone goes. The extra minute is up, 1 minute and 50 now to play with, as we'll see how everyone at Creddy actually decides to set up a team push and break in towards it.
It's really going to be on to Royalty. How long can you survive onto this A zone with all of this pressure mounting up top? Diamond Khan actually throwing a couple of bullets through the bridgeway. That's actually going to make everyone at Creddy start to recognize, okay, well, if he wants to sit backside tank, let's put some pressure on him, and boy, will they. Diamond Khan will fall. Now, all of a sudden, everyone at Creddy is all up for Team Canada's spawn, and oh boy, this is not looking great. Push from behind, starting to amount, but no Exotic turns to figure out where exactly the hit's coming from, and he finds 2. The Mohawk Prolute keeping the play alive, able to at least go kill for kill. Prolute on 7 in a row. He's now 19-9 with full streaks.
I don't know how Prolute's even alive at the moment, but he's got full streak. He's 7 in a row. Exotic will sniff him out and make sure the streak doesn't continue. And while that happens, BC is going to be able to pinch up top, and this might be good for the break. They still need to find these last couple of kills. Fire can't get anything done. Mohawk dies from the front, and the perfect break is in. Team Canada will just be able to hold on here, and the kills are still flooding in, but Prolute, he is just so cracked right now. He sees the red dot. He goes. He finds the wins, and he's going to clear up at least a bit of space as everyone at Creddy sets up that next push.
I was just about to say, set up and streak right here. Open up some space. Dave, going to be connected with the cruise missile. Royalty pushed back into bricks. And now figured out. Not able to get any nades out as a sole trophy that existed for everyone at Creddy. And the last of a Diamond Khan from behind! He's found one! Just with the pistol! He's just going to keep this contested, but eventually there will be a trade. Now on to Exotic, who doubles up! Are you kidding? It was a sliver of progress needed, but Team Canada once again recover and fully deplete the 3rd tick.
I don't know how they keep finding the retakes, but every single time it's out the back end of the subs, making the play happen. 1 tick, that's all you need, but everyone at Creddy, they need to win the initial entries. Spartan finds the first one, but Fire drops. Prolute needs to get something done, and it's Prolute and Mohawk. They find their way in as Diamond Khan, he answers back with 2, but it's numbers on the point. Spart is in, a contest needs to come through, and they are not allowed entry. They found 2 retakes back to back, but the 3rd one will not happen.
Wow. I mean, that is just, what a control this has been. I mean, initially when Royalty survives through that artillery strike, I think both of us were probably collectively thinking, no way, he's about to find 3. He just kind of felt like that's the way the round was amounting. But eventually the progress gets there, just with the streaks continuing to force back, and then eventually it was a 7v3. And there's only one way they can hit from in the last second. So everyone at Creddy, they take away an offense, and a lot of it coming off of Prolute, who's now 24 in 12.
Wow, man.
Looking like a walking kill streak at this moment. Team Canada forced to respond here in round 4 on their next offense.
24-12. I'm just taking that in, Alan. That is that's remarkable. He pops
Unreal.
off in the map 1-2. Can he keep it going? Exotic. I think every single time he's lost the break-off gunfight. This time, not going to happen. Wins it. And Royalty is going to have a big battle, but Prolute just has none of it. Shuts him down. Still have people on the point, though, so that means the first tick is there. Prolute wraps back around. Hello, baby! There's another one. 4 in a row. 28-12. Give him some people to shoot at! It's Prolute! He's running the show, taking names, anything and everything. It just feels like he can't be stopped, and now he is close to another set of streaks.
It's Prolute's world, and we're just living in it. There's number 7 known. Royalty keeps it down. First tick of progress was confirmed, keep in mind, and as Fire is able to survive through the offensive play zone, there maybe was a chance to continue to put on some pressure, but the thing about all of this is, yeah, great, fine. Exotic's on the zone, and he's going to single-handedly essentially capture the second tick of progress. Now Royalty is with them, and they're going to stack and find the third. So, I mean, it's Prolute. He's 30-14, and still everyone at Creddy's down lives, and they have to kill off 1 minute and 45 seconds. Get the man some help.
Yeah. Something's got to really shift if you're everyone at Creddy, because Prolute's been doing it all, and he's doing it all again. Only able to get one this time around, but in the back, they break the setup, and on the first attempt, it is all up to Fire, and you can just see the overwhelming pressure as Team Canada just comes through. And now you got Diamondcon posted up in a power position, just cutting off the reinforcements. The support can't even get close to the point. 3 players will drop down, and now Team Canada, well, they can just stack.
What a heads-up play from Diamondcon not to fall back and be a part of that initial A stack. Exotic, he's read everything. He's going to be behind the play. Here's one. Would you like a second? Have thirds, why don't you? That's going to be the A zone completely controlled, and the trigger discipline from Exotic and just the forward thinking from Diamondcon. In my mind, that's the whole reason the round comes through, but we would be remiss if we didn't see more Prolute, I feel like, based on how this map has gone.
I don't know, I'm a little bit mind blown, I guess, that they were even able to battle out of their spawn after what Prolute had did. I mean, he went on 6 consecutive kills. Like, that is just about, 2 full team pushes coming in for Team Canada that you have almost shut down all by yourself. And the fact that they still work out of their spawn, get the zone, and then just have a fast transition over towards the second zone there, I mean, it's a little puzzling. It's a little puzzling for sure, but you have to come alive here, and now it is Team Canada back on the offense, so they have to do it all over again.
Trophy system actually down over towards this A side could mean Exotic can work around the outside of this tank area, sees Fire, but doesn't like the look of the gunfight, so instead runs into Spark. Not really great news either way. Royalty up top, gonna find an eventual trade. More to deal with, though, as Fire's down low. He will be sniffed out, but once more, the defense of everyone at Creddy goes kill for kill, and that means that for Team Canada, stack back up, set up, try it again.
Mohawk with the patience finds 2. Won't read Diamondcon in from behind, so will be taken out. As Fire just throws a Hail Mary nade there. You can see he was really trying to weave that one maybe onto the bridge. Not going to happen, and while that happens, everyone else is just about dropped except for Prolute, who's trying to hold on to some power position in the middle of the map right now. He's being tagged and fired at from just about every single angle. You see Prolute in the feed, and, well, you know damn well every Team Canada player is looking for it because they do not want him to be a menace and cause havoc, and they finally do find him. There it is. Exotic gets 2. Now on the zone. That first tick looks to be good, but you are still low on time, so Team Canada, they need this extra minute here from this B zone.
Oh my goodness, Exotic just absolutely breaks Mohawk's ankles. They knew they saw one another, but Exotic with the proactivity will find the kill. Royalty not liking the look of Spart's hot streak, backs away, and Prolute chases him down. Meanwhile, over towards A, Dave has snuck on to again delay the clock, which is very necessary as we're just down to 25 seconds, trying to play for some toes. Denied. So now Exotic over towards B, needed to stay alive, not able to. Royalty at 21 and 26. Looking to open up space and not necessarily play the zone initially. Prolute tagged down to critical health, but survives. And defensively, that's great news for everyone at Creddy. They've got some good mid-map pressure. Exotic to stall the clock.
The retake on the way. A little bit of weapon swapping coming through. The help, is it going to be enough? Fire from behind, able to find one. Exotic and Dave, though, still part of this play, and that might be enough. Team Canada could still hold, but
1v1.
Spark looking for the final kill needed. 2 seconds on the clock. One shot was all it really took, though, and everyone at Creddy survived through the round 5 defense, and they go up in the series 2-1.
Man, just a lot of middle map plays that were taking place there as we were watching that team push come through there for the side of everyone's Creddy, and they just kept finding the angles to at least loosen up the offensive push so they could never really get all 4 or even 3 members on the point to stack it or at least set up and push out some different areas. So it allows them to really just find those windows to break on through, loosen up the setups, and just constantly keep them off of the time. And then, of course, a big 1v1 in the end is really what seals the deal for us. But, man, that was one heck of a game to come away with, and that is enough to put them up 2-1 here for us, Alan.
Oh, that was such a fun control. If we could just replay that map for the rest of the series, I would be fine with it. But like we kind of set up at the beginning of this match, looking at the maps overall, back and forth between Garrison and Raid. So how appropriate that would be back and forth here for how the hard point went versus how the control went. And Proloot just demon mode throughout the entirety of this map. I mean, looking at a 3-2, you would say, oh, this map was pretty close. Not on Proloot's POV. If you were just to take Proloot's highlights, which very well could be this entire replay package, you would have thought this was a smokehouse. And, well, again, from Proloot's POV, it very much was.
It's just a lot of really insane moments, like massive multi-kills that were kind of taking place, going back to even like our EU grand finals that we had earlier on in the day, where it was just, you know, a lot of like sporadic plays that are kind of taking place for us, and you don't see them often, but when you do, you really appreciate them, and we get to see them, of course, all again, where just a lot of these moments that come down to the wire, like one gunfight plays the differential for as far as who captures the zone, who defends the zone here for us. And then, well, you have to bring up this man again, because it was the Proloot show. Like, this is one of the main reasons that they come away with the map, is just because Proloot put up an insane number. Like, I really wonder what the EKIA was that game, because it must have been over 50,
yeah.
Alan. He was shooting at everything.
Oh, without question. he literally, he was shooting everything. Yeah, no, I think that's a heck of a call, I would say, overall. I mean, Proloot has done this all year long, too. That's the big thing, you know? It's just, how long are we gonna, like, as much as I love watching the challengers, get out of here, dude. I don't want to cast you anymore. Get to the big leagues, because my goodness. But that would be essentially required, and that's one of the big key points that we talked about at the beginning of not just the series, really the beginning of the day. At this stage in the challengers season, you cannot essentially just rely on one player to carry you through an entire series, especially in the grand finals, especially versus a team like Team Canada. So really, for me, Proloot, a reason why Garrison was even remotely close for the hard point, and then the reason that they were able to win the control on Garrison, which means now we go to Raid hard point as we continue this back and forth between both maps. It's Moscow Search and Destroy for map number 5 if required. The big thing to keep in mind if you're joining us here late is the fact that Team Canada is the squad out of the upper bracket. So if they lose, whether it's in map 4 or map 5, they still will have another best of 5 to try to save them a grand final championship. That's on the other front, if you want to talk about that narrative, because no bias casters. For E1C, they have to be able to find a way not just to find one more map, but then 3 more after that.
Yeah, it's a tough road, but they're here for it. I mean, they're clearly playing at that level where they're ready for that second best of 5 here for us. So that, you know, flips all that pressure on Team Canada to come into this map 4 and get us to the map 5 here, because they did take the hard point. I think the big takeaway when we were watching over the hard point on the Garrison was, yeah, Proloot was going off. He was finding a lot of big moments around the objective, but the rotations were like really solid across the board for Team Canada through the first set of hard points, and they were also like locking down their setups. Like, it took multiple attempts before we saw a break on a lot of occasions there for everyone's credit. And I mean, when that's happening, you're obviously collecting a lot of time, and that's what's building up that lead. So they had over 100 points before we finally started to see them almost wake up and come back into that. So I mean, with the way that they're fired up right now, taking a couple maps like that, Proloot having a game like that, and I'm sure all his boys gassing him up here, it could be bad news bears for Team Canada, you know, if they have a slow start coming in towards this raid hardpoint for us.
It's just so difficult, because I think if you're Team Canada reflecting back on at least that last map, it's just like, dude, we couldn't guard Prolute. Like
Literally.
I don't think it was a map mode combination like in the pick process that really folded. It was just it's a Prolute problem.
True.
My goodness. I mean, it's just that's got to be so frustrating for Team Canada, but you can't get you down too quickly because, like you mentioned, for everyone to credit, they can just roll right on through off of this performance from Prolute today on the day. Really, it's not just in the series. He also had a good lower finals as well. So, raid hardpoint. Have to reset the mental, right? You have to go back, like you mentioned, to what was so positive for Team Canada. Keep controlling those rotations. Make sure that everyone at Creddy, even when they chalk up some scrap time, they're tested on that initial setup, because that was a key that we saw in Garrison. It never really felt like everyone at Creddy ever truly got the setup that they wanted. That's obviously not a positive for everyone at Creddy, but on the other side, I think it just goes to show that Team Canada are willing and ready to challenge everything and anything once given the opportunity. So take from that narrative whatever you would like for Team Canada, replicate that from everyone at Creddy's POV, try to stop that, try to get some better exit kills when you're chalking some of those hard points.
It's going to be the key. But the break comes through here for us right off the bat, and everyone floods into ring as Dave finds that first one, but Prolute and Mohawk looking solid on the objective. Prolute playing his life. He's playing his... You gotta kill him, and you can't. Mohawk with the teamwork, Prolute with the finesse. And Mohawk found another one already. Nice start here for everyone's at Creddy.
Mike, look, you know, you've played some COD with me. You know, I'm not great. I'm serviceable. We'll use that word. But when you watch moments like that from Prolute, it just hits you that's like, this dude's playing a different game than us. It's just unbelievable. The survivability turns into now 5 in a row, and everyone at Creddy, 24 seconds on initial, and very good control of the middle of the map as we look towards Kitchen.
Oh, it's so unreal. And I mean, streaks on the first life are still in the conversation right now for Prolute, but he doesn't have all the support in the world as he's just left alone in the hard point for now. Has Mohawk in the middle of the map. Good help. Backs up. Finds the kill. Just needs one more for that artillery. And I'd love to see Prolute. Yep. Back away. Get yourself around the hill. Look for these lurking gunfights. But it was Royalty last time they shut down the streaks. And it's Royalty again to make sure that an early set does not come through.
But the pressure for everyone at Creddy, even though it doesn't necessarily win every single gunfight, it does reflip the spawns back around. So this is going to lead to a very favorable look for this back 35 seconds. Team Canada decisions have to be made. As they do clean the middle of the map, they're going to have to contest this from the front. Trophy System trying to keep them safe, but Spart Prolute lining down the doorway with fire. And that will be enough to largely just hold as that collective trio not just finds the kills nor the scrap time, they're also working on the rotation. Diamondcon in trouble, or is he? To the pistol, he swaps, finds an elimination. We're going to have a 2v2 for the initial time here at Garage.
Prolute looked like he might have snapped, but not the case. Long-range gunfight for fire is there, and the support follows. The teamwork, you have to keep hitting it. It's been excellent as Exotic. Well, he needs to make a bit of a play of his own, and now he's got the team behind him. We'll see what Team Canada can do as Fire still lurking in the point, playing his life, but his toes are exposed. And it's going to be Exotic who just pushes on through, finds Spart, needs to come away with Fire. He's finessed for so long, but has nothing left in him as we'll finally get the break in Team Canada. Well, they are desperate for time.
Yeah, first stabilizing moment we've seen from Team Canada. That's going to feel really good. Ignore the scoreboard. That back 40 seconds was really, really good from Team Canada. That's going to put them within essentially spitting distance of tying this game up. So you're able to at least quell some of the early aggression from Prolute and Spart, who collectively are already on 18 kills through 3 hills. My goodness, that's insane to say out loud. But now an opportunity for Team Canada beyond that to get an easy exit away from 3 and once more challenge the initial setup of everyone at Creddy. How are they going to try to do this, though, as Prolute is not falling? Royalty thought he had the kill, had to think twice about it. Now gets a read on Mohawk, does not get the regen off. And that will mean that for Diamondcon, it's time to back away and wait for a little bit of help as they try to break from the front to Team Canada.
Oh, if they can win these battles right now, Team Canada would be in a position to maybe even take control, but Prolute finesses and then gets there. It's his own team that has to kill him, because Team Canada, well, they sure as hell can't. And that was a really big moment. Team Canada had an opportunity for sure to come off a swift rotation and maybe even take the lead, but not going to happen. Not on Prolute's watch as they fight through the front. Mohawk now finds himself on 3 in a row. 20 seconds up for grabs. Team Canada, though, they have no chance at breaking this point. That's going to be everyone at Creddy now over 100 points as they're starting to build themselves up a strong lead.
And it's a really, really good motion to get over towards the 5th hard point, at least initially, but the gunfight's not necessarily won. And Team Canada, you have to find significant time here. You did a nice job on Garage, sure, but this has to be where you really dig into this deficit. You cannot be down 150 to 50 going into the next rotation of hills. And so far, all the lanes being watched very nicely. Prolute even tagged up the health that even he can't go challenge out with. Spart going to be the forward motion. Now Prolute, good for one. Mohawk another. And now an opportunity for a break, but Royalty and Dave trying to hold strong, and Royalty's pre-fire gets him a second. Finesses to stay alive, trying to get away where Mohawk is, but exotically trusted for the trade, and trusted he shall be, as he does find elimination. And with 25 seconds to play, everyone at Credit needs to consider what they want to do as they continue to spawn back by basketball.
Lockdown hill for Team Canada. They've really just been all over it. They had to retake it. They did so successfully. And just about all this time has went over to them as the trophy system is clutch as ever. Diamondcon still not going down, and Mohawk is dealt with. So all 4 members are in the middle of the map, and now it's about how you make this rotation to new, where you have a setup intact for everyone's Accredi. So it's not going to be easy. Diamondcon going to take a long route in from behind, but that's going to be red for Mohawk. Finds the kill. Now it's over to Laundry, and Spart able to get one for himself too. Should be a trade, and there is. So the first 15 seconds is good, but Royalty with an AR is trying to lock down the back of Laundry.
Yeah, this is trouble though, because everyone at Credit, once more, we talked about this at the Garrison, they don't reach the spawn out situation. So Team Canada spawning driveway actually get a very easy and natural break because no one is looking that direction. Even a stick from Dave over the top means that they can actually not just win this hard point, they could fight even through it a little bit further. Diamondcon still on a handful, but Prolute eventually puts him down, and once he gets in the mix, you just feel like every gunfight is going to go his way. Royalty second consideration, and actually the 1v1 between Royalty and Prolute has actually come on top of Royalty's favor, it feels like, more often than not. But the problem here for Team Canada is even though you've won the hardpoint time, you still need to find a way to break into the second hardpoint coming up.
That's the factor, and Mohawk on the famous insight tree in the back has to lock things down. Exotic and Diamondcon. You're going to see a slide from Exotic, and Diamondcon's going to win the gunfight right after. But you look at the support here. Fire and Spart. They're ready for this push. They're ready for it. Just who can actually come out with the kills and the eliminations? So far, no one has dropped. Exotic gets that first one. Prolute's actually going to find Spart with a nade, and that means that the back is going to be cleared out for Team Canada. A nice chain of kills come through for them, and that means they hold the setup, and Dave Patty's in a good position to come away with some kills mid-map.
Clinical, I would say, is what that break was from Team Canada. Good patience. You called out the break almost exactly how it happened, and beyond that, a little bit of assistance from the team nade makes life extra easy. So now with 18 seconds up in the hard point, we could actually technically be seeing very close to a tie game. That would be incredible news for Team Canada on this recovery. You've kept Prolute relatively honest at 18 and 14, but Fire mid-map, able to find a couple of exit kills. Have they read Exotic? And it looks like Prolute will give us our answer as the Semtex will connect. He should know for sure that there is one player close towards the fountain, but not feeling the favor of the challenge due to the fact that Team Canada is here to reinforce. So setting up for another break attempt. They've actually forced everyone at Credit to spawn all the way by Laundry. This will be the best opportunity for it. The first kill comes through for Exotic. Royalty another. Spart gonna get overwhelmed. And oh my goodness, beauty doesn't even begin to describe it for me. I am having tears swell up. That was perfect for Team Canada twice in a row.
That was just so good. The patience, the knowing when you can collapse has been good for Team Canada, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold on to all of the time. Diamond's just laying down, hoping that Dave can shoot over him and find kills, but it's not the case. So the scrap time is picked up for everyone's Accredi, but this is really all about the rotation. Royalty's going to be hunted down from behind, so Prolute gets the easiest one you'll need. But he has one more following, and Exotic won't drop to the Semtex. So Fire, the next one up to try and make some plays in the back. He's there with one, but you're still waiting for half the team to get here for everyone's Accredi.
Yeah, and Royalty's able to go 1 for 1. That's actually really good help in the long rotation from Royalty. The problem is you're not able to fully get into kitchen, so that's where everyone at Accredi is going to do their setup for this break attempt. Dave, oh my goodness, tested by both Prolute and Spart, finds both of them as he's really heated up in the last couple of hills. Now an opportunity to also find Fire, but tagged up too heavily. He will drop, so will his position. But spawns right back in, does Dave. Royalty will make sure the back stays safe, and Team Canada tested, but they still hold strong. And how about it? Now for the first
first time, they can say they have at least some sort of a cushion on this lead. 206 to 190, and everyone at Creddy, they're starting to fall apart a little bit here on this break attempt.
Oh, they are. You know, the desperation of making sure that all this time doesn't go over, because this big 15 seconds puts you actually, you know, in range of closing this game out on this P5 hill. And that's going to mean that everyone needs to clutch up. Everyone at Creddy, do they have it in them? This is when the coordination matters the most. Royalty on 3. Able to heal back up, and now comes through looking for the entry. It's Fire in the point, trying to hide, wins the battle, but Zymoncon watching over will be able to make things easy to slide back through right on the time again. Team Canada just 15 seconds away from closing it out, and it's looking like they might just do it.
It's looking really good. One more attempt for everyone at Creddy. It's largely going to come through Kitchen with a little bit of support from Fire on the open stairs. Prolute, first one out, dealt with. Is there a trade? Yes, Mohawk finds one, but Dave is also there to recover, and then Royalty from Zig, able to find more than that. It's on to Dave. He cleans, he secures, and Team Canada wins map 4, 250-193. We have had two great hard points, though. I'll say that much, and a lot of it was Prolute early, but my goodness, how big was Dave in the late parts of the second rotation?
He was big. I mean, this play right here, he finds 2 out of a situation where he should probably only ever be able to find 1, but just there, pops out, gets the double. Dave was great. I thought overall, though, Team Canada was just spectacular when we're talking about some of the rotations, specifically the ones over to the garage, right? Like, I think that's where we're both zoning in on, Alan, because there was just a couple of key plays where they waited so patiently to see exactly where everyone was located. Once they figure out where everyone is positioned, that's when they make that collapse. But they make that collapse happen from different entry points at the exact same time, and that coordination has to be calm beforehand. You know that's being set up, you know, prematurely, and the fact that they get there, they find the kills, they get the wipe at the perfect time, that they spawn out one of the players, it really is just magnificent. Very, very beautiful to see it come in, and that is what really allows them to work back into that game, right? That's when they start to actually get some points and win some rotations, do what they did in that map 1, and now we're heading in towards a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, Prolute made the normal connotation of demons look like puppy bears. Puppy bears? Puppy dogs? Grizzly bears? I don't, puppy bears, they're a new thing. Draw it up. Send it.
Like the new Beanie Babies we were talking about earlier?
Absolutely, yeah. Little baby cub dogs. I'm going to take the combination of both. But it's just down to the fact that, like you mentioned, those breaks, the patience, and that's one of the things that I love to see the patience be rewarded. I think that's the big key. You know, you look back at like Minnesota Dallas on Hackney Yard last year, that P5 break, it all starts with patience. And when you see that executed to perfection, you know that the comms are going to be very simultaneously clean. So, I mean, that's, I think, a really rewarding moment overall for Team Canada. But I think more importantly, it was a necessary moment. I mean, for them to get back into the game, it required the smooth break on P2. It required the smooth break on Garage P3. And then eventually they hold on to that 4th hard point to give them that 10 to 15 point cushion that would eventually lead them to a victory of 250-193. So, I mean, those last 3 hard points for Team Canada, that's one that you can look back on if you're a coach and say, these were moments that were great for us and what we need to try to be replicating from here on out, especially as you're looking forward to an elite qualifier. But we're not done here yet. That's the big key. Moscow Search and Destroy is going to be waiting for us for a map number 5. And if everyone at Creddy can win this map, we will have to wait and consider what a second best of 5 would look like between both these squads.
And we got to see some improvements for defense specifically here for Team Canada, because I know that there is, you know, some conversations that these are 2 newer squads. S&D is the hardest thing to polish out of all of the game modes, and it's going to take some time, but I just feel like it took almost a little bit too long to make that adaptation in the game when you know that these guys already have built-in chemistry with one another. They have obviously been practicing these last couple of weeks. They've been, you know, building up to get themselves on form, but you have to make, you know, some of those realizations just a little bit sooner when you're in the game, saying, listen guys, like retaking laundry is not working. We need to find a different method. And now we turn our attention towards a Moscow where it's like retaking how are you going to do this? You know, is it going to be through your side of lobby every single time? Are you going to make those adjustments? I think the good news here though for Team Canada is that they were like one of the first teams, we're talking about that original Triumph roster, to actually make some creativity happen, right, Alan? I know you always love the Royalty bringing out the scope on the right side of the map while his whole team goes over towards A, and it's all about baiting and being able to really manipulate the map, like force them to think that you're going towards a bomb set that you're not going to whatsoever. So I think that's something that they're really good at here, and now that's going to have to be on the minds of everyone's Accredi, because you have to be able to adapt to that here on the fly as well.
Absolutely. And then just to throw a little statistical backing to everything you just said, you got to keep in mind that this was the map in the lower finals that LAG Academy were able to tear apart everyone Accredi. Well. It was a 6-2 count there. So there are going to be some major adjustments that have to be showcased and showcased quickly. But the thing that at least I'll say for this head-to-head matchup when we were looking at that Raid Search and Destroy was the simple fact that for everyone Accredi, they were able to adjust very nicely. They were able to read exactly what Team Canada was trying to do and punished them for it round after round after round, specifically for the offensive POV. So that's where I think my focus is going to go to initially. Don't know who's going to be starting on which attack or defending side, but it'll be really interesting, I think, to see if those similar reads will be in play once more. Has everyone Accredi just figured out what Team Canada want to do in the Surge, or is this map too much of a hiccup and a hurdle for them? That's the big question mark, I think, when it comes down to what will happen here in this map 5.
I agree with you, and on top of that too, what are we going to get out of Prolude, who's had an excellent series so far? I'm curious to see how he's going to come in towards this S&D, because he's had a lot of big moments, and that has to be then matched from people like Royalty and Exotic to make sure he's not up close finding multi-kills, clearing a site, whether that's retaking or whether that's entering in and being able to open things up here. So that's obviously something that they're able to at least stop a bit of in the Raid hardpoint, but have to do so again going in towards the S&D. And just coming back to those points that you mentioned, they have already lost it, which means that you have now this chance to talk about, okay, what went wrong? What was LAG doing that we just weren't able to fix on the fly here? So I have to imagine, on this break in between the map 4 and the map 5, that has to be the conversation coming in towards this, because, again, it's a lot of talented S&D players, and that they can put things together, but it's about fixing those mistakes here as quickly as possible. And when you're playing a tournament like this, that is just a must. They've got here, so they're obviously doing something right for us. However, Alan, this map 5 very well could determine it all for us. We could be done and dusted in the first set if Team Canada can bring it home, or maybe we'll go to a second best of 5 where everyone's Accredi can show us how they might be able to win back-to-back.
And I was about to say, the other key here, the big X factor for everyone Accredi so far through the series has been Prolude. He's going to be carrying the bomb more often than not, so he's not going to be able to really play as loose and as lurk heavy as he normally does. And first point of contact in the middle of the map favors Team Canada. Dave sneaking away and towards safety, mind you, as well, because Exotic is here to help. Even though Fire finds the trade, he himself is taken down, and still the number is favoring Team Canada's defense early.
Wow, interesting setup overall. I mean, Team Canada heavily stacked in mid-map and over by the fountain, and you just keep one player, which is going to be Royalty, just watches over A, and now you've lost Spart. I've seen Mohawk do some wild things in Search and Destroy, and if you can open up a round with a 1v3, that would certainly take the cake, but having to grab the bomb and having to work with only about 35 seconds left, it's going to make things difficult.
Oh, extremely. Especially when Diamond is essentially just holding hands with you in the same position right behind Bus. So that's going to be, again, just a really good first blood for Team Canada. I mean, it's a little bit of aggression showcased and flaunted just a touch when it comes not just down to the fact that there was an AR mid-map, but you've got Exotic over the top of Statue watching. So keep that in the back of your mind, because everyone Accredi might have to consider those forward positions again the next offense that they're on. Will they adjust similarly to how they did on Raid? We'll have to find out. But first, we consider Team Canada's offense. And like you had mentioned, one of the big keys between this Royalty and Exotic duo is they love to play over towards this B street. But that was back, at least when we were talking about that favor. It was when Smokes and Snipers were still alive and very well in the Search and Destroy competitive meta. So it's going to be a different look as far as how do you take stun check to make sure no one's hiding underneath the window. And now here comes the forward pressure towards B. Rugs. Prolude finds one, but stuck. Royalty, little jump shot. Well, jump throw, I guess I'll say. Ties things at a 3v3.
Yeah, nice arm out of Royalty to make sure he finds that. And now it's Team Canada in a position where they have the bomb in the middle of the map. A is completely open. Of course, they don't know that. But at some point in time, everyone's Accredi is probably going to rotate over. It's trying to find the timing on when they do it. And Team Canada may be thinking that they might have already. So they'll try to break this. But everyone's here in Spart. He goes for that wide peak challenge, and he finds that first kill.
Big first kill as well. Diamondcon, though, does respond, keeps the round at least somewhat manageable. Fire tagged up. Spart trying to help, and boy, does he. Leaves things just down to Diamond. No
We're positioned. The shots come through, but he can't convert on the kill. Bomb is not a play. There's no ability for him to recover it. He's being challenged. Fire wants to take the gunfight, and it pans out just in the nick of time as we go tied up at 1 round apiece.
Oh, that was so close. Diamondcon, man, if he had more ammo in that Krig, there was absolutely a world where he comes out and is able to challenge Fire because he tagged him up before he went to cover as well. So almost a big opportunity, but not going to happen. Fire shows us some of the ice, I guess, that comes along with the fire, shows us the flame in the fire. I don't know. There's
well
something
played.
there. I won't dabble with it too long, but either way, it's going to allow us to at least tie things up, and that is a big round to come away with to make sure it isn't 2 rounds up early for Team Canada.
Okay, so now we go back to the post-it note. What does Team Canada do here defensively, and how will everyone at Cruddy respond? And it's actually going to be 3 members actually watching the middle of the map. So this is twice in a row that E1C wants to try to force some action through the middle. Spark gets a read that Diamondcon is in fact playing out towards the street, and beyond that, everyone at Cruddy has cleared out the statue. So this is what the playbook called for in round number 1, but this time it's actually getting off the ground. What comes next, though, I think is the bigger question as far as how do they get this bomb planted at B safely.
Exactly, Ed, and you have to worry about peaks and challenges, noise being made, all of that I think avoided right now, but a trophy system was destroyed there from Diamondcon. He took a shot. So they know they're here, but they're not going to peek. Still 2 players by A. No one has over-rotated yet, which means that the next 2 players back here, Diamondcon and Exotic, they just got to hold their ground and wait for the rotation to come over.
A retake is going to be once again tested as the street is very much so in everyone at Cruddy's control. Beautiful timing on that Semtex from Pro. That forces Exotic out of the play. And now you essentially have to try to force this with numbers from the front. Exotic, the first one forward. Pro holding over towards what? Fire in the backside. Never gets checked. He's good for 2. Wants more than that. And sure, why not? He gets a 3rd and a 4th. Fire around the back of the play. Becomes the center of it with this little move through Laundry.
Look at this. No one's even looking at him. Did he get hit with a bullet? He did. He did. And then he turns and snaps with the 1 burst for the Diamatti. Nice play, man. Unbelievable, actually, when we're talking about just not getting a trade and knowing that you're going to be in some of those close quarter gunfights. And what does that do? That puts Fire now on 5 in a row, which means that he's actually pretty close to streaks, and you have some room to play for these. You're only early in, like 3 rounds into this map. You can take your time, bait for him, make sure that Fire gets these streaks. It's going to give you the extra security you need as we get later into it.
Different look here. Oh, Team Canada getting aggressive down Eski. Smart has read this so nicely, though. He walks away with 2, leaves Dave stuck in an impossible position. And while that's happened, Fire actually confirmed that final kill, so now he's on 6. And it's Diamondcon for a 1v3. No bomb in hand. Lots of time on the clock, though, and it looks like he does want to try to milk it for all it's worth. It just comes down to, I mean, you're going to have no information on where anybody from everyone at Cruddy is at. And honestly speaking, if you're everyone at Cruddy, you just try to get Fire this 7th kill.
That really is it. And you can also assume the bomb was probably dropped and all of that drama that kind of just took place in the middle of the map, right? 3 players dropped for Team Canada, so should give you a pretty good idea. Diamondcon gets it. I don't think anyone was in range of a sound cue, but we'll start to take a look at the bomb sites, and well, Diamondcon is going to have to come out with likely a battle or 2 before planting the bomb or immediately after.
And they should know this is not going to be a play over towards B anymore. And yeah, here comes the check. Prolute first one forward, Fire, going to get the information, and he will finish the kill.
Big.
So it's 7 in a row for Fire, 3 and 1 in the total for the search and destroy. Goes everyone at Cruddy, and it starts right here. I mean, Spark gets the credit for the kills. I don't remember who exactly to his left, but whoever that was, that's the player that gives him the read and the call saying, hey, you're being pressed really, really quickly. That's a heck of a way to respond to it for Spark to open up with the first 2 kills.
Yeah, and to add to that, a lot of teams and players are usually used to like backing away from cutout. Spark just says, no, I'm challenging it. I'm going to take home a couple. So I think that's what's really unexpected from it, a big play. And as you mentioned, Fire gets the last one. So artillery is secured, and he's going to ping it right away. Will he use it? Be surprised to use it. He is going to drop it here. I'm not sure if you'll find anything inside of lobby. It does force royalty, of course, top of Eskies. So doesn't find anything, but they should be able to isolate royalty. Mohawk can't win the battle. No way does he slip away. and the streak is not going to be used very well as they don't find anything out of it, but at least they're able to push through in the back, and now it's up to Dave. Has to come up with some kills, and he comes up empty.
But you still have Diamondcon helping Royalty from behind, and he actually has showcased some trigger discipline, but it's not going to matter. The read still there. And I was about to initially say, I'm fine if you use the streak and you convincingly win the front of the A-bomb site, but the problem was they didn't convincingly win the front of the A-bomb site because at Royalty, I don't think they expected him to push into Eskies to escape the streak. When he finds that initial kill, for a moment there, you start to think, oh boy, Team Canada's about to have a more favorable position in this 4v3, but everyone at Cruddy eventually win what they came for with that forward push through pillars, and it puts them in a very commanding spot. Fire on 8 in a row, 9-1, taken over, giving everyone at Cruddy a chance, not just at the map 5, but also for the hopes of a second best of 5 coming out of the lower bracket.
It's looking pretty solid right now, and one of your players are on 8 in a row in a search and destroy. You know things are going quite well indeed, and 4-1 up. Team Canada, they need a response round in offense. They're typically a lot looser, looking through the middle of the map, and that's just been unlocked. Spart now even more aggressive from that cutout position we saw him previously, but it's going to cost him this time around. That's a big punish from Dave. We will catch him exposed out in the open with no cover. The first blood is in, but Team Canada, they've gotten lots of first bloods. Are they actually going to be able to come through with a round with it?
But the thing about this is this entire play through Street is really, I was going to say initially, not a part of where the bomb is leaning. Prolude, good for not just 1, but 2.
Man.
Now he's on 4 in a row. Avenge get down, but look at the rotation. Everyone at Cruddy making their way through mid-map. Where are they? Diamondcon wins the battle. Has an SMG to go to. Mohawk trying to find the trade, and the help is just nearly there in time. Oh, what a recovery this is from Team Canada, considering Prolude nearly single-handedly just won the round.
Oh, and that second kill is really tough too, because Dave's like, I need to get the trade, but the problem is that you're just no cover, right? You're challenging Prolude, who's just sitting on the heady, and he's happily waiting for the trade, as he knows he's not weak and he can take a second gunfight in that position. So that's a good round to come away with here for Team Canada, and it's off the back end of playing a little bit tighter, and they come out with those trades. Good teamwork. You know, Exotic just tucks himself in, just waits for the cover fire to come over his right shoulder, and it does. So Team Canada, they get themselves an offense, but can they shut everyone's credit down on the attack? That is what we're looking for, and this is going to be just a complete post up and fire. He's looking for something here, seeing if he can get anything with that cruise missile.
Okay, the cruise missile will not connect. He's actually trying to bend this the opposite way maybe they expected. That's actually really cheeky, but it does not find any kills. It does give them the ability to move forward onto A. Team Canada, are they going to try to retake this quickly? The answer seems to be yes, but it was only from Royalty's POV. Mohawk finds that first blood, no problem. Exotic's trying to make sure the crossover through Brick is contested. Oh, but it's Fire who slides forward. Exotic only able to find one. Dave in the back, not able to do anything. And everyone at Cruddy, 1 round away from sending us to a second best of 5.
Oh, there's such tight moments where trophy systems are being thrown out, gunfights are coming through, people are weak, and I think something you have to constantly give props to for everyone at Cruddy. This lineup just knows when to push and when to play safe. This is a moment where they know they have numbers. Mohawk can challenge out. If Mohawk goes down, his teammates are behind him and they fly through and get that trade. So everyone on the same page when they're looking for retakes or when they're looking to take positions, and that's played a pretty important factor throughout a lot of these search and destroys here thus far for them. So Team Canada backs up against the wall in the first best of 5. They have to come away with 4 straight rounds if they're going to close things out.
A tall ask. But they're going to try to force maybe the square peg into the round hole. All 4 players very quickly over towards A. Hit mostly coming through the backside of Eskies. Fire's going to have to respond to this, but he doesn't know which direction to look, and Exotic finds the first blood. Royalty gets the second cleanly as Mohawk was never really able to help. He was pushed back so early, and Spart gives it a go to try to deny the plant, but he's unsuccessful in the effort. 2v4 situation, and the retake coming through quickly. Just comes down to, can they find the kill? Semtexes are making life very difficult. Even though there is 1 kill to speak of, Diamondcon shuts down the play, leaving Prolude by himself with nowhere to go.
Well, they get that round, and I'm not going to lie, I think this is what I was expecting from Team Canada in a lot of their offensive rounds, where they come through like this. Like, you have players like Exotic and Royalty that have this mechanical ability to open up a site like they just did. It's just they've been playing a lot safer and I think a little bit more patient at the start of the round, so they haven't used, you know, this tool that is absolutely available here for Team Canada. They finally bring it out.
Fair.
It works there for them. And it's the start of what had to be 4, but now only going to have to be 3. So everyone's a credit. They'll make their adjustments, I'm sure of it. And they're going to try another attack over towards A. They'll see if maybe they can replicate what Team Canada just did.
And this is a full commitment as well. With a little bit more patience, but Team Canada is not a part of this defensive play at all. It's just Royalty. And he's going to have an exit pretty safely. At least so you would think. He's actually going to take the first blood fight, wins that. Semtex is actually going to come down and get a little bit of damage in. Now the help is starting to unfold, but does he even need it? Royalty for 3! Put the crown on his head! That's good for, what, 5 in a row, I believe I saw before we swapped off.
I think so.
Now a chance for Team Canada to see at least the 10th round.
Look at this. I mean, people forget that Royalty, you know, is a veteran now. He's been in the scene for a very, very long time. And look at that, just using any piece of advantage he can to get the high ground, jump out, finds a nice camera angle there on towards Mohawk, who just can't react in time. The 74U, too good up close. It is 5 in a row, and now Team Canada, they got some momentum behind them here. And in the back of your mind, if you're everyone a credit, remember, they don't have the luxury of a second best of 5. They need to get it done in this first set and get us there to the second best of 5. So the pressure's on them, and Team Canada, they're lining up for it again, and they find the first 2.
Fire, though. He's going to be able to line up and respond in kind. Can he find more than that? No. It's down to Spart. 1v2 situation. Quickly through Eskies he goes. Dave has recovered the bomb. And him and Exotic are playing opposite angles, and they're able to track him down before he falls away. We've got round 11, map 5. And oh my goodness, Team Canada. This double from Dave is just enough to get the job done, because this has been Fire's map. I mean, I saw it, Shane, Kyle. I know you swapped to him and you wanted me to talk about he's 10-5, doing all the work. And he nearly does it again. But it's round 11 nonetheless. It has everyone a credit on offense.
It's round 11, and like you just said, it's offense here for everyone's a credit, which means that their last 2 attempts over towards A has not been working, and the setup traditionally for Team Canada on the defense is to send 2 players over towards this B side, get streak control, and if they try to flood through mid, it can be problematic, but Fire, he's going to lead the charge.
Dave, same spot as he was for the first round, but he does get stunned up and backs away. Pro Loot, Fire, moving quickly. Mohawk there for support. On the outside is Spart. In Team Canada, they wanted to try to take away Globe control, but they very wisely backed down. Now they hit through Rugs. Exotic not going to challenge. They're going to give up this plant and maybe try to retake this quickly. Around the back. They're going all the way around the back. There's point of contact. Mohawk's watching this, but they go 1 for 1. Bomb is being planted. Royalty looking for the exit kill. Doesn't like the look of Pro, so backs away. And now it's just down to, how do you work your way back in, not knowing what's over towards the street? Spart gives away his position. Trophy system thrown. Royalty gets into a position to see what's on the bomb site. Not going to see too much of anything. They want to isolate. Spart, and the team shots are good. 3v2. Time becoming a problem. Fire around the outside of the bus. He's going to get a free look at Dave. Oh,
he chokes!
No, he doesn't. He misses the gunfight.
Fire chokes!
Bang! Bang! Royalty gets the double and clutches up the round 11.
Alan, they just found 4 rounds in a row against a team that has been lights out in this search and destroy through map 2 and in this map. They led 5-2. Unbelievable comeback here for Team Canada, and in the end, it's Fire who doesn't find that kill, misses, has some shaky shots in a moment that you can't afford to have that happen. Around 11, that's the decider. Team Canada, they clutch up, they bring it home, and they play that last round just magnificently. It was so well done as they get that retake.
Oh my goodness. Brody, get in there. Tell me things. Tell me words. Just jump in there.
I will say, I think that's the best series of a competitive Call of Duty we've had in Challenges this year. Full stop. And it was only a best of 5. I didn't go to the second. That was incredible all throughout. I mean, just from the very start with the first hard point, it looked like it was going to be a rollover. It looked like it was going to be done in map 1. Like, yeah, right, fine, this is Team Canada's, no problem at all. And even that was close towards the end, where maybe it shouldn't have been. And it just felt like that way every single map. These 2 teams neck and neck throughout, and for it to all come down to that round 11, when it shouldn't, by the way, that shouldn't have been a round 11. They were 5-2 up. That should have been a second best of 5. It's just insane, just insane. I'm sure, you know, people on production can vouch. I'm pretty sure all of us had our heads in our hands there in the last round. That is just incredible. Man, I love competitive Call of Duty. It's crazy.
Unbelievable. But with that, we've crowned a champion, and how appropriate that it's royalty to make sure that that happens. Team Canada, 15K. Have yourself a weekend, why don't you? Everyone at Cruddy still second place, $8,000, and I think just generally a lot of positive reactions about what this team is going to provide us potentially, and we get closer towards the elite qualifiers for stage 5. New Western team, speaking of, they finished top 4. LAG Academy there in 3rd. UT Crew also a bit of a reformation in top 6 alongside Shake and Bake, and then Muzzle Break and Easter tie down for the 7th and 8th position for $1,000 each. North America is literally the Wild West. I know that typically, I know, Brody, you categorize us as cowboy wearing, Wild Western wrangling cowboys. I don't know, I said cowboys twice, but that's what we have in front of us here for North America. But I got to get your thoughts, Brody, first and foremost, just overall on the entirety of the day before we wrap.
It's chaos. It's just chaos. That's the way it always is with North America specifically. And, you know, for Europe as well, right? You look at what happened over there. We've lost Pepe's coming into the grand finals as well in the fashion they did. Chaos, just chaos. And APAC as well. I mean, APAC, I didn't even talk about APAC yet. It's like, there goes, guys. Renegades, where are you? Hello? I don't know what's going on anymore, Alan. Get me to finals. That's all I want anymore. Just finals at the end of the season.
Fair enough. Austin, I'm surprised you don't have like a little Canadian flag waving
right man.
Now. But thoughts
missed
on
opportunity.
The day?
But
really was.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought that it was just a great day overall, because we're at this point now where all the players are trying to strive towards what Brody just lined up, which is Challengers Finals, right? Like, these are when the most eyes are going to be looking at you as we get towards the end of the year. You know, what talent has been missed? What talent has not been picked up? Well, we're finding out what talent has not been picked up, because there are a lot of individuals that have been able to step up for us through every single region and come away with a lot of big plays that happened on the day, whether that was multi-kills. I think this is the most I've seen, like 4 pieces come through on a single day. I think there was at least 3 of them today. So just a lot of insane moments. And I mean, you just have to watch Challengers and you have to crack a smile, because it's just so fun to watch. There's so many big moments, there's so many narratives and storylines, and they're always bangers, and this one certainly delivered as we get a map 5 round 11.
Well, that's it for stage 4. Champions were crowned today as we wrap everything up in the 4th of what will be 5 installations of these major open cups. And my goodness, were we given the show from the get-go. Los Pepes, brand new roster, no problem for them as they get through Origlis. APAC, a little bit different though, as Vertex, again, a little bit of roster shuffling there. They find the championship out in Oceania, and then Team Canada surviving in one of the more incredible 5-2 comebacks you'll see in Search and Destroy. Thank you, Royalty, for the show, but that's not all. We've got Stage 5 qualifiers next Saturday. You do not want to miss it.